Hey you all, welcome to Just a Shinobi. Today, we dive into an exciting what-if scenario. What if Naruto was Seal Master? Part 1. If you enjoy this, hit subscribe for more thrilling content. Explore my other videos, share with friends, enjoy them too, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. It motivates me. Let's not waste any time. Jump into today's what if. Naruto Uzumaki had a problem. He realized this early in life. Everyone seemed to speak in some code he simply couldn't understand, not fully. Like there were nuances or something he just couldn't grasp. People made no sense to him. And yet, they fascinated him. He watched people a lot to see if he could find a pattern, and while he sometimes thought he did, it was never as consistent as he'd like it to be. Confounding people were. What made matters worse is that these people, for a reason he hadn't always known, simply didn't like him. When he was 7 he asked a local shopkeep why he gave the young blonde such dirty looks, why everyone did. Granted the Uzumaki didn't phrase it the best when he asked, "What's your deal?" The gentleman was startled that the notorious child would speak to him directly and so bluntly. "Nothing's my deal, leave," said the shopkeeper, which caused Naruto to turn his head sideways in confusion. "Yes, there is. You dislike me, but I've never done anything to you. I want to know why." This caused the man to get nervous. He'd love to tell the kid he didn't dislike him as he was afraid of him. He didn't think the kid was the fox, but how could a small child truly contain it? What if he got hurt or upset or even died? But how can you handle being afraid of a child? Even as a civilian. Dislike, disregard and ostracization was better than feeling fear. But he couldn't say that, couldn't admit his shame. He'd die doing it, so he simply brushed the small child away with his broom and closed his shop for the rest of the day. He'd drink all night, trying not to think about the unfairness of being feared and having no idea why. Naruto asked several more people that day and got the same answer. His OG-san told him to stop asking the people as they wouldn't say. He also said he wouldn't say. Naruto realized he was beaten but decided to extract a little sweetener if he wasn't going to get his answer, a favor from the Hokage. Because Naruto didn't get people, if he wasn't people watching, he spent much of his time either reading or playing training in the forest. Books made sense. Nature made sense. People, Naruto would argue vehemently, did not. And it was this lack of understanding that had him initially do so poorly in school. The young Uzumaki wasn't dumb, he just didn't see the point in how the academy taught. They tell you to read a book and then present the same information to you in the same way as the book did. How is that learning? It's memorization and it bored him. Iruka-sensei fussed at Naruto a lot to try harder. Naruto argued he would if they'd actually teach something useful. As far as Naruto was concerned, what passed for explanations was piss poor. The perfect example would be the clone jutsu. Naruto couldn't perform the clone jutsu. He knew it. Iruka-sensei knew it. His class knew it. When Naruto sought advice, he only got claptrap about lack of chakra control. Just improve your chakra control, Naruto. What does that mean? The better you control your chakra, the better you can perform your jutsu. But what does control mean? Is there a unit? How many units of chakra does the clone jutsu take? You just have to feel it, Naruto. You've been an utter disappointment. The unknowing Jinchuriki said, and Iruka watched the 8-year-old walk out of his classroom. Naruto would face similar trials. His taijutsu was okay but limited because he didn't have a training partner and developed bad habits because of it. The skills he could develop without help were some of the better of the class, not the top but not middle of the pack either. An 8-year-old Naruto had planned to resign himself to being a stranger in a strange land for forever, to never fully understand people or their things. Until, one day Iruka-sensei gave a brief demonstration of basic. The blonde was instantly hooked. He couldn't explain it, but it just made sense, the symbols and how they flowed and the end product. He wanted no need to learn that art. He even called in his favor from OG-san to do so. Now, Naruto, you must be extremely careful with even the basics of, and your calligraphy must be perfect. If I see you being irresponsible, I will take your materials away until you mature. Define irresponsible, OG-san. Attempting things you haven't properly prepared for, rushing through the levels when you have firmed up your skills. What if I demonstrate the required skills through some sort of project or test before I move to another level? Naruto asked. That would be sufficient. Then we have an accord. The blonde said, reaching out hand. The aged Hokage smiled as he shook it. Naruto had a slightly elevated speech pattern as refined his skills through reading aloud. As the subjects increased in difficulty, it shaped his word selection. One last thing, you can't skip the academy no matter how interesting you find. Hiruzen said and cackled at the boy's pout. He'd had that issue early on and knew to stipulate Naruto's continued attendance or the boy would just pursue his interests relentlessly. The day Naruto got the 10,000-page volumes on, several guides on calligraphy, and the calligraphy set was life-changing. He made steady progress for the rest of the school year with his chosen topic. He'd basically forgotten doing anything but the bare minimum as far as bookwork went, but still did well on the practical exercises. Iruka-sensei wasn't happy but couldn't do much as the Nara heir did the bare minimum as well. He'd managed to make it through the first 2 volumes by the end of the academy year, progressing by 1 volume every 2 months. Hiruzen remained impressed. The first 2 volumes were the basics of seal recognition, the foundational languages of seals for the first part, culminating in the storage seal. The second was an introduction in synced and localized reactions, i.e. explosive tags, as well as building multifaceted arrays. Naruto got a warm feeling when his Oji-san praised him. When he asked what that meant, his Oji-san said it was likely a mixture of several emotions. That when someone was praised it made them feel proud and acknowledged, the feeling increasing when someone close to them did so sincerely. It was the first time Naruto realized you could feel multiple emotions at once. He realized the complicated his theories on why people reacted the way they did, as he was making erroneous assumptions on their emotional state. He'd have to return to the drawing board. When the summer break occurred, Naruto was able to make significant leaps in his sealing abilities, which lead to the increase in many of his other skills. As the summer break approached, the blonde knew there were many things he wanted to get accomplished, and without a plan he'd be inefficient. His Oji-san stressed the importance of efficient working habits to maximize productivity. Naruto, trusting his Oji-san, read several books on project management. He first identified his mission, which was to find a means to address as many deficits in his shinobi skills as possible. First and foremost would be chakra control. In order to do this, he had to figure out why his chakra control was so bad in the first place. He'd find his solution through seals. Volume 3 of his fuinjutsu books was about manipulating chakra networks. This volume demonstrated how chakra suppressor, paralysis seals, shock tags and even resistant seals worked, how they connected to the chakra system and the effects on the body. The volume included a detailed diagram of the chakra system, along with the placement of every. Volume 4 included the beginnings of barrier and other security seals, including methods to detect chakra in motion. Naruto finished them the first month of his break, and as they inspired him he didn't move on to any other volumes. Naruto was determined to fix his chakra control. He experimented with 12 different designs, with dozens attempts at each, before he found a satisfactory sealing array to measure chakra. He was fortunate his Oji-san participated so he'd have a comparison. The blonde was surprised when his chakra reserves were comparable to his Oji-san's and realized that was not normal. When he learned that he immediately went to the library to read up on chakra networks, and it didn't take long to find that one's chakra network expanded as one aged trained and chakra capacity expanded with it. He reasoned his network simply wasn't mature enough to handle his chakra and control exercises wouldn't fix that reality. Naruto realized his reserves were basically flooding his network. He needed to find a way to direct the excess chakra away, find a method to expand his network so it could handle the flow of his chakra or both. As the blonde sketched ideas about a supplementary chakra network he ran into a serious problem, there would be no way for him to apply this kind of seal onto himself. Another issue was the giant complex seal found on his. It wasn't until he ran to his Oji-san would he find a solution for one by discovering the other. Hiruzen had no visible signs of distress as his favorite blonde calmly inquired about the seal on his tummy. He sometimes forgot Naruto was a container, a sacrifice as he only saw his surrogate grandson. That the boy was generally low maintenance aided in that. If he asks a question, give him the information or cut a deal, and Naruto would go on about his day. But the boy could be unpredictable. His early isolation made it difficult for him to express his or accurate gauge of other people's emotions. He often had to verbalize how he was feeling and be told directly how others would as well. Outside of the guilt of Naruto being affected in such a way, he simply didn't know how the boy would handle the information. He may accept it with no problem, or it may overwhelm him. Hiruzen didn't want to take the chance, so he did something that should have been below the god of shinobi. He bribed a Uzumaki with a jutsu if he waited until he graduated to find out about the seal and didn't attempt to decipher it. I need a semi-autonomous clone. You got anything like that? All corporal clones could fit that description, Naruto-kun. What's the best clone jutsu? Best is relative to the situation. In Aim or Kiri, the water clone is handy and not taxing. The stone and mud clones are durable. Are they all elemental clones? Oji-san. No, there is another. It is quite taxing on one's chakra. Chakra I have. True. I know I'm going to regret this, but I will teach you the shadow clone jutsu, but Naruto-kun you are to never send your clone to school for you. Why would I do that? Wouldn't learn anything if I did. The clones transmit their memories and any unused chakra back to their creator once dispelled. Oh. This sounds like the greatest jutsu ever invented. My sensei would likely be honored if you think so. Hiruzen said as he ran his hand across Naruto's hair, causing the boy to smile. He likely could handle Naruto's nature so much as it mirrored Tobirama-sensei's. He'd spoken often about Tobirama to Naruto, partially to reassure the boy that he could be a great ninja even with his quirks. The two traveled to a private training ground where Naruto would learn what would be his signature jutsu while enjoying a brisk fall day with his favorite person. It would be 2 weeks before the start of the winter break before Naruto completed his supplementary chakra network seal. His clones painstakingly drew it on his body, having to draw very small seals on many of his. It was a 5-hour process and he was glad he'd paid attention to the meditation unit at the academy. He may have loved to read, but he was still energetic and often had to run around or train before he could really dig into his materials. The clones activated the seal and it hurt for several seconds, but the pain subsided after a few minutes. Naruto sat in the lotus position and did the chakra circulation exercise. He was amazed at how much more fluid his chakra flow was, how he didn't have to fight to direct it. He could feel the artificial network aiding and guiding the chakra. He performed that for an hour before attempting the clone jutsu. His clones still weren't right, but there was progress. Naruto concluded he'd still have to work on chakra control, it just wouldn't be as hard, nor would the ceiling for how much control he could obtain be really low. Over the break, Naruto would assign several clones, his Oji-san limited him to 5, to chakra control. They'd place leaves everywhere on their bodies for as long as they could. Naruto decided to tackle another problem. He'd noticed the clan children were starting to pull ahead into jutsu. Naruto could best most of the non-clan children, but he'd struggle with all of the clan kids, except the Nara who wouldn't even try. This was not something he was happy about. He didn't want others to do poorly, but he wanted to win, to be better if not the best. His Oji-san said that there was a sense of competitiveness and rivalry. He said those were fine in moderation, that if Naruto ever felt he'd do anything to win against his comrades he'd gone too far. That, trying to be the best is fine, but he shouldn't look down on others or forget that ultimately they were on the same side. It was good to have a label on the emotion and to know it should have limits. But knowing what motivated him wasn't going to fix his problem. He spoke with his Oji-san at length about it. He didn't like the academy style, it felt too stiff and basic. Oji-san chuckled and said it was basic, that was the point. He said the academy library had access to different styles, but Naruto should have a general idea of what kind of style he wanted. Naruto nodded but frowned. Learning a new style without direction would lead him to a similar problem he was having now. Naruto and his clones would think about the problem the entire night. A solution wouldn't present itself until dawn. The difficulties of self-teaching a taijutsu style is not knowing if the kata are correct and habitualizing mistakes or gaps in form. But he had no dedicated teacher nor family to aid him. That thought caused him discomfort, but he ignored it. What he needed is a method to drill perfect form into him without needing someone to watch over him. Seals were going to be the solution. If, Naruto thought, he could create a seal that could record movement, it'd be a start. He could then build an array that would use those pre-recorded movements as the baseline. As Naruto worked through the kata, he could have a slight shock to alert him he'd done the movement wrong. No shocks meant he did it right. This would be a highly advanced application of many of the techniques found in security seals. It'd be difficult, but Naruto was confident he could figure it out. He'd only need to find someone good enough and willing to be recorded. And while that would solve one problem, it wouldn't be enough. Perfect kata doesn't make one a perfect fighter. He would still need someone to train against. As winter set in throughout Fire Country, Naruto started the next volume. He'd practiced his calligraphy every day and would have his clones reread the other texts as he absorbed new information. His Oji-san requested he be reminded about art but wouldn't explain why. The 5th volume was an introduction to intermediate sealing theory. It included new languages, ideas about chakra and a start on log and algorithms. The volume also discussed how to translate various elements of ninjutsu into, focusing mainly on infusing elements into barriers and ideas on how to suppress jutsu. It was difficult for the Uzumaki, and he had to consult many outside texts and his Oji-san, but he managed to work through it in 3 months' time, finishing right before spring. The 6th volume was focused on application. Techniques on increasing the speed one wrote, how to write on the move. How to etch seals into hard surfaces, such as rocks or foundations, to increase their stability. The technique, called chakra engraving, allowed for a concentrated microblade of chakra to be made via conduit. Chakra etching was rare because it took a long time compared to the ink-based or the materialization methods, but they were longer lasting and more secure from outside influence, as it took another etching to interact with the seal. It also required a good bit of chakra control, more than the leaf sticking exercise would grant. Luckily, the volume included directions on the surface and various iterations of water walking. It would take a month and many complaining, freezing clones to master all those exercises. But it was worth it in the end as Naruto had taken to using senbon to etch and would do it for fun on the weekends. By mid-May, the 9-year-old Uzumaki had gotten his motion capture array down. However, it would end up being a small part of his overall development. He showed his Oji-san and explained his idea. He even had the style picked out. It was Penkak-Silat, a style mostly practiced by the southernmost tribes during the Warring Clans era. It was rarely practiced now, but his Oji-san knew someone that was familiar with it and agreed to request the Jounin's help. Naruto met the Jounin a week after the summer break began, and the man was unusual. "Hello, you must be the most youthful Naruto-kun." The bowl-cut, green-wearing Enigma shouted. Naruto was located on the Hokage's private training ground. It had several clearings, a large pond and even some rock formations, but was mostly obscured by extremely tall trees. "Hi. Although, I'm not the youngest in my class, so I'm not the most youthful." Naruto answered, his Oji-san stressed the importance of being honest outside of ninja missions. "Ahahaha, youthfulness is not about age, Naruto-kun. Even our August Hokage is alight with the flames of youth." Guy said and then adopted a nice guy pose. Naruto wasn't taken aback by his enthusiasm, he found it interesting. "So, a metaphor?" "Yes, exactly." "Oh, okay, then. Should we get started? I don't want to take up too much of your time." "Yosh, let's get started." Naruto put the sealing tags on any point of articulation on Guy and then activated the larger seal he had the Taijutsu master stand on. He then watched, amazed, as Guy went through every kind of strike and found in the discipline. Seeing the style in action reassured Naruto he'd selected correctly, it could be fast, flexible and unpredictable. It used the entire body for offense and defense while incorporating grapples and takedowns. The blonde was also amazed by Guy's abilities, the man just breezed through the exercises. Naruto was so focused on Guy he didn't even notice his Oji-san arrived along with a small monkey summons. When he got Naruto's attention, the Uzumaki was elated, his Oji-san called it, and even more so when he explained he wanted his summons to record some forms. Specifically for a quarterstaff, as it seemed to fit Naruto more, and also for Ranton sticks that were used in Eskrima. Naruto wasted no time getting more seals ready for the summons, a white and gray-haired male named Yubu. After Guy finished performing the training guides, Naruto thanked him and went to set Yubu up. "He may not be able to express it fully, but you've made him extremely happy, Guy. Thank you." Hiruzen said as he watched his summons and his surrogate grandson interact. "It was the least I could do, Hokage-sama. And while I'm not an expert, Naruto-kun seems to be something of a prodigy when it comes to." "I would have to agree. I went from worrying he'd fall out of a tree in some remote section of the village to him blowing himself up. Rambunctiousness is a feature of youth." "I know, Guy, and I'd never begrudge him it. It makes him happy and he is progressing rapidly. Now, if I could only get him to apply himself in school so everyone else would know." "Is he not doing well?" "He does as well as he wants to do. He feels that much of the information the academy teaches is irrelevant. He argued once that if he were expected to memorize the names of the Hokage, there wouldn't be so many books in the library about them." I chuckled at that. Excessive information must mean it isn't worth retaining for longer than you need it. The argument has a certain amount of logic to it. "Oh, I know. But I don't want him walking around without common sense or basic facts, so I just asked him to do it for me, and he complied." "Well, I must be off, Hokage-sama, but I created this exercise regimen for Naruto-kun, so he'll get the most out of his new Taijutsu style." "Thank you, again, Guy." "My pleasure." Guy's workout plan presented Naruto with another problem. Naruto wanted to get the most out of the routine and not push himself too hard, as he planned to use a modified resistance seal that went up percentages instead of full levels. But how could he track his progress in a precise way and chart his development? And to do so in a way that wouldn't require clones and a lot of equipment. He instructed his clones to think up a solution, all 10 as his Oji-san let him increase his maximum. When he woke up the next day he was surprised by their solution. He'd need books on medical ninjutsu and jinjutsu to make it work. He decided to leave that to the clones and let them do most of the legwork. He loved working on and reading new stuff, but he simply felt it best to leave it to the clones while he trained his physical skills. Not just combat but also trapping and tracking, as it had been introduced during the most recent term. After applying the resistance seal, Naruto would wake up and run every morning. He'd alternate between normal and ninja running. He'd then do some stretching to increase his flexibility and some strength-building exercises, various types of push-ups, for example. Next, he'd roll out his seal and practice Taijutsu and he'd spend 2 hours on each, alternating days between staff and Eskrima work. Except for Sundays, that would be his day of rest. He'd hunt and forage for his lunch and take an hour break after. Then he'd practice his shuriken jutsu for an hour, he'd utilize kunai, shuriken and even senbon, since he had them for etching. He'd do another round of stretching and then a cool down run before returning home for a shower and an afternoon of relaxation. That was how his summer went, and besides for practicing chakra controller sparing him, his clones were dedicated to solving his latest problem. They were lucky to find what they needed at the library, and the answers came from the same clan. Tsunade Senju for the medical part, Toka Senju for the jinjutsu. And Naruto was lucky as both books healer and fighter. A combat medic's journey and forest for the trees. Illusions, and you included the types of jutsu Naruto needed and additional exercises and ideas to improve chakra control. The next year went much like the previous. The 10-year-old Uzumaki trained and studied, making time to visit his Oji-san and have ramen from the nice Ichiraku people. He started winning, occasionally, against the clan heirs and even tried a little more in the theoretical segments. It got Iruka-sensei off his back, and Naruto decided that was enough of a reason to do so. The only person he couldn't beat yet was Uchiha Sasuke. The boy just fought like defeat was death, and Naruto got the impression the last Uchiha didn't see his classmates as future comrades. His Oji-san said the boy was lonely and in pain. Naruto didn't disagree, but his eyes reminded him too much of the villagers at times, and Naruto didn't want to deal with him any more than he had to. The Uzumaki slowly made his way through volume 7. It was about linking and merging ceiling arrays, how to make different arrays compatible enough to be merged, or how to build the bridge if they weren't. It also focused on other methods of activation like timers or changes in weight or temperature. There were several non-chakra methods to activate seals, experts could even use emotional states to activate a seal. Since this book included even more advanced symbols and sealing languages, Naruto had to work slowly. He also didn't want to divert the attention of his clones, who were making steady progress. Slow, but steady. The school year focused more on soft shinobi skills like infiltration and information gathering. Iruka-sensei spoke about being able to adopt a different persona to fool others and what went into making a believable cover story. Iruka-sensei said the henge was a good short-term solution, but most shinobi could see through it. That didn't sound right to Naruto, and it would plant a seed in his head for his first original jutsu. It was the middle of July under the shade of a large tree. Naruto Uzumaki almost vibrated with excitement. It was finally done, he was ready to activate his creation. If one were to see Naruto, they would see him staring at a bracelet of beads, black with orange symbols. Nothing really stood out about them, but that was only a trick. Naruto pulsed his chakra into the first bead and felt chakra feed back into him. It lit up for 1 minute before the invasion of chakra stopped. Naruto then fed chakra into a second bead, and then a screen of information only he could see emerged. It had his height, weight, blood type, chakra characteristics and other information provided by the most basic diagnostic jutsu. Naruto wanted to chart his progress and knew he needed detailed information about his body to do so, that's why Tsunade's book was so important. Taka's book allowed him to feed that information into a jinjutsu-like projection, one only the person attuned to the bracelet could see. Naruto then pulsed chakra into the third bead and then took off. The third bead was a modified tracking seal, it would tell Naruto how far he ran and how fast. The diagnostic bead would keep track of his vitals and oxygen levels. There were 8 beads in total, one was a protection barrier he could erect at any moment. Another is a compressed storage seal. Not every bead was currently marked, and Naruto was just so happy he got his year-long project to work. After his workout, Naruto looked at the information provided and smiled. He had his resistance seals off and now had a baseline. He decided he was going to really push himself these last 2 years in order to be as prepared as he could be. Naruto ran home and took a shower. Once he was out, he put on some olive cargo shorts and a blue shirt with a white spiral at the center of his chest. His clones handed him another beaded bracelet and he slipped on his blue sandals before darting toward the Hokage tower. Because he didn't have his resistance seals reactivated, Naruto managed to move at an impressive speed. He followed proper etiquette and was granted access to his Oji-san. The Sandaime was curious what had Naruto so excited and became even more so when the boy handed him a bracelet and commanded he put it on. Hiruzen did, trusting the boy. Oji-san, I got it to work. My project. I even engraved it myself, so I made you one. What does it do, Naruto-kun? You have to sync it to your chakras so no one else can use it. Then pulse it into those 3 beads. Then you'll see what it can do, just don't fight it. Hiruzen curled his eyebrow but did as the boy said. He felt the chakra invade his system but knew it was his own, so he was confused. Once it stopped, he repeated the process and felt another invasion and then saw his own vitals. He dismissed the view and activated the other beads, a storage seal and a tracking one meant to chart progress from training. The Hokage was near speechless. I am so proud of you, Naruto. This is amazing. Naruto felt a familiar warmth bloom in his chest and it intensified when his Oji-san hugged him. He liked it. For the next 2 years a few things of note occurred for the Uzumaki. The first was making his first friend. It happened while he was training, he heard someone making noise and went to check it out. It was his classmate, Hyuga Hinata, and she was crying. They'd never really interacted before, outside of him stepping in when she was getting bullied once. He didn't even know she was getting bullied, she just looked pained by what the boys were doing and wanted to understand why they were doing it. They were weirded out by his questions and left. He just shrugged and left as well. His Oji-san once mentioned that people sometimes like to be held or hugged when they cry. He said he did it with his grandson Konohamaru when he was a baby. Naruto figured if it were good enough for him it might work, so he sat beside her and put one arm around her. She flinched, startled if someone would touch or comfort her. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked, and the question surprised her. He was honestly asking, as if he truly didn't know the answer to the question. She shook her head no as she tried to gather herself. "May I ask what happened?" "My Oji-san says talking helps." "I'm a failure." "Oh, in what way?" "As an heiress, in my family arts. My father doesn't find me suitable." "Is he right?" Naruto asked, and Hinata flinched again. He was confused. To fail would seemingly be pretty objective. He wondered if she was given nebulous parameters. "Hi," she whispered lowly, wanting to curl in on herself. "Then change it," he said neutrally. Normally, one would feel judged, but Naruto said it so blankly Hinata was more confused than offended. "If you fail then there is a standard. You have to find out why you don't meet the standard and then create a plan to achieve your goal. It's how I started challenging the clan heirs when we sparred. I'm not strong like you, Naruto-kun." She'd seen the boys' improvements over their time at the academy and it seemed to be continuous. "No, I don't imagine you would be," he said, and she felt her heart ache. "You're strong like Hinata. So, you should build on that, not try to emulate some else." She chuckled when he nodded his head, sagely, after his words. "I train every day and I don't know if you'd be interested, but if you want to join me sometime and spar or whatever I'd do that." "Why?" "My Oji-san said we're all comrades and should be willing to help each other. Also, I don't know why, but I don't like seeing people sad, it feels wrong. Also, failing at something is just a chance to succeed next time. I fail a lot because I try a lot." "So, you're a proud failure." Naruto smiled, "I think I like that." Just as he finished he saw Kunoichi appear before them. She had black wavy hair, red eyes and a bandaged dress. Naruto could only come to one conclusion, one he spoke with zero shame, "You're uncommonly attractive." The yet unidentified woman only smiled at the boy's forwardness. She'd heard about the Uzumaki and knew he meant nothing by it, only that it was true to him. "Thank you, Uzumaki-kun, but some women might get offended if you compliment them so boldly without knowing their names, at least. So, introduce ourselves and then tell you." Maybe. It depends. Besides, if word gets around you call women attractive and you don't do it for some, they'll be offended. So, some will be offended if I do and others if I don't. This is confusing. I'm going to have to ask Oji-san about this. Well, I need to go, I'll see you around Hinata. "Bye, Naruto-kun." "Hinata," Kurenai started. "What your father said, it isn't true." "Yes, it is. But it doesn't have to stay that way." After that day, the two trained together 3 times a week and became each other's best friends. Naruto was always honest with Hinata, willing to help her overcome any problem she identified and believed she could succeed. He could be blunt and awkward, but she simply learned to speak his language. He had his own form of kindness and caring. Naruto got a different perspective on emotions and why people act the way they do. He'd never heard of shyness before Hinata, for instance. She also helped him with the ethics of creating and performing the sexy jutsu. The second significant thing is Naruto completed the other 3 volumes. Volume 8 was on how to create them, how to counter them. It also included how to expand and condense arrays, how to see full arrays without activating the seals and methods of seal concealment and cloaking. Volume 9 was about space-time ninjutsu. Mostly it covered summoning and advancing storage seals to create stable pocket dimensions, but it led to Naruto's next project and the third significant thing. Volume 10 was about materialization as well, learning to create complex seals on the fly from all the elements that had been covered. This volume really leaned on the creative aspect of sealing, how all the languages, symbols and other information was the same. It was up to the user to make it something unique. Oji-san was so proud of Naruto for completing all the volumes and he promised he'd get Naruto certified as a sealing master as soon as he graduated. The tests Naruto had to take were the official tests, but he couldn't certify the results until Naruto was a shinobi. Naruto was hesitant, Hinata explained that one to him as he saw how happy his Oji-san was, but he had to ask the question. It startled Sandaime so much he asked Naruto to repeat it. "Is Yondaime-sama my father, Oji-san?" "Yes." Hiruzen knew he could have lied, but lying would have risked their relationship, so he decided to trust Naruto instead. "I didn't tell you because your father had so many enemies, Naruto-kun, and they would love nothing more than to get revenge by hurting you. I'm sorry I had to keep that knowledge from you. Did my mom and he love me? So very much. You'd never seen two people more excited about being parents. They'd be so proud of you, Naruto-kun. Both were masters of and would be delighted if you continued your clan's specialty. I'm an actual Uzumaki. Yes. Kushina Uzumaki was your mother. Hiruzen watched as Naruto processed the information. He shifted through several faces and Hiruzen felt the need to ask, Naruto-kun, how are you feeling? I don't know. Like I miss something I never had. Wistful, Naruto-kun. It means yearning or longing, that's what you're feeling. Oh. I don't think I like it. I think it's making me sad and I don't like that either. Hiruzen went and hugged his grandson. I know, my boy, I know. But even negative emotions should be felt as they are a part of you and can help you grow. It shows even if they were taken from you so early, you three were bonded and that goes beyond life and death. Don't let your emotions control you, but don't deny them either. They make you human, they make you real. He felt the boy nod his head against his chest as he rubbed his back soothingly. The two would speak about his parents, Naruto enraptured by the details. Hiruzen promised to start funneling his inheritance to him as soon as he opened up an account at a shinobi bank, but made it clear Naruto was to tell no one until he was at least a chunin, but preferably a seasoned jounin. Naruto agreed and they party company, the boy seeming lighter. The final significant event was Naruto learning what he contained. It felt weird, knowing what so many people were afraid of, that he and the seal couldn't really hold back the Kyuubi. It also felt weird knowing his dad did it and his mom was once a Jinchuriki, the term his Oji-san used. Oji-san said there was little choice and it would have been dishonorable to select another child. He said no one knew of Naruto's status until the age of 3 and he promised if he ever discovered who leaked it, he'd murder them where they stood. Naruto told him it was okay, it was good to know. He didn't feel much in the way of negativity. The people hadn't been very welcoming, but there wasn't much to do. Besides, he had Oji-san and Hinata and even Yuhi-san. That proved he could make connections. So, that's what he'd do. As Naruto sat beside Hinata, reminiscing about the last several years he barely noticed Hinata take a seat beside him. He smiled at his friend, acknowledging her arrival, and she smiled back. Hinata had changed over the last 2 years. She was still quiet and reserved, but not as shy or insecure. They had fought and struggled but gained a sense of confidence in herself. She realized there was no magic to improving oneself. It was just hard work. And while she may have been easily discouraged in the past, she was not afraid of hard work, she just had to realize there wasn't some personality trait she was lacking. Every day she, with the help of her friend and her caretaker, pushed herself. The developments hadn't gone unnoticed within her clan, even if her father hadn't recanted his previous statements about her overall worth. "Hi, Naruto-kun," she said. The Hyuga heiress was wearing a two-tone lavender jacket, blue pants with matching sandals. She wore her headband around her neck and her hair was to her shoulder blades. "Good morning, Hinata," Naruto said. He'd also allowed his hair to grow out, the spike staying as prevalent as before, two framing his face and hanging over his headband. He wore an orange and black jacket with a red Uzumaki spiral on the back. His paints were black as well were his sandals, those coming up to his shins. Naruto still wore his beaded bracelet at all times. Hinata wore hers as well, the beads in indigo color with wider eyes as pattern throughout. He'd given her the collection of seals 6 months ago as a token of their friendship and she treated it like the most precious of jewels. After the brief greeting the two sat in silence, observing the classroom and waiting patiently. Their silence was ruined by two newly minted Kenweichi charging in, arguing about who would sit next to Uchiha Sasuke. The two continued on until Iruka-sensei yelled at them to take a seat. They did but not before Sakura glared at him and Ino winked at him. Naruto simply waved back, really not understanding why Sakurin-san was so mad at him. Soon after he turned 12 he told Sakura, Ino and Hinata that once they all reached sexual maturity, he would be willing to engage in sexual acts with them as they'd likely be very attractive. He didn't think it was a big deal since it was 4 years away. Sakura-san freaked out and tried to hit him, which she failed to do. Ino laughed and said he was much too forward. Hinata blushed and explained it was indecent to make such an offer with girls he barely knew. He ahed and never brought it up again, but Sakura-san has had a sincere dislike of him ever since. "Now, I will announce your teams, do not interrupt me," Iruka-sensei said and began listing the teams. Some distance away, Hiruzen shepherded Kakashi through Naruto's apartment. It was a decent-sized apartment for a child. A living room with a red couch and chair. A coffee table and television. There was also a desk in the corner with books stacked on it. There was also a weapons stand containing a wood quarterstaff and 2 rantons. The kitchenette had a standard 2-sided sink, stove oven, and shelf space above and below the counters. Kakashi rummaged through the shelves and the fridge. He was mildly surprised at what he found, fruits, vegetables, nuts and recently hunted game. Dairy products as well. The cabinets had instant ramen and granola, along with necessary pantry items to cook. Not what I'd expect from a lifelong orphan. He asked me to teach him how to shop when he read a book about shinobi diets. Why did you need to come along with me, Hokage-sama? You wouldn't have gotten in otherwise. Hiruzen said and saw Kakashi's disbelief. He's finished all 10 of the volumes. Tested and passed each exam. He's a certified seal master. The dog summoner hid his shock well. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Kakashi? Hi. Even if he should fail the test he has to be a shinobi. Too much potential not to. Yes. Also, he knows about his parents and very likely knows or will know you were his father's student. Great. Anything else I should know? You know about how he processes and shows his emotions, yes? The Jounin nodded. Then, that should be enough to go on. Okay, I should have enough to go on. I will depart, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen nodded and Kakashi left. Hiruzen did as well and felt the security measures return as soon as he closed the door. He took one last look at the door and hoped he'd made the right decision. As Naruto was in the top 10 of the class he shouldn't be on Kakashi's team, but he felt he owed the young Jounin. Hiruzen hoped he hadn't done right by one party only to do wrong by another and dreaded the reality that only time could tell. Kakashi arrived at the training ground and expected all 3 of his potential students to be hungry and irate. 2 were, though only the girl voiced her displeasure. So much for the shinobi rules. Kakashi thought. The blonde was fine. Which could only mean one thing. You ate, didn't you? Hi. Even though it went against my orders. Bad orders, Haddock-san. Kakashi simply smiled, then retrieved 2 bells from his pocket. You have 1 hour to obtain these bells. The one who doesn't get sent back to the academy. How is there a 2/3 seconds fail rate if 2 of us can get the bells? Naruto wondered. The others likely would have as well if not hungry and anxious. Something isn't right here. You may begin. Stated Kakashi after setting the timer and 2 of them went to hide. The one remaining was the Uzumaki, his face neutral. Shouldn't you be hiding? No, from the shinobi tactics book I've read, hiding is unsound. You have what we want, you have no reason to pursue us. Our inaction benefits you. And as we had no agreed upon plan or even rendezvous point, the other 2 didn't retreat with the goal of working with me or each other. The copy ninja said but he couldn't disagree. Well he would go after them, if this were a real-life situation he'd have no reason to do so. He pulled out his book to read, hoping to get a rise out of the blonde specifically, or one of the others. It didn't work. To his confusion, the Chibi Yondaime threw a purse of Ryo coins at him. Down and had a Kakashi-san, I would like to enter negotiations for your services. Oh, and what would you like me to do? A retrieval mission. When? Now. Busy. Can I have a bell? No, sorry. If you want one you'll have to take it. Sasuke and Sakura both thought Naruto was an idiot for trying to bribe their sensei and avoid putting forth any effort. They saw Naruto touch one of his beads and then kunai and shuriken started coming from nowhere, all aimed at Kakashi sensei. Kakashi saw the weapons and decided to perform a quick substitution, but as soon as he gathered the chakra it dispersed and he felt himself go rigid. The projectiles passed right through him, they were simple clones. He saw the blonde rub his chest. Pleased. I think this is pleasing. Hada Kakashi-san, please give me the parameters of the real test. Kakashi said nothing but inwardly was impressed. The bells are clearly for the taking, Naruto-kun. Hi. They are also a decoy, at least to some extent. Now, please explain. Sorry, no can do. I could beat you until you did. Trust me, kid, you don't have the skills nor the time to break me. Yay, I figured as much. Must be teamwork then. Since the state objective is false. You clearly aren't testing us on ruthlessness. Also 2 bells but 2 will fail. The maths doesn't shake out. Well done, Naruto. You want to release me? Not until Sasuke and Sakura grabbed the bells. When Naruto said that his teammates came from their hiding spots and did exactly that. Naruto ended the seal and Kakashi could feel his chakra flowing again. How did you do it, Naruto? It was smart staying here so late, but 2:30 AM simply wasn't late enough. I prepped the field after you left. How did you trigger it? You didn't emit any chakra. Didn't need chakra. Naruto said and Kakashi thought quickly, reaching the conclusion at speeds only geniuses could. He realized Naruto used a pressure trigger, the coins were likely to make up for Naruto not knowing his specific weight. The chakra for the substitution was the final activation. Kakashi had been led around by the nose by a fresh from the academy genin. That was embarrassing. Well, you are on a team for a probationary period. Why a probationary period? Sasuke asked. Naruto broke the test. You know what to do so there would be no point in retesting you. Be back here tomorrow at 7 AM sharp, Kakashi said, sunshining away afterward. Way to go, idiot. Yay, thanks, dummy. I'd prefer you not insult me. I don't like it. Besides, neither of you knew the secret of the test and I have no reason to assume you would have figured it out. I will see you tomorrow. Naruto said and then departed. Neither Sasuke nor Sakura could argue with his statements. Kakashi arrived at the Sandame's office, being granted immediate entry. When he walked in he saw a room full of Jounin and the Sandame all smirking at him. He then saw the crystal ball on Sandame's desk and slouched. Team 7, Provisional pass. He said and everyone started laughing. It would be a long time before the copy ninja lived down getting subdued by a brat. Kakashi Haddock had been regarded as a prodigy, a genius for the majority of his life. Many assumed that made him arrogant, but he'd lost far too much in his life, failed too many times to ever buy into his own hype. He wasn't without pride, however, and his Yondaime Chibi stomped all over it, as if their roles were reversed. Currently, he was sipping at some sake at the Rusty Kunai with some fellow Jounin. His debrief had been short, the Sandame had been entirely too satisfied that his surrogate grandson managed to beat the bell test. 3 generations previous hadn't managed it. Kakashi had even said as much. The Sandame merely chuckled and agreed with the provisional promotion. It didn't affect much, but if there were any major problems he could demote the other 2. He would have gotten any of us, Kurenai said to the copy ninja. She could empathize, she'd fallen into one of Naruto's well-crafted traps before. She was lucky the only witness had been Hinata. Uzumaki-kun is a prodigy. So is the Uchiha, so was the Hyuga last year. They still couldn't have beaten the bell test. Asuma observed and Kakashi shook his head at the man's short-sightedness. Even Kurenai had a bit of a scowl. Neither of them are masters at their craft, either. The name has lost meaning as everyone that can scribble a half-decent explosive tag calls themselves seal masters, but Naruto is the real thing. Sandame-sama told me as much, but I gave the kid time to plan and free reign over the field of battle. I assumed he wouldn't forgo a night's rest or have enough time in the morning to trap the place. Kurenai assumed Naruto likely used shadow clones and hadn't sacrificed any sleep, but if the blonde hadn't revealed the technique yet she wouldn't out him. Besides, Kakashi would need to test their actual skills anyway. She smiled, wondering how many problems Naruto would give Kakashi. The notorious lazy Jounin was in for some interesting times. After the test and the poor responses from his teammates, the blonde Uzumaki decided to walk around for a bit. He liked making plans while he walked. The training grounds weren't like the forests he'd play in as a child, but they were close enough to give him a similar feel. Now that he was a recognized seal master, it was time for him to pick a specialization or 2. Being a master didn't mean he knew all there was to know, that was impossible. But he knew enough that no subfield should be beyond his grasp with dedication, and he was at a sufficient level to truly contribute to the field, offer something unique. From what his Oji-san gave him, his parents had pretty divergent interests, though it also showed him in a strictly fight his mom would paste his dad. Why did he think that? Surely the power of the Hiraishin could overcome anything she'd do, right? Wrong. His mom specialized in barriers. I now control all around you fear me mortal type barriers. She'd even had the designs for one that could neutralize space-time techniques. He was happy his Oji-san gave him their notes and work. They stored copies in the Hokage vault as they wanted the knowledge to live on and for future Hokage, to give those worthy of their knowledge. Naruto would certainly learn from his parents, with his shadow clones he had no reason not to. But he wouldn't claim their areas as his primary specialization. While he was impressed, if not awed by his parents and what they could do, his Oji-san had always been his hero. And the longest-serving Hokage always wanted to protect his people to the best of his ability. Naruto wanted that as well, and the series of beads on his left wrist would be the foundation. He'd never give anyone but his closest friends and family those seals, but he could build on them. Naruto wanted to be the first system specialist. He wanted to eliminate the reliance on carrier pigeons, on paper files, on things that could be stolen or interfered with. Instead, information would be accessed by chakra and or biometrics, the information only seen directly by those with access. Distress calls immediately relayed to the Hokage, amended orders sent back just as fast. It would revolutionize information storage and transmission. Infiltration and espionage would evolve as well. If it worked, Konoha would be safer. The Uzumaki decided he'd start on the communication parts first. Some segments of it would be easy, a shared mass storage scroll that could transport items is something he's already done. It was a matter of perfecting seals that could project sound waves, internal thoughts, or displays that could transmit the written word that would be difficult. There were issues of formatting, stability and even range. It would not be fast, even as his Oji-san had doubled his maximum clone usage again, but it would be worth it. Naruto was so lost in thought he didn't realize he'd stumbled upon someone else's training grounds until he heard the booming voice. Most youthful Naruto-kun, good day. The 3 Genin Mido guy were surprised when the blonde didn't even flinch, but responded calmly. Hello, Guy-san. He then looked around. Have I interrupted your training? If so, I apologize. Allow me to exit. Hold on, you're that kid. Tenten shouted, surprising everyone as she rarely raised her voice. Oh, Tenten-san, hello. Naruto said with a small smile. Don't just say hello to me after what you did. She yelled back. What did he do, Tenten? Lee inquired, hoping it wasn't something youthful. He offered to have sex with me. This confused the males of Team Guy. Once we reach sexual maturity. You're very pretty now, I imagine you'll be even more so in a few years. I didn't realize it was indelicate until my friend, Hinata, told me it was. I apologize for the offense. Naruto said, and then gave a short bow. You apologize for the offense but not the offer? Tenten asked in confusion. No, I'll still sleep with you once we're older. I'll just present it more appropriately in the future. He said with a nod. Hinata once remarked that it isn't always what you say, but how you say it, presentation of an idea or sentiment matters, and if done incorrectly, people will overlook your intention. Tenten could only stare at the little pervert in confusion. He was so honest and respectful about everything he said she felt odd getting overly mad about it. Besides, it was something of a compliment and he had intended on it being years in the future. She just couldn't wrap her head around all of this, but she saw her sensei signing he'd talk to her about it later. You know my failure as a cousin? Niji asked. Yes. The boy responded neutrally. So, you agree that she's a failure and will always be one? I would hope so. Naruto said. The boy looked confused at Naruto's words. You don't have to hope, it is her fate. The gifted and the failures are chosen at birth, though I am curious as to why you'd wish such a fate on her. Niji had no real opinion of the Uzumaki. He'd seen him around but never spoken to him, feeling that anyone that chose to spend time with Hinata must be as useless as her, but he'd heard the boy was favored by the Sandame, and even Hiashi-sama seemed to respect him, so he was ambivalent. Failure in practice allows for growth. My Oji-san said you learn very little from always doing something correctly, innovation often emerges from learning from their mistakes. Besides, isn't the point of training to push past your limitations? It doesn't matter how hard she tries, she will never amount to anything. It has been decided. Naruto considered the boy, his blue, emotionless eyes staring into the Hyuga's own. Naruto was silent for several moments and then responded. This has no basis in empiricism. And then turned and walked away. Once Niji digested the blonde's words he became red with anger but would have felt like a fool to yell at someone walking away from him. It was not what a proud Hyuga would do. He promised to school the rookie on the ways of fate sometime soon. What the absolute hell? Spike Lee, no youthfulness in his voice. He was too confused to be youthful. Never had he seen someone dismiss Niji like that, nor hit on Tenten. Who was that guy? That was Uzumaki Naruto-kun. Newly minted genin. He's had a difficult life and it resulted in him having a unique way of understanding things. From what I understand, Tenten-chan, he truly meant no offense. Maybe not, but he's still a little pervert. Probably. Guy said with an youthful shrug. Naruto gave no greater thought to his run-in with Team Guy as he ran to the shinobi archives. The building was quite planned, looking like many others in the village. He entered the doors and traveled through the foyers until he reached a staircase. He traveled down into the bottoms of the building and traversed another hallway until he came to a set of double doors that were locked. The seal was located on the left side of the doorframe, which Naruto put his hand on and pulsed his chakra. The doors opened and he was greeted by the resident archivist for the section. The room beyond the doors lead to several hallways, some only accessible by the archivist herself. The walls were eggshell, and the lighting gave the feel of sterile hospital rooms. Good afternoon, Naruto-sama. Kaoru said. Kaoru was a middle-aged woman of average height and build. She had black hair with streaks of gray strewn throughout. She wore a standard chunin outfit of a blue shirt, green vest and blue pants. Her shoes were open-toed with a slight heel. Officially, she was a career chunin, but she was actually a long-serving Anbu that was selected to guard some of Konoha's most valuable knowledge, instead of outright retiring. Naruto squinted and turned his head to the side, he'd never been called Sama before. Only his Oji-san, Hinata and Am-san called him Kun, so this was a bit confusing for the blonde, and Kaoru picked up on that. I call you Sama because seal masters are highly regarded in Konoha. This goes back to our alliance with the Uzumaki clan and has only increased with their destruction. Many in the know will have great respect for what you've managed to accomplish, Naruto-sama. Oh? He said but hesitated. Yes. I don't know, I normally ask my Oji-san about this stuff. I don't mind you calling me Sama, but I also wouldn't mind you not calling me that. Does that make sense? Hi. Some people aren't much for formality. It may be that. Or you may not feel you've earned the honorific. Both are possible. Do you have a preference for what I call you? The archivist asked and Naruto gave it a moment to think. No, whatever you are comfortable with. I will keep that in mind. Now what can I do for you today, Naruto-sama? Oji-san said it would be okay for me to leave clones here to study, and I would like to do that now. He has informed me of this, yes. What would you like for me to pull for you today? Space-time. I will get right on that. There is a private room just down that hallway. Kaoru pointed to the hallway to her left and to the right. I will bring the materials right along. Thank you, Kaoru-san. His Oji-san had told him who would be helping him, so there was no need for formal introductions. The archivist nodded and walked to the hallway behind her. Naruto summoned 15 clones and had them go to the room as directed. He then made his way to exit. He had a few other things he wanted to do today and trusted his clones would be diligent in their pursuits. Naruto made his way up a stairwell, this time going up the second floor. He entered the door to what was the genin part of the shinobi archives. This exchange was much faster, he'd already put in his request for what he wanted. While a part of Naruto wanted to learn more ninjutsu, only having one additional to the Academy 3, he thought he should wait to see what his sensei was going to teach the team. Haddock sensei was the copy ninja, surely he'd leave them with a solid assortment of ninjutsu. However, there was one such jutsu that was necessary as he'd have to travel across the village at a moment's notice. That is why his Oji-san cleared him to learn Shunshin. When he was told he felt excited and told his Oji-san as much. The kind Hokage smiled and said young ninja often enjoy learning new jutsu, it was normal. The second item was a book from Naori Uchiha called Truth of Illusions. He'd read and reread Toka Senju's book and a few other guides available to academy students, though all were less helpful than the Senju's tome. He was hoping this book would further increase his knowledge of the illusionary arts and yin release. Naruto reasoned that his information transmission seals would have to be good at utilizing yin release, as it was chakra formed or coded to deliver information. He'd done well thus far with his beads, but he would need to get better to do more. There was also the reality that anyone the least bit chakra sensitive could tell he had a lot of it. He hadn't learned to repress it much, just enough to not alert the animals he hunted. But that would be his trick, if people felt his chakra they would never assume he could perform jinjutsu, and by the time they realized it, it'd be too late. As Oji-san once said, deception is a game of layers within levels. A shinobi should be slow to assume, but quick to verify, and Naruto Uzumaki would not be an average shinobi. While Naruto had spent time with Yuhi-san during his joint training with Hinata, it felt wrong to lean on her expertise, as she was contracted to aid Hinata, not him. He also had nothing to trade, or so he felt, and wouldn't initiate a transaction on those terms. When he started taking missions he hoped to get a moment of her time then, when she was free. He got his materials and left the building, intent on getting some lunch. He'd cracked open his book, reading as he walked. He'd managed to avoid most obstacles, but, unfortunately, another distracted individual crossed his path and toppled over Naruto as she was moving quite fast. He was startled by being crashed into by a much taller person, the book pressed against his face so he couldn't see anything. Swiftly he was yanked up and back on his feet. Shit. Sorry, I didn't see you there. The woman said. Now that Naruto could see her, he didn't mind her being on top of him so much. She had purple hair, tied in a ponytail, a tan trench coat covering a mesh shirt and orange skirt, held up by a blue belt. She was very appealing, though Naruto made sure not to say as much, however he didn't need to. Anko noticed him checking her out. Like what you see? Yes. You're very appealing. He didn't offer it, she asked so he didn't go against Yuhi-san's advice. Oh, do you have a crush on Anko-chan? You're a little young for me, stud. Crush? As in infatuation. Not currently, Anko-san. And as you said, our age differences would be untenable now. However, I do reach sexual maturity in roughly 4 years, and from my understanding relationships with significant age gaps are not frowned upon under those conditions. Should I develop a crush then it would follow I'd pursue you, if you desired as such. Anko looked at the boy, wondering if he was serious or being funny. His face showed no signs of deception, he was almost too sincere, but unaffected by her teasing. She was not used to this. Not at all. 4 years is a lifetime for shinobi, but I tell you what, if you grow up real nice and strong I'll consider it. Anko finished with a wink. She was not expecting that to hold out his hand as if he wanted her to shake it. I believe those conditions are reasonable and feel we've reached an accord. Anko took his hand, too off guard by the kid's manner. Sure. They ended the handshake and started toward their respective destinations before they called out again. Oh, could I draw you sometime? Sketching has become another hobby. After reading so much about art he got tired of being passive. When he showed his Oji-san some of his earlier work, looking for criticism or tips to improve, he was provided with it. It was weird, his Oji-san had a small crooked smile the entire time, but wouldn't tell Naruto why. Trying to get me nude already? Anko shot back. Only if you want, but it can't be a mission. Oji-san was pretty explicit about that. Delayed my sexy jutsu because of it. What? This exchange is starting to hurt my brain. I'll see you around about the art project, okay? Sure. The name is Uzumaki Naruto, by the way. I know, she said and sunshine away. Naruto wasn't surprised. She knew people tended to know who and what he was. Shrugging off the interaction, Naruto went to Ichiraku for lunch and indulged in several bowls of ramen of various types. Feeling sated and leaving a generous tip and sincere thanks, Naruto departed to his next destination, Yamanaka Flowers. As he entered, he saw the clan head behind the counter. "Good af Uzumaki," he said tersely. "Hello, Yamanaka-san. I am here to purchase a plant." "Oh, trying to seduce someone else's daughter?" "No sir. I've not been giving any orders to seduce anyone. I'll likely be a chunin before then." Inoichi knew of Naruto's condition and had studied it for years. It was hard weighing that knowledge with his overprotective father instincts kicking in. What was worse is he didn't know if the kid was oblivious to why he'd be cross with him or just couldn't give a shit. The mental jutsu specialist was about to respond again but was stopped by another entering his shop. "Hi, Dad." Ino set her back to the operator and patron as she'd opened the door with her back. When she turned to face her father, she noticed the blonde Uzumaki in attendance. "And hello, Naruto-kun." Inoichi frowned even more. "Hello, Ino-san." "San? You should call me Ino-chan, we're friends." "We are," Naruto said, turning his head to the side. He didn't think they were, they rarely spoke in class and never outside of it. "Of course, silly." Ino didn't mean a word of it. She often found the fellow blonde, blunt and a little awkward. But Naruto's offer gave her a plan B in case she couldn't land Sasuke. Naruto just shrugged, not fully buying it, but figured they could become friends in the future. "Didn't you come here for a reason?" Inoichi questioned, rather rudely, but Naruto paid it no mind, simply handing the man a slip of paper. "I need that." Inoichi took a look at the paper, nodded and then headed to the back where his inventory was located. "What are you getting, Naruto-kun?" "A gift for Hinata." "Oh, am I already that far behind?" Naruto squinted at her in confusion. "I don't understand." "Well, you're giving Hinata gifts, what about Ino-chan?" "Oh, I just discovered we were friends today and I don't know what you like." Naruto then thought about what his new friend might want. He was getting Hinata a gift because her clan didn't offer much in the way of praise or encouragement, it was just criticism or the lack thereof. Since Ino-chan wanted a gift in the similar spirit, he was running down examples of times he's seen people be encouraging or offer praise, and then he was struck with inspiration. Without a hitch, Naruto walked over to Ino and kissed her on the cheek. "Congratulations on becoming a genin, Ino-chan." The Yamanaka heiress was caught off guard. She'd been teasing the Uzumaki, though she realized he seemed to be immune. She didn't expect him to just raise the stakes of their little game. What was she supposed to say to that? Inoichi returned with the requested item, potted and ready for transport. Naruto paid and left, bidding both Yamanaka a good afternoon. Inoichi noticed Ino was quiet and slightly blushing. "Ino-chan, what's wrong?" "He kissed me," she whispered, absent-mindedly, so didn't notice her father get a murderous glint in his eye. Ino left the shop to go home, planning to turn the tables on the crafty Uzumaki. Naruto made his way to the Hyuga compound after making 5 clones to practice the Shunshin. They ran back to training ground 3 and Naruto approached the large and ornate dwelling of his friend. The guards allowed him through, used to his presence. After several months of training together, Hinata's progress and emerging confidence were not able to be denied. Outside the religious zealot Naruto met today. When they realized the parties that were helping the heiress tap into her potential, they became accommodating of her caretaker and partner. Some even questioned why it took 2 outsiders to have this effect and if Hiyashi's and their methods were not as foolproof as they assumed. Naruto waited in a general meeting area, a place they used to receive guests. It was paneled with rice paper, a very simple room. Hinata arrived and greeted Naruto with a smile. "Hello, Naruto-kun." "Hello, Hinata." He said and smiled back. "I wanted to give you this as congratulations for passing Yuhi-san's test," Naruto said as he handed her a plant. "It's just like Uki-san," he replied afterward. "It is, thank you, Naruto-kun. I hope I can be as good at it as you are at Uki-san." Hinata replied, having known about Naruto's plant pet for a while now. "Do you have time for a spar?" "Hi. Okay, let me put this in my room and we can head over to the dojo." Hinata left for her room and returned several moments later sporting an ash-gray training gi. The duo tracked over to an empty training room, one Hiyashi had freed up for them whenever they wanted to train. After closing the sliding door, Naruto performed a series of hand seals and a seal on the floor lit up briefly. Hinata took her position and smiled, adopting the classic gentle fist stance. Naruto walked over toward her, stopping at roughly 7 feet from the heiress. He got into his stance, his knees bent and feet not quite shoulder length apart. He was bent forward, slightly, at the waist, and his hands were up. He was turned sideways to limit the targets. The Uzumaki started to inch closer to Hinata, gradually closing the distance. Hinata chose not to give him the opportunity and charged forward, a palm thrust aimed toward his shoulder. Naruto slid his back foot behind him and bent backward as well, while using his front hand to slap the blow away. He got it off course enough to dodge it and retaliated with a middle kick from his back leg. Hinata jumped back and Naruto's kick missed her entirely. Because his momentum wasn't that great, Naruto was able to stop the kick and replant his leg instead of needing to fully follow through and was able to get back on defense. It was fortunate as Hinata took the opportunity to go on the attack. Hinata charged and dipped low, attempting to sweep Naruto's leg. The Uzumaki lifted his front leg, avoiding her sweep and her next using her opposite leg. He couldn't dodge nor block the spinning back kick that hit him in the stomach, sending him sliding away from her. Hinata pressed on, planning to give Naruto no quarter. Naruto sent chakra to his index and ring fingers as well as his thumb, creating a makeshift fulcrum with his right hand. Naruto spun and instinctively went for a double leg takedown. It surprised Hinata as he slipped under her planned offense and took her down. Hinata and Naruto's sparring matches often devolved into grappling sessions. Hinata's striking ability, once her self-doubt was removed, was just very good and Naruto often selected to go to his advantage. This led to Hinata studying a grappling discipline herself, Jujutsu, and with her natural grace and flexibility, she was very good at it. She closed the gap between her and Naruto as he managed to do the same with his stand-up. As such, Hinata was not overly concerned when she was taken down, having managed to avoid giving up the full mount position. Naruto slid into the side mount, his body perpendicular to hers and grabbed her wrist. Even when on the floor, allowing a Hyuga the full usage of their hands was a terrible mistake. Naruto was attempting to set up a Kimura lock, but had to roll off Hinata to avoid a knee to the side of his head. The Hyuga heiress rolled over and returned to her feet, once again pressing the action. Naruto stayed low as he ducked and dodged her palm thrusts and finger pokes. He saw a gap in her offense and raised up swiftly, attempting to clip her with his forearm. Hinata swayed backward, which left her unable to defend against his clinch or the knee to the body that followed. Taking advantage of her bending forward, Naruto attempted a fireman's carry as one arm went between her legs and he tried to shift her body weight over his back, around his shoulder blades. Hinata recognized the attempt and rotated, instead using her legs to wrap around Naruto's neck from the back as the two rolled to the ground. Naruto got untangled from her legs and grabbed the kick that followed his exit. He then noticed Hinata had toenail polish on. A deep blue, it looked nice. So distracted he almost didn't duck under the kick aimed at his head. He didn't expect Hinata to land on the leg that attempted to kick or for her to make another attempt, landing it in his chest. He was taken off his feet and had a finger pointed to his temple before he could recover. "I win," Hinata said with a smile. Naruto only nodded, the pain in his chest, making it a tad difficult to breathe, but it was subsiding fast enough. Both walked over to a side of the dojo, off the sparring mats, and took a seat. As was their ritual, both cinched their beads and began to rewatch their spar. The seal Naruto initially activated was a modification of the motion capture, and Naruto found a way to relay the information to one of his beads. Since Hinata had the same seal, they could see the same recording, but only they could. They would watch their spars and pick out their flaws as well as their improvements. Hinata noted Naruto needed to work on his footing more, and he agreed. Hinata needed to work on managing opponents that shifted levels often, her assumptions being on people standing upright. They picked out other things as they neared the end, and Hinata noticed something. "Naruto-kun, what distracted you when you caught my kick?" "Oh, your nail polish. Don't ever recall you wearing any. It looks nice on you." "I don't normally, Kurenai-sensei, and I went for a quick pedicure as a celebration for becoming an official team." "That was very nice of you, Hisan. So was your plant, Naruto-kun. I really like it." "Thanks." "Hinata, I have a question," the heiress simply nodded and Naruto knew it was okay to continue. "Well, when I was buying your gift today, Ino-chan came and said we were friends and I should call her Chan. And before that, this woman and I accidentally ran into each other and she called herself Chan. I don't really feel all that close to them, not like you, so can I call you Chan?" Hinata smiled at her friend's request. It was very Naruto-kun. "Of course. I didn't know Ino-san and you were chummy." "I didn't either, she just announced we were in her family's flower shop." "Oh." Hinata said, but resolved to have a talk with a certain Yamanaka about taking advantage of her best friend for whatever reason. "Would you like a second round?" "Hi." The two returned to the mat and squared off, neither aware they were being observed. It had been a long day, the days were seemingly getting longer and longer for him. He hated still being in the chair, the weight of so many still on his shoulders. He'd contemplated how to get his wayward students to return, for one of them to take the chair. If he were 20 years younger he knew whom he'd groom for the position, a boy that had the will of fire almost in utter defiance of reality itself. He cracked a brief smile thinking about his favorite blonde. He may not be his official student, but Naruto had grown a lot from what little Hiruzen had managed to give him, soaking up every morsel of wisdom to the best of his ability. He looked at his beads, a marvel of an imagination. The contraption had motivated him to start training again, and he could see the difference. And to come from a child, to seamlessly blend other shinobi arts into his ceiling. It was worthy of praise, and while Naruto was proud Hiruzen got the impression he didn't really get how major his creation was. Hiruzen twisted a bead between his index finger and thumb. Maybe this would be what brought them back. Jiraiya loved sealing, the chance to impart his knowledge to his godson and to see something legitimately new would stoke his curiosity. As for Tsunade, she'd be harder but not impossible. Could she turn down seeing a fully functioning auxiliary chakra system in practice? How her basic diagnostic jutsu was applied in a way almost no one had considered. With the funds and bodies available for a real medical ninja program, the allure of an advancement of medical ninjutsu and jinjutsu. She couldn't resist the siren call for long. He promised to get to work on his notices to recall them both in the morning. He was tired and wanted to spend some time with his other grandson. Just as he was wrapping up he was alerted he had a visitor. He could tell by his assistant's tone it was Naruto, and he was more than willing to make some time for the blind. The newly minted genin walked in and greeted Hiruzen with a, "Hi, Oji-san." As was usual and took a seat. Hiruzen greeted him back and waited. "I have a couple of questions Oji-san, they should be pretty quick." "Of course, Naruto-kun, how may I help?" "How do you know if you're developing a sexual fetish?" Hiruzen could only palm his face and sigh. This boy couldn't be bored if he tried. Hiruzen took a moment to gather his thoughts. The vibrations he felt from the suppressed laughter of his Anbu didn't help matters. They'd often been witness to Naruto's unique brand of Naruto-ness and often found humor in the boy's innocent and blunt manner. But this was something else. He cursed not having Bawako here as she helped him have the talk with each of his boys. He looked at his surrogate grandson waiting patiently for a response and sighed internally. "Why do you think you're developing a fetish, Naruto-kun?" "Hinata-chan and I were just sparring and I was distracted by her toes, they were painted and I thought they looked nice. I almost got kicked in the head because of it and I figured that might be a sign of something." "Well, Naruto-kun, you are getting to that age where you are starting to notice people you are attracted to. That often includes various features. It doesn't really rise to the level of fetishism and you won't know you have a genuine fetish instead of just a preference until you start having sex. Which you should not, you're too young." "Of course. I give it until I turn 16. I've already asked 4 girls if they'd be interested." Hiruzen could only quirk his brow at that. "How'd that go?" "I think I got 3 maybes and a no." Sakura-san seemed really put off by the idea. "I think Tenten-san just didn't like the presentation." "Naruto-kun, some might find such explicit requests objectionable." "I know that now, Hinata-chan informed me as much. I think I should have asked her first then I could have amended my approach." "You could have simply not done it." "How will girls know I want to have sex with them in the future unless I tell them?" Naruto said as if his grandfather figure was being ridiculous. "Just always remember if they don't seem interested, don't pressure them or continue to pursue them, okay?" "Hi. Why do I have to wait to know if I have a fetish?" Hiruzen really wanted this part of the discussion to be over, but answered the boy anyway. "Well, the colloquial meaning has changed, by the strictest definition, a fetish is a sexual obsession that presents the only method of climax for the person beholden to it." "Ah. Now, my second question. I'm still having some trouble with my footwork, do you know a method of how I can improve it?" "I actually do. Training Ground 27 has a series of poles high off the ground with just enough room for your feet. They also tend to sway in the wind. Practicing your kata on them will help improve your balance and footwork. Do be careful, though, the falls can be painful." "Thanks, Oji-san." "Anytime, my boy. I'm actually glad you stopped by. I'm going to be calling my students back in the next day or 2. Do you think you could create a multi-tiered encrypted message for one and the diagnostic bead you made for me for the other?" Hiruzen asked and then saw the internal debate going on. "I know you said you wouldn't just create them for anyone, but seeing as how her book helped you make it and it'll stoke her curiosity I was hoping you'd make an exception." "Okay, Oji-san. But I'll put a clone on that one." "That's fine, I'm sure the craftsmanship will not suffer." "What should the message say?" Hiruzen only smiled. Team 10 were at their training grounds awaiting the arrival of their sensei. Each had gotten there early, having it drilled into them they should always be there before their sensei superior arrives, as it shows they are serious and dedicated. Shikamaru was watching the few clouds in the sky, the sun having only risen barely 2 hours ago. Choji was munching away on some chips. Ino was silent and pale, holding a bento box as if it were an explosive tag. Her entire vibe was off. Asuma immediately noted that his lone kunoichi didn't seem right and wanted to know why. Ino, what's wrong with you? And nothing, I'm fine. She wasn't. She could shake the visitor that paid her a visit as she made her way to the team meeting. Just thinking about it sent chills up her spine. Good morning Ino-chan. The Hyuga approached her fellow heiress and hugged her, holding the bento box in one hand as she did. Ino was surprised. Hinata really wasn't that expressive nor affectionate. Hi Hinata. Ino said, still in the Hyuga's embrace. When she tried to break it Hinata held it tighter. I don't know what your game is, Yamanaka, but if you hurt Naruto-kun I'll ruin that pretty face of yours. Since you claim to be his friend you better act like it. This is your only warning. The Hyuga whispered and then for punctuation, pulled Ino's head down and kissed her forehead. I made this for you, have a good day, Ino-chan. She handed the lunch over and walked away saying nothing more nor looking back. Ino only managed to breathe a minute after Hinata was out of view. Asuma didn't believe her, but he also didn't want to delve into her weirdness. He wasn't paid enough for that so he just moved on. I want you guys to start warming up, we'll train for a few hours and then take some missions. He heard all three grumble as they began their routine. Over on training ground 3, Provisional Team 7 sat waiting for the arrival of their Jounin sensei. Sasuke was content staring off into space in silence. Sakura alternated between watching him and groaning about Kakashi being late. Naruto was occupying himself with the encryption seal his Oji-san wanted. While he was no fan of his Jounin sensei's tardiness, Naruto had already gotten a brief workout in, so he also didn't mind the break. His day started at 4:30 am where he awoke and created a clone. By the time he was showered and dressed the clone had already made a light breakfast and lunch and tidied up after himself. Naruto was out the door by 5, activating his resistance seals and running full out toward the training ground his Oji-san suggested. Once there, Naruto did a series of stretches and strength-building exercises before he climbed upon the poles. He started slowly and instantly realized how this would help as not all the poles were sturdy. Naruto worked, gently increasing his speed as he performed his kata. He slipped a few times but managed to grab a pole and not fall to the ground entirely. It was a brief session so he only focused on his taijutsu, not knowing what Haddock-sensei would be assigning them. He left that training ground at 6:45 and arrived at training ground 3 via Shunshin moments later but remarked the jutsu still needed some work. He'd assign a few clones to it later. He arrived first, Sasuke and Sakura arriving in tandem. After about 30 minutes of waiting, Naruto began working on his extra assignment. The encryption was meant to be a challenge for an acknowledged seal master, Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Since he learned of his burden Naruto had taken to looking at the seal on his stomach. He hadn't deciphered much, only that it was two 4-trigram seals overlaid on top of each other to create an 8-trigram seal. It was supposed to sporadically filter some of the Kyuubi's chakra, but the filter couldn't handle much, Naruto planned to improve upon it. There were multiple failsafes including a key to strengthen or loosen the seal. He planned to create a key as he wasn't comfortable with someone else being able to decide such things about his seal. He also noticed two foreign chakras housed in the seal. But that was it, really. Naruto figured if his father could create such a seal in the heat of battle, a good but flawed seal. He acknowledged his father was a genius, so any shortcomings of the seal were likely due to the time crunch. But if his father could create a moderately advanced seal, Naruto figured the Toad Sage could handle something a little more difficult. So, Naruto was designing the seal. Not on paper, he'd only draw the seal once his plans were solidified. To most, it would appear Naruto was staring off to space, but he'd managed to alter his beads. Now he could project various types of information, not just his health and fitness stats or the spars between Hinata and he. Currently he is finishing the third layer of the array. His seal was going to be 3 layers, each housing a distinct array. The first would be an even number seal, 2 points, the next a 5-point seal. The last wouldn't be drawn at all but a sealing jutsu created strictly by hand seals. Each array was simple enough as they were just standard security seals, the difficulty would be unraveling them as normally odd and even seals cannot coexist. Or so most people thought. Naruto knew you simply had to add features to allow them to connect. Instead of seeing seals as 2-dimensional, he saw them as 3. A multi-story house needed steps and his branching seals were simply the steps. The young Uzumaki didn't know he was actually doing something revolutionary as it was simply what needed to be done for his seals to work. Once he was sure his seals would work, having gone over the elements in his projection and seeing no flaws, Naruto saved the designs and began to work. When Kakashi arrived at the training grounds at 9 am he saw one annoyed Uchiha, one irate Haruno, and a hard-at-work Chibi. So focused on the Chibi he almost missed his cue. Ma, I got lost on the road of life. He said and added an eye smile. When he opened his eyes he saw Chibi create a shadow clone, hand it whatever he was working on, and then walk over to Kakashi. Haddock-sensei. Yes, Naruto. Will your delays be a recurrent feature of our meetings? I am responsible for much of my own development and would like to establish a routine that doesn't interfere with your plans. This threw Kakashi for a loop. He'd expected some griping and some groaning but not acceptance. Chibi was confusing him. Life is unpredictable, so getting your own training in isn't the worst idea. Just make sure it isn't so strenuous you can't function at near full capacity. Matter of fact, what is your routine? He asked and was handed a file Chibi pulled from a storage seal on his wrist. I didn't do the full regimen today, but I've also added training and training ground 27. Kakashi flipped through the files, it was quite comprehensive and something in particular caught his eye. Do you still have our resistance seals on? Hi. Drop them for now, I'll be testing your abilities and I want an accurate measure. That seemed to spark a bit of interest in his blue eyes. Measure? How would you be measuring us? With my eye of course. We have a different understanding of measurement, Haddock-sensei. Kakashi wasn't sure, but he thinks he just got burned. Trust me, it'll be fine. Now, the rest of you, what does your training routine consist of? Pre-run stretching, run around the Uchiha district. Push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups. Then I run through my various kata. Every other day after the academy I change between shuriken and ninjutsu then cool down. Sasuke said and Kakashi nodded and then looked at his kunoichi. Whatever we do at the academy, sensei. He blinked and then smiled. Sakura, I want you to start joining Naruto during his morning training. Just the academy workouts are not enough. Hi, sensei. When do you start your training? 5 a.m. What? 5 a.m. Haddock-sensei, she may have trouble hearing. I notice her voice goes up in a pattern I've yet to decipher. Sakura-san, I know the standard Konoha shinobi sign language. Would it be easier to communicate that way? He looked offended at the Uzumaki's words and Sasuke smirking was not helping matters. I hear just fine. Why do you start so early? I have a lot I wish to accomplish. Really? Because your grades weren't that good. Sakura pointed out. Your grades were better than mine and yet we are both genin. I am not afraid of hard work, but I am selective with what I'll work hard at. Alright, good point. Now, before we take our first mission I want you guys to spar with each other so I can see your skills. What are the rules? Sasuke asked. The jutsu and weapons, no maiming or killing blows. Sasuke and Naruto, you'll go first. Kakashi ordered and watched as the two boys entered their stances. Sasuke's was a familiar one, but Naruto's was not. While it was noted in the file the Sandaime gave him, Kakashi still didn't know the form. He was confused when he saw Sasuke go on the offensive, his was a counter-attacking style, but he quickly reasoned the boy was used to being physically and technically superior to his classmates. Kakashi observed that it might be a habit in need of correcting. Sasuke was technically proficient and with decent power and good technique. He could see, however, the boy was getting frustrated as Naruto simply remained on the defensive and avoided or blocked all of the Uchiha's strikes. After an extended exchange Sasuke disengaged and created some space. Haddock-sensei, have you seen enough of Sasuke's skills? Can I attack now? Kakashi simply nodded and witnessed Naruto unseal two metal ratans, holding each one in a separate hand. Annoyed by his performance and alerted by Naruto's request to attack, Sasuke decided to go on the initiative. He ran towards the Uzumaki again and tried to punch him with a straight right. He received two strikes, one just above the elbow and another above the knee, from the same ratan, as Naruto circled away from Sasuke's strike. Without pause Naruto used his other ratan to strike Sasuke's tailbone, causing the boy to bend backward in pain. Now fully behind Sasuke and not wasting any time, Naruto aimed for a high kick for Sasuke's left temple. Only Kakashi's superior speed and reflexive saved Sasuke from getting knocked out. Seeing how close he was to getting kicked in the head, Sasuke went wide-eyed for the briefest of moments before he turned and glared at Naruto. You were never that good at the academy. That is incorrect, Sasuke-san. He said, putting his foot down as Haddock-sensei finally released his leg. No, it isn't. You couldn't beat me when we sparred. I could have if I'd undid my resistance seals. Then why didn't you? Sasuke asked, getting annoyed. Because I would have beaten you due to being physically superior. I wanted to improve my technique and since the academy is meant for training and wins or losses didn't really matter, there was no point in decreasing my burden. So, you were holding back the entire time? Sasuke asked in mild surprise. Naruto had been one of his toughest fights and he didn't know how to feel about the blonde not giving his all. No, only the last couple of years. Alright, you two have a seat and I'll test Sakura myself. Both boys did as instructed and watched Sakura attack their sensei. She did well initially, solid technique, but she did start to tire faster than Kakashi would have liked. After a few minutes her form started getting sloppy, so Kakashi called a halt and had her sit next to the boys. As each of you know, this is a probationary team. I have until the completion of our first C rank to determine if we remain a team. While each of you have a solid base to build on, my primary focus will be teamwork. Drills, formations and the like. Until I am sure you can function as a team I won't increase your skills you may use recklessly. Now, let's go get a mission. Kakashi said and walked them to the mission assignment office. As they walked through the village Kakashi was ever observant. Ms. Kunoichi was trying her best to speak to the lone Uchiha, but the boy wouldn't budge an inch. He'd have to work on that, on both ends. It wouldn't do for her to pester Sasuke, but he could open up and not be an asshole. He also noticed that neither of them seemed to be concerned or interested in Chibi. He finds that surprising given the boy incapacitated a jounin. That's damn impressive. Taibi didn't seem to mind as he was staring off in space before nodding his head at nothing and then creating a shadow clone that immediately departed. Team 7 eventually made it to the office and Kakashi selected 2 D rank missions for his team to complete. Elsewhere, we find the Honorable Sarutobi Hiruzen hard at work on his daily briefing and other items of import. He works through the documents at a steady pace until he is interrupted by his assistant alerting him to Naruto's arrival. Momentarily confused, as Naruto should still be with his team, Hiruzen calls him in and is informed by the clone that it is, in fact, a clone. Said clone wanted to drop off the encrypted seal as well as his beads. Hiruzen knew Naruto wouldn't waste time completing the tasks assigned to him, but he didn't expect the boy to have an overnight turnaround. He thanked the clone for his and Naruto's work and said the clone dispelled. Hiruzen then began compassing the messages he'd sent to his wayward students. Fortunately, he was always aware of their general whereabouts, so finding them wouldn't take overly long. He just hoped they wouldn't have a case of adult-onset petulance as he was in no mood. Hiruzen completed the individual messages and summoned 2 messenger monkeys informing them of where they needed to go and what they needed to say. Just as his summons were departing his door opened and an unwelcome visitor entered his office. "I don't recall giving you access to my office, Shimura." The darkness of Shinobi just sighed at the greeting. Granted, he was guilty of releasing the Uzumaki's status, he wasn't doing it to be evil. The village was floundering, people needed a pariah as a focus on a deviant element would bring people closer together. He didn't invent social psychology, damn it. Must every meeting be like this? I could remove your head and then we'd have no more meetings. A few years ago Danzo would have chalked that up to an idle threat, but Hiruzen had changed since then, gotten his edge back. It was good for the village, but not for someone running a technically illegal black ops organization. The master just sighed again. "I am here to make a request." "Oh, concerning what?" "The young boy I'm training, around Naruto's age. I'd like to arrange. Well, essentially a playdate. I think the two would hit it off." "You must have the biggest set of balls in the elemental nations." Hiruzen said in disbelief. "I tell you if you ever approach that boy without me present I'll kill you wherever I should find you and years later you ask me to expose him to one of your root." "Well, frankly I do but that's beside the point. The young Uzumaki has me reconsidering some things and I think Sai becoming friends with him would benefit them both. He's not going to fit in with that team you assigned him. You have to know that. I expect Kakashi to handle the personality clashes. You can expect gumdrops from rain clouds, but that doesn't make it reasonable." Danzo saw Hiruzen give him an incredulous look he didn't understand. "What? I just didn't expect you to know what gumdrops were. Now you're just being an asshole." Hiruzen actually laughed at that. "If I do this it will be in full view of an Anbu guard." "That's fine, Hiruzen. This isn't a trick, I believe the boys can relate to each other and that's all." "Fine, come back tomorrow and we can set something up." Danzo nodded and left. What Hiruzen couldn't know was simply, Danzo had gotten tired. Too many hard choices throughout his life and while he may not show it and people may not accept it, he was a firm believer in honoring those that sacrificed themselves for Konoha. It was why he respected Minato so much, even if he didn't support his appointment to Hokage. Outing his boy as a Jinchuriki was not an easy decision, but Konoha had lost something, its spirit was waning, and he couldn't allow it to continue. He took a gamble and it worked but a little too well. People were fine bonding over their fear and revulsion for the boy. He predicted that but he didn't think it would last this long, he thought Konoha residents were made of sterner stuff and would eventually get over it or notice Naruto looked like the only other person to have his exact coloring. He certainly didn't think he'd affect the boy's development the way it had. He believed in his root training, but he didn't think it was right for everyone. That choice weighed on him. While the boy didn't seem deterred and had the will of fire as strong as any, he was missing that spark that made people truly great leaders and Danzo didn't know if he'd ever develop it. But the boy's skills in chakra capacity, he'd be an S-rank shinobi given time to mature, but not all S-rank ninja can become Kage, and the idea he hobbled a future Hokage weighed the man down even further. By the time of the Uchiha massacre, Danzo wasn't the same, the massacre was his attempt to be his old self. But he'd just lost the taste for it. He didn't mind guiding future ninja, training them as best he could, but he'd lost his interest and desire for the game of shadows. It just wasn't in him anymore. Sai was the last and the youngest of his recruits. He just wanted to expose the boy to something else and believed Naruto might be able to do it. The boy was capable of making friends, though he seemed to have more luck with the opposite gender. Still, each boy would be good for the other. Sai was well trained and could give Naruto a different training partner, as well as allowing Danzo to feed some jutsu to the boy. He really didn't expect much of Kakashi, the man just had the most perplexing thought process. It wouldn't be much, but if he could give the boys a friend in each other, it would be a good done without the need of a sacrifice, a concept that had been increasingly attractive to Danzo. While pulling roots in the field, 2/3 of Team 7 were annoyed. Sakura hated the dirty work and doing it under the nearing midday sun. Sasuke, while no fan of the work nor the working conditions, was bothered for a completely separate reason. Naruto Uzumaki was a mystery. A boy who couldn't be bothered to do theoretical work in school but could trap their sensei in a pre-planned. The boy that never beat him at the academy but completely dominated him today. A boy that struggled, initially, with the clone jutsu but can make corporeal clones with no problem. And that was the source of his irritation. If you can make solid clones, why aren't you using them to speed this up? Sasuke asked, his emotional state shining through in his tone of voice. I find my pace acceptable, Sasuke-san. Sasuke-kun is right. Why not just make some clones so we can get out of here? Why should I do more work than the rest of you? Unless you are offering to compensate me. I am willing to entertain an offer. You want us to pay you? I would be doing more of the work, Sasuke-san. Isn't it reasonable that I receive something in recognition of that fact? Getting done faster is the reward. Once again, I find my work rate acceptable. They are just clones, they don't cost you anything. Maybe, maybe not, but I have a resource you wish to exploit. I am agreeable to that if you have something of equal value to exchange. I'm not giving you anything. Sasuke said, offended by Naruto's reasoning. That's fine. Naruto said, never pausing his motions as he continued to work. Kakashi was overlooking the discussion from a tree and let out a soft chuckle. It was mercenary, but he couldn't fault Naruto's position. He would be doing more work and the other two just expected he'd be okay with it. He wondered what they taught at that ninja academy if the two weren't prepared to haggle and barter. Negotiation was one of the most important skills a ninja could have. Unless it was the mission, violence really was to be a last resort, though many people ignored this. He was glad one of his students understood that, even if the boy was trying to finesse his teammates. Kakashi might be zealous in his belief in teamwork, but he wasn't a mark. If the other two wanted Naruto to do more work, then they'll have to make an arrangement. Kakashi's keen senses alerted him that he had a guest on his tree branch. He didn't appear bothered, but he did check his students before he acknowledged the guest. Chibi really was adept at the shadow clone jutsu. Are you the real or a clone? Clone, Haddock-sensei. And what can I do for you today, clone-kun? Boss was curious about the book you were reading. What's it about? Oh, this. Adult things. Like intervillage trade during a speculative crisis. Who knew tulips could be so significant? No, not an adult like that. Adults like relationships. Romance novels. I think Sakura-san used to read those during breaks at the academy, that doesn't seem very adult. Kakashi almost snorted, but snorting is uncool. However, he couldn't let Chibi think his precious Icha was like some crappy dime store romance novel. This stuff was the very height of erotic literature. Sex, Kai. Clone-kun. The book is about sex. Oh, cool. Can I read it? Where could I get a copy? They don't sell these to kids. I can buy weapons. I can make an explosive array powerful enough to level the Hokage monument. That seems irrational. Can I just borrow yours then? Ma. Why so interested? Aren't you a little young for this? For one, it is interesting enough for you to split your focus during an official mission. Additionally, research. Research? Hi. I have presented multiple women with the offer to engage in sexual intercourse. I may even get to date a kunoichi named Anko-chan. That last part made Kakashi react. Wait, time out. You asked out Mitarashi Anko? Not exactly, but she did say she'd consider it when I am older. Kakashi could only stare at the clone, wondering if he really could be this lucky. He needed to be sure. So, what about the Icha series will aid you in research? Well, there are guides to help perform sexually, fiction can aid in creativity. Yup, Chibi was a pervert in the making. And given his general demeanor, if Kakashi played this right, he could make his sensei's son into a cool pervert. No, Kakashi would aim higher. He would go for the very peak. His sensei's son will be a gentleman pervert. Kakashi couldn't believe it, Naruto was a once-in-a-generation find. Someone that could bring respectability to perversion. Seeing the clone of his favorite student staring at him, Kakashi spoke to continue the conversation. He recalled the boy having multiple offers out and wanted to get a feel for his preferences. So, of these offers Naruto made, are all of them kunoichi? He saw the clone nod. Why? I could say it was proximity being around, mostly kunoichi. But more so, boss likes pretty girls that can fight. Those words triggered a long-forgotten conversation Kakashi once had with his sensei. Sensei, why do you like Kushina-sen so much? She's the exact opposite of you. I wouldn't say she's the exact opposite. Kushina can be a wonderfully kind and caring woman. And yes, she can be quite violent as well, but what can I say? I like a pretty girl that can fight. You'll be the one, Chibi. I'll make sure of it. Kakashi thought as he simply nodded at the clone's words, while plans on top of plans formed in his head. What Kakashi couldn't know is that his resolve sent a shiver down the backs of several kunoichi who all simultaneously had a single thought, Kakashi bastard. They didn't and wouldn't know why for days to come. 2 days later. Jiraiya was not surprised to see a monkey summons waiting for him as he walked along his path. He was scheduled to meet another contact today in a southern village of the Land of Fire. He wasn't familiar with the summons, but his sensei had contacted him like this when something was time-sensitive and couldn't wait for their normal check-in procedures. Jiraiya-sama, a message from Hiruzen-sama. The black-haired monkey said, coming up to Jiraiya's knee. He reached down to the monkey's outstretched hand and read the scroll. Jiraiya, contained within this scroll, is an encryption seal designed by your godson and our most recently acknowledged seal master. If you cannot break the seal by the end of today, I expect you to return to the village immediately. If you can break them, then follow the directions contained therein. If you disregard the summons or delay your return, I will come for you personally, bow staff in hand. You don't want that, Jiraiya. Trust me. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage. Jiraiya read the note 3 more times to be sure he was truly absorbing what was on the page. His godson, Minato's boy, was already a seal master. At 12. That's prodigious even for an Uzumaki. A part of him just wanted to return, his sensei's test be damned, but another part of him, the seal master, wanted to see what his godson could do. Granted, if the boy didn't specialize in encryption, he likely wouldn't produce anything that complex for a decades-long seal master, but Jiraiya would show him the finer points of security seals when he returned. The toad sage pumped chakra into the storage seal at the bottom of the letter and watched as another scroll emerged. Jiraiya unraveled it, truly curious about what his godson produced. He looked over, staring intently at the design. And stared. And stared. And stared. He then looked up at the summons, then back to the seal before looking at the summons again before exclaiming. What the fuck is this? Jiraiya would spend the rest of the day attempting to get a handle on the seal's design before summoning a toad to meet his contact and charging off to Konoha. Outside the land of vegetables, Tsunade sat under a shady tree, enjoying the cool breeze as her pet pig sat in her lap. Her longtime apprentice was in a field getting in a workout, Tsunade would join, but was entirely too hungover to be bothered. Yes, it was just an excuse as she could sober herself up anytime she pleased, but when you can punch holes through mountains and lift gamabuntas tanto, people don't question you too much. Her relaxation session was interrupted by the arrival of a small white monkey. Like Jiraiya, she was familiar with being approached by her sensei's summons. Normally, it was to warn her about some upcoming incident or danger that would be in an area near her, hence giving her time to avoid it. She was filled with dread that this would somehow be different. The monkey handed her a scroll, and the medic wasted no time consuming her senses' words. Tsunade-chan. The time has come, dear girl, the village needs its last senju and most prodigious medic. I have allowed your absence for so long because I knew you blamed me for your losses. I blamed myself as well. But more than enough time has passed. Not only will I be instituting your long-suggested medical ninja training program, but I have something that may interest you. And the seal contained below is the work of our newest and youngest ever seal master. Using your cousin Taka Senju's and your book for inspiration at the age of 10, he accomplished something truly impressive. He is a genius now, and I know you two could do something truly wonderful together. Untold medical breakthroughs await Tsunade. Please come home. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage. Yes, Tsunade, if you should destroy the contents of that storage scroll in a bout of childishness, I will know and I will come for you. If you don't want to be dragged across the elemental nations by your pigtails, then please respect the work this young man did solely because I requested it of him. Tsunade knew it was serious when her sensei said he'd come for her personally. He'd never said that before, and even in written words she could tell he truly meant it. She performed her jutsu so she could be sober and unsealed the contents of the storage array. She saw it was 2 engraved beads on a string-like bracelet. Taking a closer look, Tsunade realized they were seals. She fed chakra into one and felt a foreign chakra enter her system, but one that felt like hers, so she didn't fight it. After the seal stopped glowing, she did it for the second bead and saw her current medical information projected right in front of her. She could also tell only she could see it. Tsunade wondered how she could have possibly been an inspiration for this before she remembered the diagnostic jutsu she had in her book. It was so simple and in no way could be weaponized, but to see it utilized like this, to no longer rely on feel or intuition. It really could be a game changer if utilized properly. Tsunade made a decision she never thought she would. "Shizune, gather your things. We're going back to Konoha. You understand you are not to leave my supervision?" the Anbu agent asked. He truly felt silly escorting a pre-adolescent licensed shinobi to a playdate. But Tenzo was loyal and didn't ask questions. The pair walked toward their destination, Tenzo with a picnic basket in hand. He hated how his senpai was clearly laughing at him when he arrived to pick up Naruto. "Hi. And this is just an informal get-together, you are meant to have fun." "Hi. Did Oji-san give you an answer about my request?" "He said you may increase your maximum to 30. "I requested 40. Naruto said evenly. "And you will get 30. Tenzo watched as the small blonde rubbed his chin and thought. "That's fine, I only needed 25 so I still came out ahead. Oji-san should haggle more." Tenzo had to stop himself from laughing at that. If the blonde knew how much negotiation went into this arrangement, he wouldn't say that. Tenzo had literally seen less thought go into treaties. Everything was on the table, the location of the meet, the duration, pre-planned activities. Even the contents of their lunch had to be agreed upon by Sandaime-sama and Danzo-sama. It took 4 days and 5 meetings to finalize this. "I'll inform Sandaime-sama of your observation." The Anbu didn't expect much of a reaction, and the calm head nod he received fell within expectation. He'd seen the boy interact with the Hokage enough to get a feel for Naruto's disposition. He rather liked how generally calm but inquisitive the boy could be. Not a fan of how interested he is in sex, especially given Kakashi senpai is his sensei, but it could be worse. At least Jiraiya-sama isn't his master. Unbeknownst to the pair, they were being watched by the 2 men that arranged the meet. Danzo chuckled at Naruto's observation. It was very Tobirama-sensei of him to remark that a party didn't maximize their advantage. It also raised a question. Can he actually maintain 40 shadow clones? He can maintain significantly more, we both worked out the maths a while ago. Then why limit him? Concerns about brain trauma? No. The regenerative powers of the Kyuubi would mean he could handle a large influx of information. Worst case scenario would be a bout of unconsciousness, and we worked out a method to avoid that. Then why are you limiting the boy? More of that accursed softness. I limit him because I believe Naruto is going to change this village and the world. But we are both old enough and wise enough to know the world doesn't like being changed rapidly, especially by a child. Doubly for this child. I want him to build relationships and a reputation so when he does turn the world on its ear, our shinobi can handle it and will be there for him. I'll admit becoming certified when he did is impressive, but he only beat Kushina by 2 years. No, he beat Kushina by almost 4 years. You can't be certified and not be a shinobi, and I wasn't going to let him graduate early. 10. He was 10. Dust had recently turned 11 and Kushina was just about to turn 15. And you plan to let him outside the village? He could be promoted to special jounin right now and head a sealing division. Yes, and it would hurt his development as a shinobi. If Naruto's only true skill was if all he wanted to do was be a seal master, I'd make him a special jounin and let him run wild. He wants to be a ninja and getting out to see the world will do him some good. Or put a significant asset in jeopardy which would hurt the village overall. And hiding him away will do what? He's not a machine, is just as much of an art as it is a science, and an artist needs to be connected to the world. No matter how imaginative he is, if he only has to see past 4 walls he'll constrain himself. The larger his world is, the larger he must dream outside of it. Hiruzen argued and Danzo let the matter drop, for now. The pair continued to watch as Naruto arrived at the designated spot, training ground 33. A wide open space, thus making it difficult for evasion and ambush. There were only a few trees scattered about, and Sai was located under the nearest one, seemingly drawing in a small sketchbook. Tenzo and Naruto walked over to greet the boy, Tenzo providing the introductions. "Sai-san, this is Uzumaki Naruto, Genin. Naruto-san, this is Sai, a personal student of Shimura Danzo-sama. Both he and Sandaime-sama have arranged this informal meeting between the 2 of you. I have your lunch here. You 2 are not to leave my supervision, and if you wish to relocate you must clear it with me first. Is this understood?" "Hi. Hi." Tenzo gave Naruto the basket and then shunshined out of sight. Naruto approached Sai sticking out his hand. Nice to meet you, Sai-san. Pleasure to meet you, Whiskers. Danzo stiffened in Hiruzen's office. For some reason he couldn't break the boy of giving people nicknames. Or commenting on the lack of genitalia of various members of Root. Fu almost gutted the boy once if not stopped by Torn. Insult or nickname? Naruto asked, seemingly bothered either way. Nickname? It is supposed to establish a rapport with someone. 12 steps to instant friendship. Naruto asked and Sai nodded. I've read that one, I found it limited in its application. Oh, how so? Naruto unsealed a paper and a pencil from his mass storage bead and sat down, waving Sai to do the same. The book suggests giving someone a nickname and it could potentially build a bond, but it depends on the type of nickname as well as the person assigning it and the person being assigned. I've found you have to include relational distance for the idea to work. Naruto then created several triangles, most of them acute but one an isosceles. If the 2 points at the bottom of the triangle represent how close, emotionally, 2 parties in a given relationship are, then this third point would represent the specificity of the nickname. Naruto spoke and saw Sai nodding along. I'm guessing since these first triangles have the points further away but the top is relatively close, that means if you don't know each other well, then a nickname has to be really general. Like Ace or Sport. But the last triangle is an isosceles, the closeness of the 2 members means they can be more specific about the nicknames, even using one that would otherwise be considered offensive. Exactly. I don't mind that you call me Whiskers, I've never had a nickname before, but others might bristle at you doing so when you've only just met. Sai smiled at Naruto's words. What he said did make sense, more than others. Do you read a lot of those kinds of books? I used to since people confused me, and while it helped a little I was never able to build a grand theory. I've been unsuccessful in that pursuit as well. Have you read Tales Your Body Tells? No. It has a lot about body language and micro-expressions. It doubles as a field guide for Hunter Nin, so the later chapters may not be relevant. I'll have to check it out. Back in Hiruzen's office, Danzo visibly relaxed when he saw Naruto's response to Sai's nickname. Then they watched as Naruto started getting analytical over self-help books. Danzo was familiar with the concept of relational distance and could only say one thing. You're such a geek, you nerd. And where is that coming from? Relational distance. You would introduce a child to social geometry. He asked me for suggestions about shinobi tactics and multi-party disputes. Besides, at least I didn't give him a field manual for Hunter Nin. What's your ideal gift for a newborn, an adachi? At least adachi are cool, unlike those sticks you used to play with. Danzo said, annoyed. He'd never give a baby a bladed weapon. Maybe a dagger once they're like 2 or 3, but not a baby. I put the fear of God into students and enemies alike with those sticks. Hiruzen did not like that response. He was a legendary bow staff wielder and Enma's staff form was hard as cut diamond. The Anbu and Rude in attendance simply couldn't believe their respective bosses were bickering like children while the children sounded like old men. Girls, increasingly. The older men heard Naruto say and realized they'd missed out on something. I don't know when it happened, but I find myself increasingly interested in them. For the purposes of procreation. Sex does play a role, but it's more, if I'm going to be in a crowd of people I think I'd prefer there be more girls than boys. This may require further study. Sai responded. I agree. My Jounin sensei, had a Kakashi-san, lent me a book that might help. It's called Icha Paradise. He seems to swear by it. I may have to request Danzo-sama provide me a copy. Back at Hiruzen's office Danzo had thoughts on Sai's future request. There's no way I'm buying that boy porn. I'm surprised you let your Jounin share it with their pre-adolescent students. Do you really think I suspected I'd have to tell Kakashi not to give Naruto-kun a smut book? Why wouldn't you? You're a pervert. Jiraiya is a pervert. Minato probably would have been a pervert if Hurricane Kushina didn't scare him straight. And Kakashi is a pervert that's too lazy to do anything perverted. Hell, I think the majority of the reason he reads those books in public is because it takes too much effort to go home. You're too controlling and uptight. Besides, Naruto is curious. Maybe Kakashi thought the book would embarrass him and he'd drop it. You don't even believe that, said Danzo. As the old men continued to bicker they saw the boys divulge their various interests and learned they had a mutual interest in art. Naruto also seemed intrigued by Sai's ink-based jutsu. Naruto shared he was a user, though Hiruzen suspected Danzo already told the boy that. Naruto also stated he hoped Kakashi would expand his meager jutsu arsenal. Danzo scoffed. Why weren't you giving him jutsu? He has the chakra for it. He never asked and I wasn't in a rush to give an academy student even more abilities than he was gaining. Besides, his was supposed to offset his lack of ninjutsu. I didn't know he was going to be a master of the field so young. It's still a waste of potential. I agree. I often wonder how far he could take my combination jutsu technique in conjunction with his. And yet you do nothing. Do you, at least, know his elemental alignment? Danzo asked and he saw Hiruzen have an intense moment of debate. Wind, bastard. It's windy. And before you say anything, I know you're going to use your root to slip him some techniques, but be responsible. Could you imagine what he can do if he supercharges a great breakthrough? It's the only thing I can imagine. A little property damage would be good for Kino. It'll let him exercise his talents. Just be responsible. You mean be a suffocating old hen? No, I mean don't try to teach him vacuum manipulation like, oh I don't know, tomorrow. I am capable of restraint. I just know pressure forms diamonds. Hiruzen only grunted in response. The boys ate their lunch of tempura fish, pickled vegetables, steamed rice, miso soup and red bean buns. You really should not have included those buns, it's empty calories. You smoke all the time. Besides, who can begrudge someone a dessert? If Naruto-kun wants something sweet he knows to eat fresh fruit. Hiruzen said, ignoring the jibe about his smoking entirely. And you call me controlling. Half the root I did of came when you banned sweets in the Anbu cafeteria. You cannot be serious. Hiruzen, I have spreadsheets, I can show you. Well, I still say it's a waste. Back to the boys, they had just finished their lunch and were washing it down with some green tea. They sat in silence for a bit before Naruto had an idea. Sai, you said you use a tanto. Hi. Do you have it with you, would you care for a spar? Yes, I think that would be acceptable. Sai retrieved his tanto, sealed in his bag and returned. Naruto had already retrieved his rattan and fused them into a quarterstaff. It appeared as if it were always one solid piece due to Naruto's. This way no one could simply break the staff apart with blunt force. The boys took their stances, Sai holding the tanto in front of him in his right hand and his feet apart and knees slightly bent. Naruto had his staff resting on his shoulders behind his head, appearing to be completely open. Simultaneously the boys charged at each other. When Sai was within range Naruto swung the staff horizontally, taking full advantage of its reach. Sai blocked the strike with his tanto, absorbing the blow without issue, but wasn't prepared for Naruto to close the distance and unleash a palm strike to his stomach. The root ninja rotated out of the path and attempted to retaliate with his tanto swinging downward, only for it to be stopped by the metal staff. Sai watched as Naruto, now on his knees, spun to the outside of Sai and struck at his shoulder. Sai rotated once again and backed off. Naruto returned to his feet and started spinning his staff. The boys engaged once again. Hiruzen and Danzo both enjoyed watching the spar. Hiruzen hadn't realized Naruto was so adept at Yubu's style of staff wielding. He was also impressed at Sai's use of the tanto, being able to minimize his disadvantaged reach. The boys were becoming increasingly acrobatic. Danzo groaned when Naruto propped himself up with the staff behind him and kicked Sai in the chest. Oh, you remember that technique. Yes, you were quite the monkey, Hiruzen. Twisting, turning, ducking and dodging the boys were relentless. The spar stopped when Naruto won, Sai not knowing the staff could be separate pieces and Naruto landing some well-timed strikes because of it. He sealed his weapons back and helped Sai return to his feet before wiping some of the sweat from his brow. Just as they finished, Tenzo returned, a signal that their meeting had reached its duration. That was. I believe they'd call it fun. Sai observed. I agree. Would you like to do that again? Or well, I'm open. I wouldn't mind sparring again or some other activity. Cool. I guess we should keep arrangements between Oji-san and Danzo-san for the time being. That sounds prudent. Well, I'll see you later Whiskers. Indeed, Sai. Unbeckoning to any of the parties, Naruto and Sai's playdate had another observer. Jiraiya returned early that morning, not alerting anyone to his presence. He wanted to get a feel for his godson. Jiraiya felt the boy was somewhat reserved, but he knew Minato could be as well, so he resolved himself to open the up a bit. He smiled when he heard Naruto was not only interested in girls, but seemed to prefer their company in general. He'd make him a super pervert like no other. As the Anbu and Naruto were nearing the village proper, Jiraiya decided to make his entrance. Summoning a large toad and thus generating a lot of chakra smoke he bellowed. The envy of men, the desire of women. The strongest of the unacknowledged master of the toad arts. The legendary super pervert. The amazing and humble shinobi himself. I am Jiraiya. When the smoke cleared Jiraiya was on top of a large orange toad as he stood in a kabuki pose. Tenzo was annoyed at the toad sage's antics. No one could tell what Naruto thought. That was a very elaborate introduction, do you practice it? Jiraiya fell off his toad with a sweat drop, assuming Naruto was being sarcastic. Once he got back to his feet he took a good look at Minato's near mirror image. The boy met his gaze with no problem, as if being in front of a Sannin wasn't remarkable to him in the least. Well, do you? No, I don't practice it. Oh, it was impressive. More so that you can just do it. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. It's a boring introduction though. Jiraiya, once again, assumed Naruto was being sarcastic and was sulking internally for coming off lame to his godson. Naruto was wondering if he should work on his introductions. He actually liked Jiraiya's whole thing. Jiraiya-sama, welcome back. Thank you, Anbu-san. I'm actually here to report on sensei. Figured I'd take the with me as we have business. Then I will leave him in your care, said Tenzo, followed by him shining away. As we walk, why don't you tell me a little about yourself? Since you sought me out, I will assume Oji-san provided my professional information. Jiraiya nodded. So Naruto continued, I like reading and doing new things. I like nature and exploring it when I'm not training. I have a plant named Uki-san. My best friend is Hyuga Hinata. I like Iruka-sensei, but not his reluctance to instill my suggested changes to the Shinobi Academy. I plan to be Hokage. Don't you want to? As it is optional, I assumed my planning to do it implied I wanted to. That's a good point, but you've got to loosen up, put some emotion into your voice. Oh, it appears Oji-san has not relayed everything to you. My manner isn't a veneer of professionalism. This is simply how I am. I believe Oji-san calls it a muted effect. I'm just not that expressive. Jiraiya frowned at that. How did that happen? Is it something that can be cured? Oji-san, in consultation with Inoichi Yamanaka, believed it was due to my ostracization in early childhood, which affected my development. Why would they know? How did they know? They were never supposed to know. Let's speed this up, I need to talk to sensei. Naruto complied and the two raced across the rooftops until they reached the Hokage Tower. Naruto took the stairs as normal, so it was delayed. When he arrived, he heard Jiraiya shouting at his Oji-san and slipped into the office. He then put up a silencing barrier so no one else could hear. You have to have some suspects. Give me names, I will make them talk. I said no, Jiraiya, and that is final. I'm not a child anymore and I don't care about your title. Someone screwed with my godson and I will know who it is, and my face will be the last they see before I black them out. You're my godfather? How's that work? Naruto asked, unbothered by the large amount of killing intent being thrown around by the powerful shinobi. Both men turned to see Naruto standing by the door and themselves surrounded by a barrier they hadn't noticed. Shit, yeah, you're named after a character in my first book, Tale of an Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. Your parents requested I look after you. I'm sorry I wasn't here, Naruto, it was not because I didn't want to be. Initially, I was only supposed to be gone for a few years to strengthen my spy network, but incidents kept arising, and to keep the village safe I needed to be on the move. I truly regret that I had to make such a decision and you paid for it. Is all that true, Oji-san? It is, Naruto-kun. Then we're fine. Besides, I don't feel like I need to be fixed. I know I'm not like everyone else, but I'm okay with that. Jiraiya, considered Naruto. The boy so easily forgave his absence and accepted himself. It was impressive. Okay, I'll leave it for now, but I do want names, sensei. Now, that's out the way, how did you create this seal? Every time I thought I was close it seemed to change. Jiraiya said, retrieving the encrypted message. It's a tri-level seal with the top array scrambling the composition if you took too long to deactivate it. No, that can't be possible. I've seen scripts meant to scramble seals, those elements are tricky to pull apart, but I've got enough experience to do so. And multi-tiered sealing is rare, incredibly rare. It is possible because I did it. It was its own array and it worked on each of the other two levels individually. You had to undo that array. Not wanting to call his godson a liar, Jiraiya pressed on. Okay, so what were the other two levels? The second was a 5-point locking seal, the first was a 2-point. Stop. Gaki, even an odd number seals interfere with each other. Was this a trick, can this even be opened? Naruto squinted his right eyebrow at Jiraiya. Hiruzen saw it and interceded. Naruto, unseal the message, please. The Uzumaki nodded and took apart all 3 layers of the seal, easy since he designed it, and showed the message to Jiraiya. Even if you manage to decrypt this, bring your ass back anyway. Hiruzen. Jiraiya was confused and not at all amused by his sensei's little joke. None of it made sense, the kid was flouting long-held rules. There must be a mistake and Naruto was just confused. Hiruzen saw Jiraiya's skepticism and wanted to avoid any unpleasantness. Naruto-kun, show Jiraiya how you crafted and created the seal. Naruto nodded and then looked around for an empty flat surface. He saw an end table in the corner, beside his Oji-san, and brought it to the front of his Oji-san's desk, between the 2 chairs. Naruto unsealed a calligraphy brush from his mass storage bead and began to draw an intricate seal. Jiraiya watched fondly, recalling how Kushina enjoyed the process of actually drawing seals. Minato preferred to memorize every detail so he could materialize it through chakra writing. It was a study in contrast as it was likely one of the few areas where she was slow and deliberate, whereas Minato was about speed. It took less than 2 minutes for Naruto to be done, the signal being when he pumped chakra into the newly created seal. Sit down and place your hand on the seal. Pump some chakra into it and don't fight the feedback, Naruto said neutrally. Jiraiya remained skeptical, but did as was requested. Jiraiya immediately felt chakra invade his system, but resisted the urge to dispel it. Moments later he saw what he could only describe as a black screen. Until Naruto started speaking about his seal. Then Jiraiya saw an illustration of each array and how Naruto linked them. The Toad Sage's head was spinning. Never had he seen a seal like the one Naruto used to explain the seal that had stumped him. The kid was throwing out advancements like it was an everyday thing, as if he didn't understand how revolutionary creating a process to merge even and odd seals really was. After seeing the encryption seal put together, Jiraiya couldn't find the words. His godson was a genius and potentially didn't know it. It took a moment, but he found his tongue and spoke. Hey, how about you get out of here, but we grab some dinner tonight? I find that acceptable. Bye, Oji-san. Later, Irodana. Hiruzen Belly laughed at the nickname, and Naruto was gone before Jiraiya could even respond. Forgetting that issue, for now, Jiraiya turned to his sensei. He's a genius. In disbelief. I'm aware. Hiruzen said dryly. Sakura Haruno was not experiencing the shinobi career she thought she'd have, even this early on. While she didn't plan to have grand adventures, yet, she certainly didn't think she'd spend her days doing chores. She hadn't gotten any closer to Sasuke-kun. Her sensei hasn't taught her anything. And she spends much of the day sore because some sadist works her to the bone at 5 a.m. If she had to rank her displeasure, her morning sessions would top the list. It isn't just that the exercises are hard, as she can admit she hadn't taken the physical aspects as seriously as she should have and needed to catch up to her teammates. But they are taxing. Naruto's morning run has him moving from trees to running on water, then the ground and back, full out and no breaks for an hour. She didn't even know you could walk on water. She was too embarrassed to ask Naruto to teach her, so she had to modify the run. But that gets at why she dislikes the workout. It was arrogant of her, but she really never thought much of Naruto. He made an awkward attempt to befriend her around the time she was finally getting accepted, so she spurned him. His grades and constant scolding of Iruka-sensei was proof she was correct to do so. Even when those things changed, she hadn't changed her opinion. Being assigned on a team with him, she just knew she was the all-around better ninja, even if he were better at the practical stuff. She looked down on him. And yet, when asked by Kakashi, Naruto didn't hesitate to help her train, to share his training with her. He was stronger and smarter than she'd realized via the conversations they'd share. Once she stopped trying to put Naruto in a box, she found him to be blunt but sincere and supportive. She wasn't exactly overflowing with friends, as she and Ino had a falling out over their mutual crush. She missed having that kind of support, and it shames her to think she gave up on having it because she feared alienation. Sakura never considered herself shallow or easily swayed by a crowd, but she had to reconsider that, and had to reconsider a lot of things. If her rejection of Naruto was due to the flimsiest of reasons, then what else in her life had she grown attached to only for her motivations to be puddle deep? Her crush on Sasuke-kun. Her reason for being a kunoichi. Without even trying, Naruto was making her ask some really hard questions, and she didn't want to do that. She wanted to be the smartest kunoichi in class and the second most useful on the team. She wanted to crush on Sasuke with zero complications or questions. Her intellect wouldn't allow her to, though. Not even Ino could force the questions down, sometimes being the one pressing Sakura to answer them. As she made her way to the BBQ restaurant, the rookies agreed to meet, and she welcomed the distraction. Distraction from being sore, tired, and unfulfilled. Distractions from her having to ask herself what kind of kunoichi did she want to be and how would she achieve it. It was a lot to be placed on the shoulders of a 12-year-old, and Sakura didn't know who to turn to. Kakashi-sensei was aloof, she often wondered if he actively disliked them all. As the thought spun in her head, Sakura hadn't realized she'd made it until her destination, not until a familiar voice ripped her out of her reverie. Hey, forehead, over here. Sakura looked up to see teammate in 10 already seated. She didn't bother to call into a pig in retaliation, choosing to just walk over to take a seat. She was too sore and too confused to trade barbs today, something Ino noticed. Sakura, what's wrong with you? Years of misspent youth coming back to haunt me. She said, and several at the table looked confused, signaling she needed to explain further. Kakashi-sensei felt my conditioning wasn't where it should be, so he had me working out with Naruto at 5 in the morning. Troublesome. Nara said, summarizing the general opinion on that revelation. Sakura-san, you said you train with Naruto at such an hour because of your current fitness. I recall Naruto being one of the more physically fit members of our class, so why must he start so early? Naruto-kun works out that early anyway. I'm assuming Kakashi-sensei simply had Sakura-san join what Naruto-kun was already doing. But Hinata said. Where's the rest of yours? Kiba asked. Sasuke-kun didn't want to attend, Naruto left with an Anbu after Kakashi-sensei dismissed us. This perked Ino right up. Oh, I sense prime gossip material. Give us details. It isn't nice to gossip about our friends, Ino-chan. Hinata said calmly. Ino paled at the Hyuga heiress's words. Why, you know what, you're right, Hinata. I was just curious and all. Silly old Ino, being too curious again. Her reaction confused much of the table, but the server arrived to take orders, so the pre-teens were distracted. As the afternoon continued to pass, the rookie genin spoke about their teams. Team 8 is happy to be with Kurenai and believe they will develop well. Team 10 likes Asuma, but Ino thinks he's a bit lazy. When the meal reached its conclusion, the rookies parted ways, except Ino and Sakura. Though they may not be on the best of terms, they do know each other, so Sakura couldn't miss Ino being so weird in certain moments, normally in a reaction to Hinata. She wanted to get to the bottom of this, so she pulled the blonde into an alley. Ino didn't seem amused at being handled by Sakura. Ino, what's going on? Sakura asked with genuine concern. Ino debated playing dumb or denying anything was wrong, but realized her former best friend was reaching out and she could use an objective perspective. I messed up. The day of our genin exams, Naruto came into the flower shop. I figured I'd mess with him for so boldly propositioning me, flirt a little to fluster him. At some point, I said we were friends and he should call me Ino-chan. I didn't really mean it, he might be a good backup plan, but I really was just screwing with him in retaliation. Well, he got the better of me and I won't go into that. The next morning, Hinata approaches with a homemade bento and hugs me. Before I can even let the confusion of that set in, she threatens me. Since I told Naruto we were friends, I better act like it or she'd ruin my pretty face. Then the little psycho kisses me on the forehead, gives me the bento and leaves. I don't think it's psychotic to protect your friend from being played with. That did not come from Sakura. Oh, my precious face, Ino thought. Sakura just stood straight as the voice was directly behind her. But I can understand why you might be confused. That's okay, it just means we aren't good enough friends yet, Ino-chan. I hope to change that in the near future. Would you like to change that in the future with me? Oh, of course, Hinata. Excellent. I hope you two have a good night, bye. You're screwed, piggy. Sakura said after Hinata left. The rational and the irrational warred within her. She knew what she was feeling was incorrect, but that didn't change anything. Being back here. In this village, in this office. She just wanted to flee. To drink and gamble and forget. The losses, the failures, forget it all. She just wanted to be numb and lost. The air in this room felt thick and heavy. It's so good to see you again, Tsunade-chan. I feared I'd depart from this world before I could. Hiruzen said, hugging his former student. The gesture relaxed Tsunade as she returned the hug. I'm sorry, sensei. It's really hard to be here. I know, dear, I know. But I would not have brought you back without good reason. I know you still have your hemophobia, but Inoichi has agreed to work with you while you set up your training program and whatever else you would like at the hospital. Where is Shizune? At the estate, getting settled in. Now, where is this prodigy that is going to change medical technology for generations to come? He'll be here shortly. Tsunade, the boy is as talented as I said, likely more so, but he does have a unique manner. He took over Mito's burden, Tsunade. And someone leaked it to the villagers. From a very early age he was made into a figure of fear and disdain, it affected him. He can be blunt and straightforward, but it is never with the intention of being rude, more so he is overly earnest. He can also come off as unfeeling, that is also untrue. He doesn't process his emotions like others, but he does have them. So, if he does something offensive, please don't fly off the handle. Explain it and he'll amend his behavior. I never really thought about who would have to do that after Kushina died. What's his name? Uzumaki Naruto. Don't freak out. I truly didn't believe you'd come back and stay because you would have had to stay here. But you have truly taken care of him. Sandaime-sama, Jiraiya-sama and Naruto-kun are here. Thank the sage. Send them in. The godfather and godson pair walked into a tense situation. Naruto laid eyes on Tsunade and thought she might be the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, and given he thought most kunoichi were attractive, that was saying something. Not really taking heed of the vibe within the room, Naruto spoke. I understand why you based your porn on her, Hirodana. What? Tsunade yelled. We're all going to die, I'm going to die were the thoughts of the Sandaime and the Toad Sage respectively. Naruto was thoroughly confused. His Oji-san and Hirodana both looked as if they were in mortal peril. Add to that Tsunade was muttering to herself that she shouldn't kill people on her first day back. He agreed, she really shouldn't, but he was confused as to why she'd want to. Was it the porn thing? Maybe she thought it was salacious. Or was just offended in general. He'd have to clear this up, it wouldn't be right for others to pay because he said something inappropriate. The two adult males stood awaiting their impending doom. The Anbu were hiding and had yet to intercede on their Hokage's behalf. None were ashamed. They would happily take a kunai or exploding tag for their Hokage, but an irate Tsunade Senju is beyond their mandate. Literally. It is written in the Anbu operations manual and has been since she was 12. All gasped when they saw Naruto reach out and grabbed Tsunade's hand, assuming it'd be the end of the boy. He showed such promise. I'm sorry if I offended Tsunade-san. In Jiraiya's books he portrayed the character based on you as an otherworldly, ethereal beauty. I assumed he was exaggerating. To find he may have undersold it was surprising, and I spoke bluntly. I apologize for my words. And just like that the storm of killing intent snapped and Tsunade even had a tinge of pink in her cheeks. She ran her fingers through Naruto's hair playfully while smiling at the smaller blonde. Hiruzen and Jiraiya had only ever seen two people able to snap Tsunade out of an impending rage, Nawaki and Dan. To see someone else brave impending doom and quell her fury with a few words was shocking. Oh, I wasn't mad at you, Naruto. And what you said was very sweet, thank you. She said, pinching his cheek, not realizing they were sensitive due to the whisker marks. Naruto hummed, it was a nice sensation, he had to admit. But that doesn't get either of you off the hook, not entirely. However, that can wait. Naruto-sensei showed me the seals you created using my Antaka Senju's book. What inspired you to make them? I trained a lot by myself during the academy, but I wasn't sure if I was improving as I had no way to measure it, at least not precisely. I wanted to have a baseline for my overall fitness as well as be able to track whatever progress I may or may not have been making. If I had a way to measure it, I still needed a way to see the data while protecting my privacy. Ninjutsu are illusions, but more abstractly, it's a way for chakra to project information. Well, it is quite ingenious. One of the reasons Sensei called me back is he felt we could make significant medical breakthroughs by working together, and I agree. You may not be able to learn Ryujutsu, but I can help you with the academic side of medicine. Why can't I learn Ryujutsu? Jinchuriki tends to struggle with chakra control, and Ryujutsu requires very precise control even for our most basic techniques. Naruto nodded in understanding, but he wasn't sure why she thought that would apply to him. He began to stroke his chin and after a moment realized the issue. He turned to his Oji-san with a blank look on his face. You didn't tell her about my chakra network, did you? Hiruzen adopted an embarrassed look on his face, he had actually forgotten about that. He didn't know how he could see as he almost had a heart attack when Naruto originally showed it to him. You weren't supposed to just attach things to your entire chakra system. He kicked himself for not inquiring more into why Naruto wanted an autonomous clone, he assumed it was because the basic clone jutsu was out of his reach. He promised himself that day to not just assume things about his grandson. I forgot. Why not show her? Naruto nodded and slipped off his jacket and then his shirt. He fed chakra into the compressed seal located at the base of his spine. Instantly a visible outline of the human chakra circulatory system was on his skin. I created a supplementary chakra system to help ease the burden of my overly large capacity. I have the ability to gain whatever level of chakra control I'm willing to work for. I may not be able to do it now, but I can learn Ryujutsu, my status will not negatively affect me. Tsunade dashed toward Naruto, hands glowing, and she swiftly waved them across his body. Soon, the exam stopped and she looked awestruck. You figured it out? She asked. Hi. Figured out? Jiraiya questioned. Tsunade turned to answer him. The supplementary chakra system isn't a new concept. The problem is it can impede the growth and development of your original because the stress and the strain we experience as we utilize chakra is directed toward the system. No one had figured out how to avoid this issue, so a truly workable version was never created. How did you figure it out, Naruto? I didn't think of it as one giant seal. Instead I made 361 multi-layered seals and placed them on each of my. That was tedious, but the hard part was figuring out the maths for the pressure seal. You built an exemption for a certain level of stress on your system. Hi. Each time I use chakra my is stretched just as they normally would be for anyone else. My seals just bleed off the chakra that couldn't be managed by the individual. Once a certain level of strain is reached, the pressure seal activates and the uncontrollable chakra is redirected. But the more chakra control I gain the less I have to rely on the auxiliary system. The seal on the base of my spine operates as a control module and links each of the seals to each other. You know, if you can do all of this with just the most basic of medical sciences, I'm sure I could turn you into a damn fine combat medic. I'm sure Shizune would enjoy having you as a kohai. What do you say? The FFT, nope. He's going to be a toad summoner, not a slug. I'm going to teach him the ways of gallantry like I did for his father. Adventure, romance, and big damn hero shit. That's his future. Not being stuck in some library or treating acne. Did you just disrespect the medical field, Ryu-kun? Jiraiya once again felt his end coming toward the horizon. No. No, I did not and you didn't let me finish. I think Naruto learning from you is a great idea. I just didn't think with his present skillset he would be best served by being your student exclusively. Well, Jiraiya-kun is clearly lying, started the age Hokage, much to the chagrin of Jiraiya, he has a point. Thanks to Naruto-kun's mastery of the shadow clone jutsu he can be in several places at once and the feedback won't negatively affect him. At a minimum, what level would Naruto-kun need to be to really be of use to you, Tsunade-chan? B rank. How many clones can you make, Naruto? Like 10. OG-san currently will only allow me to produce 30 at one time. I requested 50. You told Tenzo you only needed 25. I didn't know I'd be undertaking new areas of study either. Then you should have haggled more. Mean old man. Tsunade and Jiraiya watched the pair with a fond smile. It was the most animated they'd seen the blonde, and while it wasn't much it did point to how close he was to their sensei. How many can you part with? I'd feel comfortable with 5. I have some projects that are really close and OG-san is going to be making a request of me soon. They heard the older man sigh. You're sometimes too observant for your own good, Naruto-kun. Here is down at his wrist, the last gift anyone had ever gotten him, hours of study of one little boy. These are too useful, Naruto-kun. The reason I had you make Tsunade-chan a copy of the metric seal is because I knew she'd understand the applications. His looking at her signaled he wanted her to speak. If all of our patients had an easily accessible medical history, including known allergens, it could save time and thus save lives. If we could have a seal run our diagnostics and have the results in a projection, it's the same thing, the more time we have for treatment the better treatment and care we can provide. It could also allow me to keep track of if my shinobi are training as diligently as they should be among other things. I know what these mean to you and why outside of yourself only 2 other people have them, but I think it is time to start sharing your invention with your comrades. Of course, you'd be put on contract so you stand to make a significant sum. I couldn't etch enough for even a quarter of the shinobi in the village. I know. I've secured a manufacturer for you. They can print the seals onto the beads and guarantee their quality. Much of our trademark seals aren't handcrafted by their creators, and your inheritance has been fattened by some of the royalties from your parents' intellectual property. Okay, OG-san, I'll do it. I know I was being selfish not sharing, but can I get a couple of days? There are a few more I want to create by hand. After 2 days I'll go through the process so you can start making them. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'll have Jiraiya-kun introduce you to the quartermaster then, and from now on any other developments you have will go to her to start the approval process. But keep in mind, you don't have to turn over everything. It is within your rights and wise to hold some things back for your personal use. Hi, may I be excused? I'd like to get to work. Of course, my boy. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Tsunade-san. Same. Send your clones to the hospital at 9 AM tomorrow, okay? Hi. Bye Irodana. Yay, I'll see you for dinner. Naruto nodded and took off. I'm still pretty pissed at both of you even if the lesson did. But, sensei, I can weigh you not telling me against you allowing me to wander around unimpeded for so many years. You, however, have no such moderating factors to consider. Not even that my book was an ode to your ethereal beauty. Jiraiya said in his defense. I know you can't write that well, so if Naruto got that from your book he would reach the conclusion himself. However, I am in a better mood so all flights on Air Tsunade have been grounded. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief prematurely. All trains are still leaving the station, though. She said before she blurred toward Jiraiya and slugged him in the chest. He didn't fly back or even move an inch, the entirety of the force of her punch was absorbed by his body. It hurts. So bad. He wheezed his face with a vision of agony. Also, Shizune and I will be joining you for dinner and you will be treated. And having no more to say, Tsunade left a grin of satisfaction painted on her face. Your village, thank you for taking that, Jiraiya. You truly are a man of gallantry. I hate you, sensei. Hirizen's chuckle was the response to Jiraiya's all-consuming pain. As Naruto walked through the village he was creating a research plan for his various projects. He was close to a breakthrough on his suite of communication seals, but there was just something missing he couldn't quite put his finger on. He'd been attempting to create these since he completed the volumes on fuinjutsu, but had stalled without more resources. The access to the archives, which he visits every day, along with his parents' works has helped, but something was missing. He could create what he considered a radio seal that could project voice or even thought, but the range was too limited for what he wanted. Textual and visual weren't even that far. It was mildly frustrating because of how close he felt, how just one little insider spark of inspiration could burst a dam. Then he could also complete his track and trace seal, one able to give the location of targets as well as project their discussions. A perfect tool for infiltrators. He could even create a self-destruct array so there would be no evidence. Another idea was a chakra radar tied to his projection seal. Using the chakra signature of the bodies around it could give a map of the surrounding areas and prevent someone from walking into an ambush. A sensor seal for non-sensory ninja. He is also pretty close on that one as well. Naruto had several similar support seals, but with his training under Tsunade-san, or sensei now, he supposed as well as him updating the defenses with Irodana, he was going to be incredibly busy for the foreseeable future. He also had his own training to attend to, adding to his battle repertoire, his ninjutsu, spending time with his friends, finding time for his hobbies. He really should have pushed for those 50 clones. Trying to create a workable schedule, Naruto didn't notice a piglet running straight toward him, nor taking a flying leap into his arms. He simply caught the small animal out of reflex. "Anton, you can't just jump at someone like that. What is wrong with you?" a young woman said, running toward the pig now in Naruto's grasp. Naruto took a good look at the woman and thought she was really pretty in an understated way. Irodana's book once described a character as a sexy librarian and he thought it fit her well. Dark hair and eyes, delicate features and conservatively dressed in a black full-length kimono. "I'm sorry, I don't know what she's doing," she said, taking the piglet back, much to its displeasure as it tried to nuzzle Naruto's chest. "It's fine. Sorry I don't know your name." "Shizune. Kato Shizune." "Oh, Tsunade-san's student." "Yes, how did you know?" "I didn't think it'd be common knowledge for one so young. I just met her in Oji-san's office about some work I did." "Oh, that was you. Tsunade-sama was very impressed with your seals, Uzumaki Naruto, Shizune-san. She requested I work with and study under her for a brief period and said I would be your kohai." "Oh, so you're going to be her new apprentice?" "No, not exactly. It'll just help if I have a sufficient level of medical knowledge. Now, back to this little one. She's a very cute piglet. I guess that's what they mean by pets taking after their owners." Naruto didn't notice the slight smile that formed on Shizune's lips at the compliment as he continued speaking, and if she has a sensitive nose, she may have been after this. Naruto retrieves a baggie from his interior jacket pocket after unzipping it. It is a trail mix featuring various dried fruits, seeds and roasted acorns. "Ah, acorns are favorite, but she should know not to just pounce on someone." "It's fine, she can have it if you want. I have plenty at home." "Are you sure?" "Positive." Naruto replied by handing her the container. "You're very kind, Naruto-kun. Maybe I'll see you around sometime." "I'd like that, Shizune-san, but I must be off. Have a nice day." "You as well." Three adults stared at a small blonde in disbelief. He continued eating, unbothered by their looks. Besides, what he said was completely logical and followed Hinata's advice. He couldn't fathom he'd erred in some way. "Naruto, I don't think you realize what you're saying." Tsunade finally spoke. She'd spent the night telling Naruto about their connection, how Kushina was chosen to follow her grandmother Mito due to her special chakra. While not blood-related, they were close, and Tsunade tried to look out for Kushina as best she could, missions and war permitting. When Tsunade finally left the village, Kushina was an established kunoichi and didn't need her anymore. Tsunade went on to say Naruto could call her Abakin if he wanted. She didn't have a wide range of expected responses, but she doubted she could have ever predicted his response. "I'm pretty clear on my meaning. If you'd like me to call you I can, but I feel my concerns are valid. That I may feel weird when you ask me out. As in date." "Hi. That'll never happen, I'm much too old for you." Naruto just shrugged. "Age ain't nothing but a number, throwing down ain't nothing be a thing." Tsunade frowned at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, this is your fault. I won't let him become a pervert because he's too trusting to ignore your influence. This isn't remotely my doing. The kid is just a natural. I'll make him a super pervert in no time." "I will not allow it, Jiraiya. He's going to be respectful, not some deviant." "Is that what makes someone a super pervert? Deviance?" "Yes, and a general lack of respect for women," Shizune added. "Hey, I respect women." "Then why do you peek on onsen?" "Inspiration. For your porn," Tsunade pointed out. "Erotic literature. It lacks character development," Naruto said, and Jiraiya looked as if someone smacked him and the women just laughed. Jiraiya was so used to certain types of criticism of his books that the simplest one that treated it as a literary work and he fumbles. After that the foursome moved on to other topics, happily ignoring the moment of awkwardness that preceded it. "You really asked out Tsunade Senju?" Kakashi questioned in mild disbelief. "I more so stated my intention to ask her out in the future, Heikate-sensei." How did she respond?" "She found the idea inappropriate due to the age difference." "That's certainly a hurdle but not unmanageable. And your clones are with her now studying the medical sciences." "Hi. I also have 5 with Irodana to learn the basis of our barrier defenses." "And what are the rest doing?" "The other 10 I have are working on my personal projects." Leaving 10 free should I require them for something else. Good idea. Sensei, when can I stop running up this tree? Sakura screamed. Kakashi had been guilted into teaching his team basic chakra control by the other Jounin sensei. Luckily for him, Naruto already knew it and provided instruction. As the other two attempted, or succeeded in Sakura's case, to climb the trees, Kakashi shot the breeze with chibi, all the while developing and refining his plan. This will help increase your reserves and your stamina. Keep it up. But I've been running all morning because of Naruto. Kakashi looked at Naruto and he nodded. Keep running anyway, it's good for you. Besides, a lot of running is required to be a ninja. His keen sense of hearing picked up the quiet curses and insults Sakura levied against him. He had half a mind to inform her that no, that couldn't possibly fit there. Ugh. Sasuke grunted as he hit the ground. Can't I just spar with one of you? This isn't going to make me stronger. Actually, Sasuke-kun, better chakra control can make you stronger. And faster and give you more stamina. It helps if you stay calm, Sasuke-san. Sasuke grunted and nodded before continuing on. Alright, Naruto, today we're going to be discussing vibes. Kakashi said, starting their daily lessons on gentleman perversion, not that Kakashi called it that. Vibes. Yes, vibes are important. Not only how to read the mood of a room, but how to set a specific mood, how to curate an experience. Body language, mood lightening and especially music are all instrumental in ascertaining and creating a vibe. Oh, like tales your body tells. I'm surprised you've read that, it's hard to come by. I haven't, Sai told me about it. The boy that Sandaime wanted you to meet. Naruto nodded. Well, it would be good to learn about body language, so I'll score you a copy and have it for you tomorrow. But for tonight's homework, I want you to take this. Kakashi handed Naruto a storage scroll, sealed with several albums of various types. I want you to listen to them, not necessarily all the way through, and write down how they make you feel and what sorts of things you could do to the music. Does it make you want to be active or relaxed? Does it make you want to dance? I don't know how to dance. You need to learn it. It'll even help with your jutsu as dancing is often done with a partner and it will train you to read and react to their movements intuitively. The thing about dancing, it isn't a thinking activity. You have to flow from movement to movement. Kakashi saw Naruto stroking his chin, a sign he was thinking deeply about the lessons. Who knew teaching could actually be fun? I could ask Hinata-chan, I'm sure she'd help me learn. You could, but don't you have another little friend? Maybe she could help. Ino-chan. Yes. Ask Ino-chan for help. Kakashi watched as Naruto was thinking again. What's on your mind, Naruto? Well, since she may be helping me, I was wondering what I could do for her in exchange. While it is good to be fair-minded, Naruto, when you phrase things as transactions or deals it can feel cold. Tell her it is an appreciation, it is effectively the same. But presentation matters because intention matters. Hinata-chan helped me with that. Yes, excellent. Now, you run along. I'll keep these two here for a bit longer before sending them home for the day. Hi, bye, Haddock-sensei. Naruto was content to leave a little early. He'd gotten the memories from some of his clones, they'd finished one of the bracelets, and now would be a perfect time to deliver it. Hinata and he could track the other two to the tracker seals within one of the beads, and he was reasonably sure Yuhi-sensei would still be with her. Naruto wasted no time getting there, even getting a little shunshin practice along the way. As luck would have it, when he arrived at his destination, Hinata-chan and Yuhi-sensei were alone. That was preferable. Well, he didn't mind Shino, Kiba had become increasingly antagonistic once he started losing to Naruto repeatedly. Nothing overly mean, but Kiba simply worked from the framework of competition, and while Naruto enjoyed and thrived on pushing himself, he didn't feel the need to prove it in everything all the time. It was trying and disappointing as he found Kiba, otherwise, a solid person. He simply couldn't deal with his vibe. Naruto cracks the briefest of smiles at his internal joke before heading over. He didn't announce himself, he suspected Yuhi-sensei was a censor, her being the leader of a tracking team additional proof, and Hinata-chan had all-seeing eyes. He simply made his way over and heard as the two seemed to be wrapping up some talk. Hi, Naruto-kun. Hello, Hinata-chan, Yuhi-sensei. Hello, Uzumaki-kun. What brings you here today? I wanted to give you something. Naruto said before retrieving the bracelet. It was black, but each bead had a phase of the moon itself being red. Naruto handed her the new piece of shinobi jewelry and briefly went over how to use it. I appreciate this, Uzumaki-kun, but why are you giving it to me? I didn't think you planned to make many. Multiple reasons. Oji-san requested I submit the designs to be produced for the village, but I wanted a few people to have the ones I've made personally. You because you were always kind and patient with me and even offered advice when your mission was just to aid Hinata-chan. I appreciated you, Yuhi-sense. Thank you. He said and supplied a small bow. Kurenai smiled at the blonde. Before she could respond to his explanation, Asuma arrived, cigarette in mouth and a bit of a smirk. "Hey, I don't have to worry about some new competition, do I?" He said, and while the cadence was of a joke, his eyes were showing a similar emotion Naruto had seen from the Jounin before. His Oji-san had introduced him to much of his clan, even Asuma and Kono-chan. For whatever reason, Asuma didn't seem to like him, but it felt more pointed. He had yet to find the right word for it, but it was almost always there. Normally, he ignored it. For some reason, it sparked something. He didn't understand what, he'd never felt this before, but he had this sense of what Asuma wasn't saying. The silent, "You wouldn't be much competition even if you tried," as if Naruto would be utterly unappealing to Yuhi-sensei. As if it would be laughable to even consider, as if he would be 12 for the rest of his life. That spark started to burn a little hotter, a little brighter. He may only be 12 and shorter than his classmates, but he was a certified seal master. What had Asuma ever mastered? Other than living in his father's shadow. Being a smug prick. Naruto found the silent dismissal galling. Something inside of him simply couldn't ignore it. Couldn't let it go or move past it. The challenge, the condescension, the aspersion had been laid down, and Uzumaki Naruto would prove himself worthy of the first, above the second, and able to reply in kind to the third. Naruto met the Jounin's gaze, his eyes unknowingly fierce. His voice as even as always, only Hinata could hear the thread of unshakable confidence in the short reply. "Yes." Was all he said, but it was Asuma's turn to hear the silent message, a wavelength shared only by men of a high enough caliber. Asuma slid in on a legacy admission. But he still could hear it as clear as if the boy had shouted it. "And I'll take her from you too." Kurenai, in the immediate aftermath, would laugh it off as a joke, knowing Naruto was capable of really dry humor. Asuma would only dismiss it as the misplaced arrogance of a young boy. It would take years before either realized how wrong they were. On a busy trafficway, a silver-haired Jounin face deep in a book and a self-proclaimed super pervert hiding just outside an onsen would both be filled with great pride and knew it was due to Naruto. Naruto sat under one of Konoha's numerous trees, enjoying the shade and the gentle breeze. It was a warm day, Konoha days tended to be, but wind offered a cooling effect. He had his face turned upward, but his eyes were closed. It had been a very busy 3 months. He trained daily, of course, except for Sundays. He'd had some additions to his regimen, at the suggestion of Tsunade-sensei and Irodana. Tsunade-sensei recommended he do reaction time drills and gave him several examples, as evasion and quick thinking were paramount for combat medics. She also gave him a few more chakra control exercises, such as weapon balancing and underwater propulsion. Shizune-senpai was kind enough to demonstrate that exercise while wearing a two-piece bikini. It was a good day, as far as the blonde was concerned. He even enjoyed the medical training, as the book work was challenging but not unmanageable. Although organic chemistry was the devil. Tsunade and Shizune agreed. Thanks to his clones, his knowledge and chakra control had progressed quickly enough that he was about ready to start shadowing other medics and learning advanced jutsu like the mystical palm and chakra scalpels. So far, he could only do really basic things. Irodana would train with him a few times a week. He helped Naruto learn how to suppress his large chakra signature, as well as other techniques to improve his stealth. He also got Naruto used to fighting stronger, faster and more experienced opponents. Even free of his seals, he found it difficult to get clean hits on the Toad Sage. Irodana had also been sharing some of his sealing knowledge and specialization. He thought the fire suppression seal was amazing in its potential, and it had inspired Naruto to create a new technique in conjunction with something else Irodana taught him, summoning. Naruto loved being a summoner, loved the toads. He'd always liked animals but was never in a position to have a pet. But summons were great, you could treat them like friends, and it wasn't weird because they could actually talk back. He'd usually summon Gamakichi and Gamatatsu a few times a week just to talk and hang out, even introducing them to Hinata-chan and Sai. He didn't think Ino-chan would take to them yet. Irodana told him not to attempt to summon any of the larger toads yet, that he'd clear some time so they could do it someplace remote. Naruto agreed, but there were so many to meet that not being able to summon the big three was no big deal. He'd never had so many sparring partners. Haddock-sensei kept up with what Naruto was calling his soft skills training. He had to admit, while not exactly what he was expecting, Haddock-sensei was a genius instructor. He wouldn't necessarily spell things out, but if you really dug into his lessons, they often branched into many facets of being a shinobi. As Naruto learned to dance from Ino-chan and applied those lessons, he got what Haddock-sensei meant. His taijutsu was formally good, but his thinking had been too rigid. But now, he was learning, slowly, to adapt to his opponent's rhythm, to their flow and use it against them. What Naruto didn't know, and what Kakashi would never have the heart to tell him, was that the blonde simply took more out of Kakashi's perverted lessons than the man ever intended. When he said dancing could help with Taijutsu, he was simply doing with Naruto what he had just done with Sasuke, giving an abstract but acceptable benefit to an exercise he assumed his charge wouldn't want to undertake. Kakashi assumed that Naruto, like most boys, wouldn't want to learn to dance for the sake of dancing. He underestimated Naruto in that aspect and had set the boy on the path of being an eventual Taijutsu beast. Maybe one even good enough to beat Guy's clone. Naruto even received a few tips on jinjutsu theory from Yuhi-sensei. She said it was thanks to the bracelet and the pencil sketch Naruto made of her stored in her storage bead. It really helped him with another seal he was creating, one nearing completion. It wasn't all just training as Naruto made time for his friends. Outside of their usual spars, Hinata-chan and he would take walks or he would watch her decimate cinnamon rolls. He found it cute as she was so often reserved. He hung out with Sai several more times and even got some ninjutsu out of it. Sai said his master appreciated Naruto befriending his charge, so he gave him 2 jutsu and 1, but it was an incredibly useful one. Sai's master, Danzo-san, even challenged Naruto to learn the jutsu and the first exercise of wind nature transformation without the aid of clones. He had managed it, but it did take a few weeks to truly master the exercise, however it made learning the jutsu pretty easy, so it was time well spent. When alone Naruto practices cutting other things with just his chakra, such as logs or rocks. It would practice on speed, size of the cut and amount of power generated. It was really good chakra control. If not sparring, Sai and he would often talk about their mutual interests of art and self-help books. It was nice to find someone who had read as many as Naruto had, and the boys would share insights into people and their weird behavior. Naruto even introduced Sai to Hinata-chan and Ino-chan. The four hadn't really gotten to hang out together, Ino-chan always seemed tense around Hinata-chan for some reason. Naruto assumed it was because the two kunoichi weren't particularly good friends and he resolved to make sure they spent more time together. An appreciation for Ino-chan teaching him how to dance, Naruto agreed to go shopping with his fellow blonde. She seemed surprised when he agreed, but he really didn't get the big deal. No, shopping wasn't that interesting to him, but Ino-chan could be quite engaging about the topic of fashion. Naruto would listen intently, asking questions every now and again, but generally just let her speak. She made sure he had a lot of casual and formal off-duty wear, as no friend of hers was going to be a fashion tragedy. It was good he was receiving pay for his bracelets and his other seal work, as the price of clothing climbed rather rapidly. It was a unique experience for the Uzumaki to see Shinobi gush about his creation, but never knowing it was him that created it. It was only made available for Anbu and select jounin. Knowing the value of the seals, his Oji-san wouldn't clear anyone to possess if they hadn't been cleared by T and I. Naruto thought it wise, but it included ways to remotely disable or destroy the seals if they ever got into enemy hands. And given that each bracelet was biometrically coded to the individual owner, they were fairly secure. Naruto was creating a system for the hospital to allow for instant access to medical histories, but hadn't been too pressed to complete it. Tsunade-sensei was having her staff undergo the same process as the hospital was an ideal location for information gathering. By the time everyone was cleared, he was confident he'd have the arrays ready to be installed and the individual beads to be given to the medical staff. Naruto's life was full. He hadn't realized how lonely he once felt until all the additional people in his life took it away. Just thinking about it brought a small smile to his face. As he sat under the tall tree and enjoyed the shade and the breeze, his companion was starting to stir. Naruto was actually on a mission to retrieve Tora, the supposed demon cat. Naruto didn't think the feline was so bad, she just didn't like her freedom being taken away. He assumed she'd likely return home when she was ready if her owner would just be patient. He found the kitty an hour ago, Sasuke was the lead for the mission and stated they should split up to cover more ground. It didn't take long for Naruto to find her, but he had no intention of getting scratched to hell, so he made a deal with her. If she stayed with him, he wouldn't take her back until his teammates found them. She seemed to understand and didn't run. They had shared his lunch and he'd even put a temperature control seal on her collar, one similar to what he installed in the kitchen at Ichiraku ramen stand. Then, they just drifted off for a midday nap. But now Tora was awake and Naruto assumed it was because she sensed something or someone approaching. The cat had good senses as it was Haddock-sensei who appeared first, orange book in hand. Sasuke and Sakura arrived soon after, both looking irate. Sasuke was the one to give voice to their displeasure. "If you found that stupid cat, why didn't you alert us?" "Because I made a deal with her and that would have violated it." "Well, the spirit of it." "You can't make a deal with a cat, Naruto Baka," Sakura said. She just didn't understand her teammate or how he thought. "I can and I did. Besides, if we had done what every other team did, Tora would have fought us. This way she comes along peacefully and if we ever get this mission again she knows we're fair." Sasuke, too, was often frustrated or annoyed with his teammate. Unlike most people that annoyed Sasuke, it wasn't because Naruto crowded him or was useless. He was skilled, Sasuke could admit that. He would also answer any questions the lone Uchiha had, but his bluntness reminded Sasuke of Itachi's dismissiveness, and it would scratch at an old wound. It was also the case that Naruto thought nothing like Sasuke, but was often either outright correct or had a strong enough point that the Uchiha, who was used to the binary of either right or wrong, couldn't counter it. Naruto was maddening. But what really chapped Sasuke's ass? He wasn't the favorite. It was petty, he realized that. He shunned attention daily and had done so for years. But a part of him assumed he'd be Kakashi's favorite, that even while being difficult he'd be the one that Kakashi would give extra lessons to. And yes, Kakashi had taught him an additional jutsu when he hadn't taught either Sakura or Naruto one, but he could tell Kakashi wasn't as engaged as he was when teaching Naruto social skills. Add to that the glut of insipid D ranks, and Sasuke was nearing something of a breaking point. "Let's just end this stupid mission," Sasuke finally said. Naruto didn't respond, instead simply picking Tora up as he stood up and started walking toward the Hokage tower. Tora would occasionally rub her head against his whisker marks as he scratched gently underneath her chin. Some part of Sakura found it cute, another couldn't get over the 2F number king hours she spent looking for the little beast. Team 7 made good time to the tower and were allowed immediate entrance to the Hokage. The venerable leader was finishing some paperwork, so only caught the tail end of Naruto speaking. "And if you ever run into a piglet wearing pearls, that's Taunton. She's really cool, you two should hang out. MEOW. Naruto, pay attention." Iruka-sensei bellowed from the left side of the room. Naruto just kept petting Tora. Team 7 reporting in and returning one Tora, Hokage-sama. "Good, Kakashi-kun. Iruka-kun, could you retrieve Madame Shijimi?" "Hi, Hokage-sama." Iruka exited the room for a moment and returned promptly with Daimyo's wife. The woman made quite the entrance exclaiming loudly, "Tora-chan," as she strutted in the room. As she approached Naruto, ready to give Tora her customary death hug, she stopped at the sight of eyes as blue and hair as yellow of only one other person she knew of. She may give off the feeling of being vacuous. There was a reason she was a wife and not some side bitch. She turned to the Hokage, much of the joy gone from her face, as she gently took Tora from Naruto. "Hiruzen, we will be speaking about this." The aged Hokage saw how she looked at Naruto and knew what the discussion would entail. Most everyone else, excluding Kakashi and Naruto, were confused by the woman's sudden change in mood as they had brought her stupid cat back. Madame Shijimi exited the office and he decided to move on lest unwanted questions start getting asked. "Well, congratulations Team 7 on a successful mission. Now, what else will we be undertaking today?" "I believe my team is ready for a C rank, Hokage-sama." Kakashi spoke. He got the sense Iruka was going to protest, so he pinned the Chunin with a quick glare. Concern was one thing, coddling was another. "Are you sure, Kakashi-kun?" "Hi. It's time for me to make my final decision on whether or not this will be my team. A standard C rank should be an adequate measure to see if they have what it takes." "I agree, Iruka, please retrieve Tsunade-san." As fast as last time, Iruka left and returned with their client. "Is this my protection? A cyclops and 3 brats. Look at yellow-haired one, he doesn't even seem all there in the head and is the size of an imp." Tsunade couldn't understand how wrong and ironic his words were. As he spewed his insults, Naruto was blazing through seal elements, having activated his projection seal. The goal. The first ever seal to make someone bitch slap themselves. He was nailing down the connections to the cerebral cortex when he heard his Oji-san speak. "Naruto, stop it, now." Naruto disengaged the projection and faced his Oji-san, not understanding how the man knew what he was thinking. He wondered if it were some sort of jutsu, an Oji-san jutsu. Truthfully, Inoichi had counseled Hiruzen to look for signs Naruto was getting frustrated or angry, as he may not always verbalize it. Hiruzen had and knew the beginning signs Naruto was angry was when he queried an eyebrow. If the annoyance progressed he would stroke one of his spiky bangs. Hiruzen didn't know what came after that and didn't much want to. "Azuna, be at the East Gate in 2 hours, thank you." The Hokage said and the man recognized the dismissal for what it was and left. Hiruzen handed Kakashi the mission scroll and he looked it over quickly. "This is a protection mission, pack for about a month and meet me at the East Gate in 2 hours." The team departed, all three excited for their first real ninja mission. The team arrived at the gate, as did the client, during their scheduled time. They departed in the most basic formation, Sasuke in front, Naruto and Sakura to either side and Kakashi in back, head in his icha-icha. It was rather tranquil, the only sounds being the short conversation between Sakura and Tsunade-san. Eventually, the team came toward a puddle. Naruto never really paid attention to weather patterns, but he knew a derivative of the fall surrounding jutsu when he saw it. It was mentioned in several of the jinjutsu guides and books he read, as well as one Yuhi-sensei demonstrated for him. He turned his head slightly to make the smallest eye contact with Haddock-sensei, and he saw his sensei give a small nod. Naruto told himself not to tense, as that would give the impending ninja a sign they'd been made. He made sure to keep his breathing normal. Awaiting an ambush was a unique experience he wouldn't really recommend. While he had tags prepared that could disrupt it, if those ninja weren't actually there for them, then he started an unnecessary fight. If they were there, then he could cost them much needed intel. Soon past a puddle and two shinobi leapt out of it, both wearing gauntlets with a chain attached to it. The chain wrapped around Kakashi and seemingly killed the jounin. Sakura screamed, Sasuke got into his taijutsu stance, and Naruto had his eskrima sticks out and at the ready. One down. One of the duo spoke before they made a beeline toward Tsunade. Sasuke took to the air, landing a spin kick on one of the shinobi with enough force to send them stumbling back into a tree. He then threw a kunai, pinning the chain to a tree. The tag team had no choice but to uncouple themselves. During this exchange, Naruto had gotten closer to the action, but not much. His heart was racing, and he could feel the effects of endorphins flooding his body due to his first taste of real combat. But he forced himself to remain focused. Now that the two could move freely, it complicated and simplified matters. They must have been better when attacking in tandem, so Sasuke did, presumably, decrease their overall effectiveness. He also introduced a host of new variables. Naruto watched the two men. If they chose to both attack Sasuke, he was close enough, he believed, to intercede. If one came after Tsunade, then he was prepared to set a trap and then help Sasuke. It all depended on these next moments. He felt his grip tighten on his sticks, whatever path he chose he'd have to commit to. One of the duo ran past Sasuke, while the other continued to engage. This was it. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet, creating a two-layer seal through his feet, was difficult but manageable as he'd practiced it and had his clones do the same. It was going to be a simple paralysis and chakra restraint seal, with a cloaking array thrown in, so the enemy ninja wouldn't realize it. Naruto waited patiently as the man approached, the distance between them shortening by the millisecond. What Naruto had not planned for was Sasuke knocking his opponent down with a hard kick and deciding to go after the one charging toward their client, taking it on himself to save Naruto from freezing up. When here and in between Naruto and the oncoming ninja, he set off the seal, not even managing to finish whatever barb he was saying. He also blocked Naruto's path, slowing any attempted dash to the man preparing to stab Sasuke through the heart. It was at that point Kakashi interceded, grabbing the man by the neck and revealing he had the other ninja in a similar hold. He smiled at his genin and then excused himself. About 5 minutes later he returned. Sasuke was scowling at Naruto, who looked on impassively. Tsunade looked panicked when Kakashi ordered him to explain. The man then told the team his story, how he was wanted by an international criminal, how his bridge would free his people, and how he was desperate for help. Kakashi decided to let his team choose whether or not they would continue. Sasuke emphatically stated he wanted to go. Sakura, while not confident, agreed. His third student remained quiet, thumb and index finger on his chin. What are you thinking, Naruto? This isn't really a bodyguard mission anymore. Kakashi began to wonder, explain. We're going to a hostile territory with our opposition on the lookout for us. This is more of an infiltration, Haddock-sensei. That's a very interesting point. And how would that change things? I don't know, I need information from the package. Naruto said and then created a clone to go speak to Tsunade. One problem, Haddock-sensei, is that any shinobi will know we are a genin squad. We have to change that. Kakashi nodded and in the background could hear Chibi's clone questioning Tsunade about the travel plans into Wave, the boatman's name, and how the man generally interacts with him. Kakashi had an inkling what Naruto was planning, but wanted to hear him out. He would suggest we each get out of our shinobi clothes and take off our headbands. Hi. Anything with a clan crest, anything ninja related would tip off whoever is waiting for us. Do we know? No, both of the demon brothers had a suicide pill on their mouths. We know whoever it is scares them enough to prefer suicide to betrayal. Now read this statement, Tsunade the clone requested, and now Kakashi definitely knew what Naruto was planning. You three start getting changed into something believably civilian. Kakashi ordered. He didn't want to miss the climax. I don't have any civilian clothes, Kakashi. Do you have a rain cloak? Hi. Then put that on, Sasuke. His students excited to the trees to change their clothes as Kakashi still watched the clone interact with Tsunade. The clone requested Tsunade sit down, and the man complied, taking residence on a stump. The clone then positioned Tsunade's head with his chin slightly raised. And without warning or preamble, the clone shot out a lightning-fast jab to said chin and knocked the man out. Tsunade was in a prisoner transport scroll before he knew what hit him. That was an expert slumping, clone-kun. Now, let me see it. The clone obeyed and onto Tsunade and even said a short passage in his voice. Kakashi smiled at how clever Chibi could be, turning the client into a package and walking into Nami with no one the wiser. It was simple, but the plan contained layers. With Naruto's seal mastery, he could fortify the bridge and the bridge builder's house. What was once a weakness is now a strength. With his henge abilities, Naruto could bait the enemy shinobi to attack when they were prepared for it. As long as Team 7 got to Tsunade home, they were in a strong position to set the terms of engagement. And while this rested on Naruto's unique set of skills, they were his skills, and he planned to use them beautifully. Kakashi wondered if he should start giving Naruto some Anbu scenarios to run through just to see how he'd respond. His train of thought was broken when the kids returned, except instead of a blonde, a pinkette and a Sasuke, he now had an auburn redhead and 2 ravionettes. He was also decidedly down a boy as Chibi was now a grey midriff-wearing, dark-haired girl. The eyes were the same, the whisker marks seemed to be covered over with foundation, and her hair were in 2 pigtails going down her back. "Sensei, do you want a seal to change your hair, too?" "Sure, Naruto. Is this the sexy jutsu?" "Hi. It has almost no chakra cost once I transform, so it shouldn't be noticeable to any but the best sensors," Naruto said in a decidedly feminine pre-adolescent voice as she walked over and gave him a seal. Kakashi applied it to the top of his head and thought about what he wanted as he channeled chakra into the seal. Soon, his trademark silver hair was black as well as stringy. He simply brushed it back with his hand and then made his way to the forest to change. Once he returned, he had a simple blue shirt and black pants. Like the kids, he swapped out his shinobi sandals for a pair of regular ones he kept sealed. Apparently Naruto kept multiple pairs in case he had to change into people of various sizes. Once he checked them over, they made haste toward the coast. During the trip, Kakashi critiqued their performance. He felt Naruto should not have waited for the second demon brother to make a move. It wasn't a bad tactic, but it was one that used his teammate as bait, and with his ability with shadow clones, there was reason to do so. He also felt Sasuke should have had more confidence in his teammate. Especially don't try to quip when he was ruining a perfectly good trap. He admonished all 3 of them for not being prepared for a third opponent, though Naruto pointed out he knew Kakashi was watching. Right before they reached the boatman, Naruto made a clone and changed it into Tsunade. The ride over was quiet, the man obviously scared and was more than happy to see them depart from him. With the clone dispelled, the foursome walked toward Tsunade's. It was a tense moment for Kakashi, he felt himself being watched but didn't allow it to change his body language. Any hint he knew someone was there could ruin the entire play, and this was the most crucial part of it. The onlooker, her lookers, let them be, and Team 7 made it to Tsunade's. Naruto unsealed the drunk so he could verify they were there to protect him. It was late evening by the time they arrived, and most everyone was tired. It was fortunate Naruto was not, as he was going to have a long night ahead of him. By the time everyone was settling in for the night, the once again blonde boy began creating his security measures for the house and had 2 5-member teams of clones doing so for the surrounding area and the bridge. Kakashi may have appeared to be asleep, but he was wide awake running scenarios, plans and counter-plans. Truthfully, if not for Chibi speaking up, Kakashi would have walked Tsunade right into an ambush under the belief he could handle it. Cocky. Yes. Irresponsible. Definitely. And that was never how he ran Anbu missions. He was methodical, logical and efficient. It did shame him that his student had to put him in the right frame of mind if said student was the chosen one and destined to do all kinds of unbelievable things as he led men into a new era. He digressed. There was a problem, an army of bandits and an unknown number of missing ninja. Kakashi needed information, and the best way to do that was to put Tsunade in harm's way. Tomorrow was going to be the opening move of the real game. Kakashi was ready, he only hoped his team would be as well. The demon of the mist was starting to grow impatient. He's been waiting for the bridge builder to return, or at the very least the demon brothers. It could be the man was still hiding in Konoha, but Zabuza just had a feeling that wasn't the case. He didn't want to kidnap the man's family to draw him out, but he needed to move things along. He hated working for scum like Gato, hated being a missing nin. This was the fabled final job, the one last score that would allow him to charge back to Kiri and kill Yagura. He was getting too edgy, anticipating too much. It was a bad place to be, you'd jump at everything and no longer distinguish between a real threat and a nuisance. He hoped Haku would have better luck, having been ordered to watch the bridge just in case. He just needed eyes on the old man, just one clear shot. Zabuza turned swiftly when he heard someone traveling through the trees. They were moving fast, their landings light. He wasn't a chakra sensor, but his other senses were highly trained. Given the sound and the speed, he assumed it was Haku, but soon all travel stopped, but something was sailing through the air. Zabuza caught the item with ease, Haku's hunter nin mask. On the back of the mask was a short note, the first sentence making Zabuza shake with fury. "We have Haku." The note demanded he show up at the bridge at midnight to negotiate Haku's release. He would never be brought so low for a tool. Instead he'd slaughter everyone there and then go to the old man's house and kill him and his entire family. Whoever these ninja were, they'd learned demons don't bargain. 4 hours previous to the delivery of the note, Kakashi watched as their captive and bargaining chip was made comfortable. She'd been knocked unconscious thanks to one of Naruto's seals. Kakashi didn't know the name, but the effect was something not to be ignored. The girl thought she had escaped the blast radius, only to be violently pulled back before jettisoned forward. Naruto said she didn't have whiplash, but did take a nasty bump on the head. She was good, only a seal that could read chakra capacity gave her away, and the trap was sprung before she could ever put up a real fight. They now had the advantage. Kakashi sincerely doubted she was working alone, but he'd have to get that information out of her to confirm. Whoever she worked for, assuming she did, had just gotten their attack force reduced and were on the back foot. Assassins were hunters, they were used to choosing where and when. It wasn't natural for them to be on the defensive. Once she awoke, Kakashi sent everyone out of the room. It didn't take long to get what he needed, the Sharingan was just a handy tool in situations like these. But the aftermath, her being so broken for having betrayed her Zabuza-sama, didn't fill him with pride. True, this way would mean she was more than likely to survive, but there is living and there is being alive. Kakashi knows that better than most. For years he was simply alive, the death he sought avoided him at every turn. He doesn't know if he's started living again, but he knows he isn't where he was. He briefed his team on the new information. They needed to know they were up against a genuine Kiri Hartman. This wasn't a game, this wasn't a time where mistakes could be tolerated. Perfection was an unreasonable standard, and yet it would be needed. Kakashi was confident he could take on the demon of the hidden mist, but things happened, no outcome was guaranteed. Being at the mercy of a fresh genin some months ago retaught that lesson. He informed them Naruto would be delivering the message via clone. It would not risk any of them and give the boy a chance to try out an early version of his track and trace seal. Naruto designed the receiver seal on the spot and Kakashi assigned Sakura to listen in, and the clone would keep a visual on Zabuza's location. 2 hours after the note was delivered, Kakashi was contacted via the communication seal Naruto gave the entire team. "Big dog, this is Spiral 1, over. The beauty of the seal is that the wearer doesn't have to speak, but simply thinks about their message. The range was limited, which is why Naruto felt it wasn't complete, but it was an upgrade to the standard radios. I copy Spiral 1, over. I've got a visual on Zabuza Gato and 2 hatchetmen, over. I've got Cherry Bomb listening in, over. Requesting permission to neutralize all parties, over." And there it was. His chibi was asking for the green light, even if said chibi was a clone Naruto would have to live through the act. The request made sense, Zabuza was in an enclosed space with Gato. He knew Naruto had a barrier that could end them. Could he make his sensei's son first kill in cold blood? An assassination. Naruto wasn't a cold person. His weapons of choice could disarm, could cause a lot of damage, but were not designed for killing. Neither was his taijutsu. The kid came up with an idea to avoid fighting. He wasn't a killer. But Zabuza was. A merciless one at that. At Kakashi's earlier admonishment of Naruto putting his teammates at risk caused an overcorrection. Or was this just an acknowledgement of opportunity? He had no time to figure it out and ultimately it couldn't matter. Should Kakashi give the order? He may protect Azuna until Gato's men rebel and they have a disorganized riot of bandits to deal with. His negotiation with Zabuza might bear fruit. And ultimately, killing Gato when he hasn't attacked them is beyond their mandate. He had his answer. Negative, Spiral 1, over. Understood, big dog. New orders. Over. Hollow Gato, attempt to get a seal on him, too. I have a feeling he might have his own plans. Don't overdo it and don't be seen. Over. Understood, big dog. Over and out. Kakashi released a sigh. These kids made things too intense for his money. He quickly looked at the time, it was just 3 p.m. There was a lot of time left before he was to meet Zabuza. Kakashi had a feeling his midnight meeting would decide the success or failure of this mission, and that didn't sit well with him, at all. 12:05 a.m. Tazuna's unnamed bridge. Hada Kakashi. The demon of the mist spoke, a blatant edge to his voice. Where is Haku? Ma, Zabuza-kun. She is safe and now under the protection of Konoha for the duration of our negotiation. Bad way to start, not bringing her. Couldn't risk you getting rambunctious before we've spoken. She's a valuable tool but not that valuable and won't stop me from killing you, Haddock. What do you want? I want to know why 2 professionals such as ourselves are getting played by some small-town crook and alcoholic bridge builder. 3:10 p.m., 6 hours and 50 minutes before meeting with Zabuza. Tazuna's house, kitchen. Team 7 sat around Tsunami's kitchen table, Kakashi at the head, Naruto on one side while Sakura was on the other. Sasuke sat at the opposite end facing Kakashi. We've got some time before I meet Zabuza and I wanted to have a brief team meeting. If you have any questions or concerns, voice them now. If we have his partner, why just attack him since he's the threat? All four of us could take him, Kakashi. Sasuke observed. Why don't you want to tell me? True, we could likely take Zabuza, I'm confident I could defeat him myself, though it'd be difficult. However, not enough to deter me should it need to happen, so why take this option? What do you think, Sakura? We don't have enough information. She asked back. Yes, that is true. While I am fairly sure Haku was the last of Zabuza's support, the pair are not the totality of Gato's forces. We don't know how many there are, where they are stationed or what they comprise of. Are they just thugs? Former samurai? This is important, but as a ninja you often don't have perfect information, and waiting for the time you do can cause your mission to fail. Risk is inherent in this line of work, it can only be minimized so much. Naruto, what do you think? We have a four-party conflict presenting itself as a two-party conflict. And who would the four interested parties be? Nominally, Tsunade and Gato. But you and Zabuza would be the two hidden ones. Exactly. It is easy to think of this as us, representing Tsunade, versus Zabuza who represents Gato. But Zabuza's loyalty is only to the extent of his pay, and I not only have to try to complete the mission, but do so in such a way that doesn't harm Konoha's short or long-term interests either, namely protecting you three. This means Zabuza could be useful if I play this right. Azuna's Bridge, 12:07 AM. What are you playing at, Kakashi? Zabuza growled. I'm sure Gato told you why he needed the bridge builder clipped. Yes, it threatens his business. This massive bi-coastal bridge. The one thing that could harm his business, and it somehow manages to build to near completion before he stops it. Either he's incompetent or he's lying. Yup. The bridge is the last hope of the residents, they believe it will free them, but if Gato has the muscle to claim an island he can manage a bridge. You killing Tsunade more or less after he finishes breaks the will of the people. Come on now, how did Tsunade's drunken self get out of Nami under a shipping magnate and smuggler's watch? Maybe he thinks I'll kill you, Tsunade finishes the bridge and the people cheer, only to be further oppressed. On the other hand, you kill me and he lays all of this at your feet. A third option is we either kill or exhaust each other. And he comes and cleans us up. It's an interesting theory, but that rat wouldn't cross me. Betrayal works best that way. 3:45 PM nearing Nami's daimyo mansion. Gato had not been enthused by his talk with Zabuza. The man dared to think he could set the timetable and completely disregard what he, Gato, thought. When he was cutting the checks. When he was the one in control. It made his blood boil, the arrogance of that musclehead. Little better than a beast of burden and thought he could speak down to an accomplished businessman. Gato would continue to rant and rave until he was suddenly and most unpleasantly interrupted. Before he could make sense of anything, Gato found himself on his back looking toward the sky. Then he was yanked up, as if he weighed nothing. Gato finally put eyes on the person that dared to manhandle him. A boy, teen really, brown hair and black eyes. Taller than Gato but not by much, and wore a yellow shirt and blue pants. The boy seemed panicked. Oh, geez. I'm sorry about that, oh geez. You see what you did? A taller, older and balding man in a white robe and brown pants said. I let you pick, you say you get to pick every 10th time and you see. This is why you can't be in control, you run into people and get us into all kinds of shit. Why you've been riding my ass since we left, you haven't even given this a chance. The teen said before slapping at the older man. You wanna go? We can go. The man said as he started tussling with the boy in earnest. Waraji and Zori eventually put a stop to it and tell the, Gato assumed, grandfather and grandson pair on their way. Gato continued on to his mansion even more annoyed than he was. The grandfather and grandson had slinked off to an alley and was soon joined by a third party. Did you do it? Spiral 1 asked. Hi, said Spiral 2 with Spiral 3 nodding. The first clone Sunshine away to continue his job of surveilling Gato. The second clone activated his communication seal. Spiral 2 to Cherry Bomb, do you copy? This is Cherry Bomb, Spiral 2, I copy. I tag Gato and his two guards. Channel 2, 3 and 4 respectively. Over. I'll switch now. Over. Continuing surveillance, Spiral 3 and I will take the muscle should they leave. Over and out. As Sakura remained vigilant listening to any salient information, Sasuke and Kakashi were resting. The day would be long and rest was a premium, especially if Kakashi was going to need to use his Sharingan. A clone of Naruto's was helping the Tsunami around the house, as a guest should. The original was sitting in a spare bedroom holding a snow rabbit observing Haku. She was clearly in pain, but she would confess her physical pain barely merited a mention compared to her emotional distress. She looked broken, utterly broken. Feel me? She whispered. I have no value to you, I am simply a broken tool, so I also have no value to Zabuza-sama. When she heard the boy walk toward her, a traitorous part of her flinched, a pesky will to survive that was unbefitting a tool and a betrayer. She forced herself to relax, to the best of her abilities, as her back was incredibly sore. She heard the boy move deliberately, she didn't bother to make eye contact as she just wanted it over. Closer and closer he walked, until she could feel his body heat. He moved his hand to her right arm and pinched her, hard. "Ow!" she exclaimed as he sat back down. "Why did you do that?" "I've never, not once, heard a kunai shout in pain. We've established you are not a tool, and as such, killing you because you are broken is a fundamentally flawed argument." "You're wrong, that's exactly what I am. I have no more purpose, I have no reason to live." "What purpose was so significant that to fail it means you should die?" Naruto decided to ignore the tool talk, she seemed committed to it. For the first time Haku made contact with the boy. "To protect the person that saved me, my sole precious person. Zabuza isn't dead. I've still put him at risk, I've failed in my duty. What greater shame is there? I've never felt ashamed before, but I've seen it. My Oji-san had to explain it to me. He has to explain a lot of that stuff to me. Anyway, I remind my villagers of a tragic day. They ostracize me because of it and have for as long as I can remember. For most of my life they looked at me in fear and apprehension. It changed in the last 2 years and I didn't understand it, hence asking my Oji-san. Most people would likely rank mistreating a child as one of the worst things you can do, and yet my villagers did that. However, their reasons started to falter and it created cognitive dissonance. If they didn't find a way to stay angry at me, they may have to acknowledge me as what I truly am and then acknowledge what their actions make them." Haku was so absorbed in her story that she forgot about her own shame for a moment. "Do you hate them?" "No. They are trapped and can't face themselves. If I were what they said I was but changed, they'd likely accept me more as it would have proven them right. But they can't redeem me because I don't need it. They want to rid themselves of the burdens they carry, but the process scares them. I think objectively that's sad, though I don't feel sad for them." "Why would you tell me this?" "Because shame is an acknowledgement that, for whatever reason, you failed at something and failed yourself. But failure is rarely the end of things. My best friend once called me a proud failure because I never let setbacks stop me from trying. This is different. Maybe. But even still, your precious person is still alive and there is more than one way to protect someone." Haku was starting to get annoyed at the emotionless boy. "Well, my way is to assure Zabuza-sama can achieve his ambition, but if he has to rescue me I'm only in the way." "What's his ambition?" "To overthrow Yagura, the Mizukage. The man that started the bloodline purges, the man that made people fear those with bloodlines, the one that. He's a monster and Zabuza-sama wants to usurp him, but that takes resources." "It's only the two of you?" "Yes, if the demon brothers are gone. You can't fight a rebellion with 2 people. We'd raise an army." "Oh, so he has contacts in Kiri?" "Not that I'm aware of. All the people he killed were against Yagura, except the demon brothers. So, he takes missions with the intent to return to Kiri, raise an army of people with little connection to him, and kill a sitting cage." "Yes." She said heatedly, not likely this boy criticizing Zabuza. "Sounds like you aren't the only one ashamed." Haku went wide-eyed at the boy's pronunciation. She dedicated herself to protecting Zabuza-sama, ensuring he'd eventually return to Kiri and save it. But if he truly was forestalling his return then she'd failed entirely. She really was useless. "What's your bunny's name?" "What? Why couldn't you let her break down in peace?" "Your bunny, what is his name?" "Chappie." "Do you think Zabuza needs the same kind of protection Chappie does?" "Are you mocking me?" "Not intentionally, no." Naruto said, looking at Haku unblinkingly. "What is your point?" "In Konoha we believe in the will of fire, the idea that everyone in the village is family and everyone looks after everyone else." "That didn't seem to apply to you." "You can't judge a method by a single outcome, Haku-san. When Oji-san was telling me what a Hokage did, he said he had the ultimate job of protecting Konoha and passing on the will of fire. I was confused for a while after that talk. He sits in the office most days, how is he protecting anything?" Eventually, I realized there are 3 types of protection: taking someone's burden, sharing someone's burden, and preparing them to face their burdens. Oji-san could do the first one for major threats, but mostly did the latter too. Including allowing an orphan to not think he'd always be an outsider unable to understand those around him. And which one does Zabuza-sama need? I couldn't possibly know, I don't know him. But it'd take more than a tool to figure it out. Naruto sat Chappie down and unsealed a jar from his mass storage seal. "This ointment is a pain reliever. If you have trouble putting it on let me know and I can help." "Hentai?" Haku yelled and Naruto looked confused. "I'd only see your lower back. Are lower backs titillating? Can you have a lower back fetish?" "I'll have to ask Oji-san about that." He really wasn't specific. Naruto said, mostly to himself as Haku watched on in disbelief. The boy was odd. Anyway, I'm training in the medical arts so this would be a form of treatment, not an attempt to you. I'm fine, boys your age get ideas. You're the one talking about lower back fetishes. Naruto said in confusion. He grew even more confused when the kunoichi laughed as he exited. Haku opened the jar of medicinal cream and rubbed on her back with great effort, but she bore it all the same. Within minutes the cream had taken effect and she felt good enough to move to the bed. She picked up her faithful companion and thought deeply by the perplexing blonde's words. Had she been mistaken about what Zabuza-sama truly needed? Did he need more than a tool? If so, what was it and how could she become it? She'd circle around these thoughts until she drifted off. 12:10 a.m., Tsunade's bridge. You still haven't told me what you want, Kakashi. To procure your services. It shouldn't be too hard to make Gato disappear. Then you can take what he was going to pay you and be on your merry way. Back out of a contract. Just because I'm a missing ninja doesn't mean I have no honor. Besides, your bingo book bounty would be a nice bonus. Ma, that assumes you'd be alive to claim it. Do you really want Gato's men to kill you because you exhausted yourself fighting me? Unless, that's exactly what you want. 3:57 p.m. Gato's hideout Nami's daimyo mansion. Baraji, Zori, how would you characterize our men? Gato asked. Otter, mostly, Zori spoke. I'd estimate 10 are solid but still a cut below us, why? Waraji asked. I don't trust Zabuza can get to the bridge builder. He was supposed to be on the lookout for that drunk pest's return, but somehow the man managed to get back and Zabuza didn't even know. And he was alone today, what happened to the other 3 members? Dead, most likely. Or captured, Zabuza did say he would meet the other ninja on the bridge. Waraji answered. If they are captured, he's compromised and may turn on me. And with the attention of a ninja village, we're going to need to go underground, but not before I extract my pound of flesh. What are you planning, boss? Zori asked. I want you to get the men ready, have to go to the bridge. Tell them to handle the ninja and blow the bridge. Have our best go to Tsunade's. Kill him, kill his family. And what about us? Waraji questioned. As soon as they move out, we're going to get on my ship and get out of here. I hate to lose territory, but I've broken Nami once, I can break it again. The 2 bodyguards left the mansion each going to a separate complex where Gato stored his men. Neither realized they had a tail. Back at Tsunade's, Sakura informed Kakashi of the developments and he hummed in satisfaction. Kakashi thought he'd need to spur Gato on to betray Zabuza, but it appeared the man was rather distrusting and cowardly. He could make use of this, but he had no intention of fighting an army of bandits. He could do it, but putting forth that much effort wasn't cool. Besides, he had Chibi here and he was confident the blonde could come up with something. Sakura, get the real Naruto and have him come here. Oh, great, more ways to avoid fighting. Sasuke scoffed. You say something, Sasuke-chan. The Uchiha bristled. We aren't going to get stronger if we don't challenge ourselves, Kakashi. And by challenge you mean open combat with an unknown number of enemies. No physical descriptions. Not even a word on their locations yet. We could take them. Possibly. But could we do it and avoid innocent bystanders? Do we know if they have hostages? Have they rigged their barracks to blow? Your challenges will come, Sasuke. The Uchiha scowled. He hated how useless he's felt this entire mission. Intellectually he can attest to Kakashi's approach, but it is one that leaves him with little to do. He can't get real experience if he doesn't fight, he certainly can't awaken his Sharingan. As Sasuke was getting lost in his thoughts, Naruto walked in. You wanted to see me, Haddock-sensei. Yes, I need to ask you something, but first, did Sakura fill you in on what Gato plans to do? The boy nodded, good, good. Is there a way to tag each of Gato's men, without them knowing it, so we can activate them once they get to the bridge? Naruto thought about this and then squinted. You would like me to create a seal that implants other seals on people without their knowledge? Maybe put it in the main exits, like a barrier that doesn't impede them, but can chakra ride a seal in thin air. Kakashi sweat drops at the summation. He guessed it did sound ridiculous once laid out. The trap seal would be fine, except there was a chance they'd miss some of them, and he wanted to avoid that if possible. Did you hear me, Haddock-sensei? I'm sorry, lost in my thoughts, what did you say? I said it might take an hour if I don't rush it. Wait, you can actually do this? Naruto looked at him blankly. I outlined the elements, sensei. A barrier, placed on the exits that can chakra right. Well, it'd be more like a replicator array. A cloaking layer so it goes unseen. Multiple triggers, maybe pressure and body heat. At the bare minimum what must the effect be, sensei? I just need something that won't allow them to flee or attack. Yes, I believe I can accomplish this. I'll be outside if you need me. Sasuke watched the interaction but didn't get the significance of what he'd heard, it was only Kakashi's question that clued Sasuke in that Naruto may have done something impressive. He knew his teammate used a rare skill set, but because it was so rare it was hard to gauge when something was truly a demonstration of skill or if it just looked that way to the ignorant. Kakashi, how good is Naruto? Kakashi formed an eye smile. You'll have to ask him yourself. HN. Elsewhere, a small boy watched as Naruto settled onto the dock of the pond near Tsunade's. The boy had been experiencing a whirlwind of emotions when his grandfather informed him he was leaving to purchase the aid of a real-life ninja. Inari hadn't held out much hope, he hadn't felt hope in years. His hero died and no one lifted a hand. To his small mind that must have meant Geto was simply too powerful, his father had tried to do the impossible. What were a few ninja going to do that an entire village couldn't? He'd held firm on that belief even when the ninja arrived. They didn't look that impressive, most of them weren't much older than him. What were some kids going to do? What could they do? He started to feel angry. At them for giving his mother and grandfather false hope. At the adults for believing in some weirdo cyclops and his children. But he wouldn't explode, not yet. They'd show themselves to be inadequate and he'd tell his grandfather it was always a bad idea. But then, something amazing happened. Inari watched as one of the kids, the blonde, made copies of himself. Copies that could walk and talk and think all on their own. Then he watched the blondes paint these weird symbols outside of the house and then made it emit a glow. The blonde made another painting, on paper, and then had the entire family place their thumbs on the symbol. Inari felt something pass over him. It was cold and hot at the same time. Once that was done the boy explained they were now safe, that no one but the family and his team could come in without being allowed to. Inari saw something he hadn't seen in years, his mother relaxed. As if years of tension had melted away, the blonde assured his mother she was safe, and she believed him. And as much as he hated it, Inari believed him, too. He then watched as the team had ways of communicating without actually speaking and could transform to look and sound just like his grandpa. They even caught an enemy ninja. Overthrowing Geto didn't seem so impossible now. Hope battled the tragedy-induced pessimism Inari had wrapped himself up in since his father's death. He stopped believing in heroes, but his young mind couldn't discount what he'd seen. It was magic as far as he was concerned. Real-life magic. He wanted to talk to the fellow boy to understand how he was strong and unafraid of Geto. He wanted to know a great many things, but he decided to wait and watch. They hadn't truly saved his grandfather yet. Naruto knew he had watchers but worked diligently. His self-imposed deadline was fast approaching and he didn't want any unnecessary delays. The seal, as he told Haddock-sensei, would at its most basic be a barrier. A simple one that could allow passage if the creator so chose. Naruto then added various arrays to the barrier level, not only the tag that would be applied to Geto's men, but the replicator and discharge arrays that would actually apply it to the skin, as well as a cloaking seal inside the tags so they aren't visible even when applied. That took the longest as instead of doing a multi-layer seal for that part, he did a multifactorial array all on one level. This, to Naruto's mind, is what makes fuinjutsu so complicated. Most people tried for really complex multifactorial seals. Every seal is a collection of arrays, but some have been worked out enough to essentially function as one. No one needs to think about the ignition and combustion parts of an exploding tag, it's been standardized too long for that. But adding an exploding tag array into other arrays means you have to compensate for the various elements, sometimes making certain aspects less efficient so it could coexist with others. Seal masters understand how to get around this issue, but it does take time. Multi-tiered sealing allowed for dedicated arrays to function as they should, with the translation happening after the function took place. More people didn't do it, Naruto was told by Jiraiya, because the theory was so underdeveloped and seemed magnitudes harder than the multifactorial method. A second tier would act as the activation trigger, pressure and body temperature, with a tracker array, so multiple targets could be identified and tagged at the same time. The last tier would be the most experimental of the three. One of the jutsu Naruto learned was the earth style. Subterranean voyage. He thought incorporating that ability to merge with solid surfaces would do well with his beads, especially once he figured out his information system seals. Once Naruto had drawn out the seals on separate scrolls, Naruto layered them and then performed a series of hand signs. The three individual seals merged into one and then compressed into something new. The compression sealing jutsu was an Uzumaki original and one that they shared with a larger sealing community. Naruto activated his projection seal as he looked at his work and contacted the relevant parties. Spiral 1, 2, and 3, this is Spiral Prime, copy. This is Spiral 1, I copy. Spiral 2 here, I copy. Spiral 3, copy. Activate projection seals and memorize what you see. Big Dog wants them on every exit of Geto's and his army's complex. Over. Are we applying these to our spare beads? Over. Hi, you are. Spiral Prime, over and out. The three shadow clones memorized the details of the tri-level seal, taking a moment to pull it apart. They had orders, but a new was presented to them and they saw what it did. Once they did, each summoned a number of blank beads from the mass storage seal and applied the compressed seal via chakra. Each clone would infuse a little chakra into the beads before tossing them into various door frames and watched as the bead sank before he was no longer visible. The process should have been harder, but Gato's men were so arrogant they didn't believe anyone would actually attack them, so they had no guards. Gato, however, simply had sent his guards away and was unprotected. It took not even 5 minutes to set up the barriers, and the clones were back to their hiding spots before anyone knew. They settled back and ready to surveil their targets until told otherwise. Back on the pier, the original Naruto had unsealed a cylindrical pillow and propped his head up. He was in need of a nap. He'd been a little keyed up, not that anyone knew, and hadn't slept well. The last seal was taxing on his tired mind, so he thought a nice nap by the water would be justified. He was asleep as soon as he hit the pillow. Inari went back to the house when he saw Naruto fall asleep. Haku, with Chappie, watched the boy that had thrown her world in such disarray. The boy that so easily made her question much of her reality, her place in Zabuza's life and her very identity. She was confused and wanted a way to dismiss his words. But she would return to his story about the villagers that couldn't face themselves, so they continued to blame him. She didn't want to do that, she wasn't a coward. She was too. The thought ended abruptly as Haku rubbed her arm where Naruto pinched her. Was she still a tool? Should she have been one? Could Zabuza-sama have already achieved his dream had she been better? Or simply more? Something other than a thing in need of orders. If she had her own will, if she were acknowledged as an equal, would Zabuza-sama be more confident? Was his delay her fault? She didn't like those thoughts and hated feeling unsure. Her feet moved toward Naruto. He looked so different asleep. Peaceful and so young. Some part of her wanted to strangle the life out of him for implanting such doubts in her head. She crouched down and debated. He was a bad, evil boy, and his master made her betray Zabuza-sama. She had every right to hate them. Even if he knew pain like hers. Even if he had tried to care for her and even made her laugh. But would killing him help Zabuza-sama? Is that enough reason to do it? Did she want to kill this boy? When was the last time she asked herself what she wanted? It had been too long, at least for anything important. She was so tired and confused. Who was she? What was she? Her eyes burned, she wanted to be outside her head. She didn't know. She didn't know anything. It scared her to not know. The future felt open and shrouded. Her exhaustion, physically and emotionally, took over. She settled in beside Naruto. Chappie and she could hate Naruto after a nap. 12:15 a.m. to Zuna's bridge. Beto's men had arrived just as they'd been ordered to do. The two ninja weren't fighting, simply talking. This wasn't the plan, they were supposed to exhaust each other first. Some of the men didn't care and believed their numbers would be enough. Others, having heard stories about shinobi, were less confident. All were on edge, their nerves running away from them. One man had an arrow knocked, but his arm was starting to tire. Then, in the background, an explosion was heard. It started the man so much he shot his arrow. The projectile tore through the sky, and all took it as the signal, but they waited, hoping the two shinobi would be distracted as well. Maybe the arrow would kill one of them, improving their odds even more. It was hard to track in the night, but many strained their eyes just to get a glimpse. It neared the two ninja, growing ever closer, and then it struck the ground, 20 feet from either target. I guess you were right, Kakashi. I've got some vermin to slay. Zabuza growled as he unleashed his killing intent. Kakashi simply channeled some chakra to a seal he had wrapped around his wrist. Zabuza was confused when he heard the men yelling and what sounded like numerous collisions. He ran toward the cowards that would dare double-cross him, just to see dozens of men struggling to break apart from each other. They were in a massive dog pile, all shouting to be free. Some had been impaled on their weapons, others injured as they were tossed into another person. The first part of Naruto's trap was an attraction seal. Each seal would be attracted to everyone like it within a certain range, and with such great force, none of the men could fight it. Kakashi soon tired of their shouts of pain and distress, deciding to activate level 2. Soon, the bridge and the surrounding areas were quiet as Naruto's knockout array worked perfectly. This ended just how Kakashi liked, with bare minimum effort, so he could still look cool. Zabuza could only summarize his current state in one way. What the fuck just happened? Elsewhere, Gato was terrified. He couldn't even bluster nor beg, his mind wouldn't form the words. His bodyguards and he were on their way to his ship, cash in tow. 20 feet from the ship's dock they watched as it exploded. Then, from the darkness these metal things flew and pierced Waraji and Zori in their arms and legs. The men were down, but their cries of pain were silenced when a swift kick to each of their heads. When Gato saw who prevented his escape, he realized it was a mere child. He was set to yell at the little punk because a chop to the back of his neck ended it. Moments later he was tied up with his men, who had been thoroughly disarmed and they were being drugged like carcasses. It was over, he knew it. No amount of begging would save him. If his men found out he was going to abandon them they'd turn on him as well. His life was over. The Tsunas, Sakura, Naruto and Haku watched as 10 men were knocked out in a ball of human flesh. Sakura was amazed at the seal, having been given the controls. Haku, too, was impressed and wondered what the blonde's limits were. She was also thankful, he seemed to prefer no lethal means, as she may be far worse off than she was. Naruto marveled at the tea. It was really good tea. He made a note to ask Tsunami-sen about it. Some might be surprised by his focus, but truthfully, seals were easy. Good tea, now that's hard. It wouldn't be morning until Tazuna and his family were informed Gato had been captured. Inari would round up the villagers, all willing to dispense justice on the tyrant. The danger had been neutralized, but Team 7 had to wait for the bridge to be finished. None seemed to mind. It may be boring from that point on, but how many people could say they managed to liberate a country in 2 days? Kakashi was pleased with the actions of his team, though Sasuke choosing to fight instead of using the seal was a little worrying. He knew before he took the mission he was going to keep them, but this made him all the more confident in his decision. And best of all, the thing that stood out the most. Chibi got an enemy Kunoichi to snuggle with him. He truly was the one. Team 7+1 stood inside the Hokage's office as the leader of Konoha read over Kakashi's report. The man's face was impassive, not giving one hint at what he may be thinking. Once he finished the scroll he sat it down and steepled his fingers, looking at the lone jounin. Kakashi met his gaze. The copy ninja appeared more visibly resolute than he normally did, his own lackadaisical manner shelved for the moment. Is all of this true, Kakashi? Hi. Well done, Team 7. You are no longer provisional but full ninja of Konoha, congratulations. If you and Haku-sen will excuse us, I'd like to have a word with Kakashi. As the team headed toward the door, the Sandaime stopped them. Oh, Naruto-kun. Yes, Oji-san. This startled the other members of Team 7. They'd heard Naruto speak about his Oji-san, but never had he referred to the Hokage as such in their presence, nor given any hint that's who he was speaking of this entire time. Sai-kun and the regular escort will be on training ground 23 at 7 AM tomorrow. Hi. The team departed after that, Kakashi already informing them they would have 2 days off from training and missions. As they left, both the Sandaime and Kakashi saw Sasuke's reaction, a glint of suspicion that Naruto was receiving something the Uchiha hand. It didn't portend for great things in the immediate future, but that would have to wait for now. Kakashi, what were you thinking? You should have either cancelled or immediately called for backup as soon as those missing ninjas attacked. I truly believed I could handle any unforeseen risks that would arise. Yes, but you didn't handle it. Tell me, if you didn't have a seal master on your team how do you think this would have played out? I would have had to fight Zabuza as we entered wave, maybe I would win, but with my concern for my students I couldn't go all out and if his apprentice had attacked with him, I could have been overwhelmed. Yes, this Haku person. She seems close to Naruto-kun and this doesn't seem to bother you. Those two grew closer during the mission. I made sure to watch Hokage-sama. She's not a threat, just a young woman trying to figure herself out. They did spend a lot of time together because for whatever reason they understand each other. And after years of being with Zabuza, he goes to Kiri, but she comes here. She's not a killer. Zabuza knew it, I can see it. I suspect even you can pick up on that. I will allow this for now, but if this is some trick by Zabuza or Naruto-kun gets hurt all responsible will know my displeasure. Kakashi's expression didn't change, but he shivered at the thought of Sandaime's displeasure being expressed. It generally included fire. Lots of fire. How a lifetime smoker could have that great of lung capacity defied logic. I'm confident the last thing she wants is to harm Naruto, sir. I wouldn't put Minato-sensei's son at risk. Yes, from the report I can tell. What really made you call the clone off? Kakashi sighed before answering, I know each of my students will have to take a life eventually, but the heat of combat and an assassination are different. They feel different and there is generally a reason the former happens before the latter. I don't know how Naruto would handle it and I think that's the main reason, I couldn't be sure he wouldn't be overwhelmed. I understand, Kakashi. The instinct to not throw them into the deep end is understandable, but situations change and you may not always have that choice. With all that being said, this was well done. I'll likely have Shikaku add this to the Chunin seminars in the usage of basic techniques and advanced tactics. Yes, you trained Naruto well. Kakashi said with a hint of accusation. I have done almost nothing in terms of direct training of Naruto-kun. Hints. Stories or suggestions. Yes. But little beyond that. Why, what's the problem? My team is unbalanced. Gravely unbalanced. C ranks are supposed to push the team, but with Naruto, his sealing abilities and his mentality, they change things. If I allow him to operate at his full capacity, I sideline Sasuke and Sakura. If I hold Naruto back, the other two will get more direct experience, but are also at greater unnecessary risk. The question becomes, who do I stunt? I want my team to grow, but I truly underestimated how prodigious Naruto was. That seal he created to tag Gato's men, he finished it in an hour. I saw that. I will have to see about incorporating that into our entrances. Good way to stop infiltrators. I do see your point, Kakashi. The next C rank you wish to take, I'll have Naruto be unavailable and we can go from there. Kakashi nodded and was dismissed. Hiruzen thought about his grandson. It seemed the boy demonstrated his genius over the sealing arts ran deeper than any imagined on a regular occurrence. Well, great, Kakashi was right. Genin weren't meant to be masters over any shinobi art, not even prodigies could claim mastery. Hiruzen reasoned he might have to push Kakashi to enter his team into the upcoming Chunin exams. They were still a few months away, but Naruto-kun wasn't a genin. The old man started running through plans, ways to ensure Naruto could be promoted, justly. He'd arrange for Danzo's agent to be more available, the boys really pushed each other, and Hiruzen would look the other way as Danzo supplied Naruto-kun with more ninjutsu. He'd also have Jiraiya start to really put him through the ringer. Naruto-kun had done well training himself, but it was time to find and surpass his limits. He'd even increased the shadow clone limit. This, of course, would only further the gap between him and his teammates, but it was necessary. He didn't want to push his grandson too hard, like Kakashi he wanted to ease the boy into the lifestyle. But like Kakashi, he was trying to fight against an unstoppable wave. Naruto-kun wasn't someone that could stay hidden, his conversation with the daimyo and Madame Shijimi made that clear. The Chunin exams, they wouldn't be able to hide him after that. Haku and Naruto walked through the village. She discreetly observed the villagers and could see many did seem uncomfortable when they laid eyes on her friend. She thought it such a waste, what they were missing out on by keeping him at arm's length. She'd come to truly appreciate his presence as she was dealing with her developing sense of self and her relationship with Zabuza-sama. That she could sit in complete silence with him and not feel uncomfortable nor pressured to speak was a comfort. He never judged her, never demanded anything from her. It was welcomed. He even let her cry on his shoulder when she and Zabuza-sama agreed to part company. Her master had finally come clean, his delay in going back to Kiri being due to the humiliation of his defeat. How she had become his excuse, her unwillingness to kill a sign she wasn't ready. He'd used her as a way to not face himself and she'd done the same. It was a difficult discussion, but the first one they'd had as more than master and servant. He decided to return to his home, to fight for it whatever the state of the rebellion was in. It was reflexive, her desire to go with him, but there was another part of her that wanted something different. She wanted to learn more about herself and not be on the run or in the middle of a war. To her shock, Zabuza-sama understood and gave his blessing. That was a week after Gato's fall. After that, she spent more and more time with Naruto when he wasn't on duty. They'd train together, sit on the dock or walk around Nami. When she revealed her bloodline limit, Naruto was fascinated by it. So much so, he stayed up all night working on something, even summoning a small toad for help. The next day he showed her his work, having her channel some chakra through a seal. The result? Shaved ice. What he had requested from the toad. Various fruits that could be made into syrups. They spent the day giving snow cones to the children. She found it endearing that his first thoughts weren't battle applications, but a way to make people happy, even if it were just momentary. Haku? She replied, having been lost in thought she'd simply followed Naruto without paying much attention. We're here, your room is next to mine. She didn't quite understand what he meant by that as she assumed she'd stay with him for the short term until she got on her feet. As they climbed the stairs they stopped at a plain-looking door. You have to channel chakra through the doorknob, Naruto said. Haku did and she watched an intricate seal appear on the door for a brief moment before the door unlocked and she walked through. The apartment was cozy, the living room had a blue couch and matching chair. A dark oak coffee table and television stand. There was a small kitchen table in between the living room space and the kitchenette. She walked toward one of the doors and saw it was a bedroom, the bed adorned with chocolate brown sheets and one nightstand. Chappie even had his own bed, as he was peacefully napping. She walked toward the closet and saw it full of women's clothes and shoes, all her size. The Yuki clanswoman was confused. Then Naruto, where are your things? And did you do this? For me? Next door, this is your apartment. I had Gamakichi request Info-chan's help so she picked all of that out. Irodana put up the security seals. Remember when I had you channel chakra into that seal on our way here? It was so the security would recognize you as its primary users. Haku rushed over to the boy and hugged him. Thank you Naruto. I'll pay you back as soon as I can. You don't have to. I own the building now, besides you're my friend. He said, as if that explained the entire world. She almost wanted to cry, having her own space to do with as she pleased. To have a home, it was almost overwhelming. Naruto simply hugged her back, not truly getting the significance of his gesture. She needed a place to stay, would likely want or need new clothes, so he took care of it. It was Irodana that recommended he buy his building. The building wasn't in his name, but that of his company, Uzunami. It even had a sealing subsidiary named Vortex Seals. It was an attempt to keep Naruto anonymous and keep any inquiring minds from investigating why a 12-year-old orphan was becoming obscenely wealthy in such a short time. It also helped hide the transfer of his inheritance and the IP of his parents' seals to Naruto. Due to that, allowing Haku a room for however long she needed it simply wasn't a burden. Haku soon released the hug, wiping the unshed tears from her eyes. Naruto started for the door, but not before asking if she were up for meeting some of his friends later. She agreed and Naruto exited, only to see Irodana standing at his door. "Irodana," he said and saw the sage lower his head. "Daki, you have to stop calling me that. But you said you were a super pervert in your introduction." "Granted, but still, how am I going to get some ladies if you keep calling Master Pervert?" Jiraiya watched Naruto stroke his chin. "Were you getting ladies before I started calling you that? Why, you little brat," he exclaimed with no real heat, and Naruto cracked a small smile at his godfather's antics. He found the man amusing. "I'm here on a mission. Someone has some seal work I've never been able to decipher. I want you to check it out, and on the way you can tell me about your first C rank and this enemy Kunoichi you romanced." "Romanced? I didn't romance anyone. I think you'd do better with women if you knew what romance meant, Jiraiya." Naruto spoke in response, looking at Jiraiya in mild confusion. "I wrote a book on shinobi romance. Your female characters are underdeveloped. I swear, everyone's a critic," Jiraiya said in defeat as the two left the complex. Jiraiya led Naruto to a secure Anbu facility and guided the boy through the series of tunnels until they arrived at a sealing chamber. Jiraiya walked in, Naruto right behind with Anko sitting on a hospital bed. She was clearly surprised to see Naruto. "What's the half-pint doing here, Jiraiya-sama? I don't want some amateur looking at my seal." "Relax, Anko. Naruto is a certified seal master, the one sensei was telling you about. The one that invented this," she said, holding up her wrist to show the fun bracelet. "One and the same. Also, that is a secret, so please don't spread it around." Anko didn't seem sure. She knew Jiraiya wouldn't mess with her, not about this, but it was difficult to believe a newly minted genin could do something a Sannin hadn't managed. However, beyond her misgivings, she was desperate to be free of the seal, and if the kid could help even slightly it would be worth it. "Okay, Blondie, let's see what you can do." Naruto nodded and then approached. He performed a series of hand signs and then activated his projection screen as he watched the seal decompress. To Anko, it looked as if he were staring off into space, but Jiraiya had seen him assembly and disassembly seals through his projection to know the boy was already at work. Naruto checked over the elements of the seal multiple times. It was a pretty complicated seal, and one of the reasons it was so hard to move, besides having a decent enough compression array, was it immediately grafted itself onto the chakra network. But that wasn't impossible to get around. It was the other elements that had Naruto confused, so when he muttered, "That's not right," he had the two adults in the room interested in what the Uzumaki was seeing. If they'd asked, Naruto would have told them. The seal had a stored consciousness within it, as well as another type of energy that Naruto didn't immediately recognize as chakra. It had limiters placed within the seal to handle aggression as well as muscle activity, as if there was an expected increase in strength the body couldn't fully handle and would break down if it weren't capped in some way. There were some other things in here as well, such as a mild enhancement to one's healing rate and improvements to reaction time and awareness. However, Naruto came back to the limiters and control. Nothing within the seal could account for why they would be necessary or how that other energy was tapped into. There was no ray that led to it, but he could tell the seal was meant to respond to it. It was a puzzle and Naruto wasn't happy. The blonde could feel he was missing something obvious, making an erroneous assumption, but he couldn't see what it was. It wasn't located in the seal, he'd been thorough in his analysis. While the seal was triggered by the inflicted chakra system, it only activated it, the seal was wholly complete as is. If it wasn't the seal itself, maybe it was the application. "Anko-chan, how was this seal applied to you?" "I was bitten." She spat. That surprised Naruto, he'd never heard of a seal being applied from the mouth. He started thinking of why that would be. Seals materialized via chakra are generally done so by hand, could the bite be significant, Naruto wondered. He activated his diagnostic jutsu on the seal, having up to this point assumed it was either ink or chakra based. The diagnostic jutsu showed something else, it was a hybrid seal of chakra and some organic compound, one that must react to the stored energy. Naruto was dismayed at the idiocy of the seal. Organic compounds, enzymatic or otherwise, that can react and interact with chakra weren't new, chakra poisonous wouldn't exist if they were. However, there is a reason chakra is composed of yin and yang, enzymes can destabilize chakra, and the subsequent reactions essentially override the intentional aspects of human chakra. The control people have is gone, given over to a purely natural reaction, be it a corrosion of the chakra network or whatever this seal sought to do. Before Naruto could undo the seal, he'd need to find a way to neutralize the enzyme, but he'd have to identify the type of energy contained in the chakra first. He didn't know, but he hoped Jiraiya might. He called the Toad Sage over and gave him access to his projections, both the seals and the chemical breakdown of the sealing material. Jiraiya looked it all over before letting out a string of curses. Naruto waited for Jiraiya to finish, but Anko looked nervous, something Jiraiya picked up on. "Sorry, Anko, didn't mean to worry you. That idiot tried to make a Sage Mode seal, one that could incorporate into whoever was marked. That wouldn't work, the enzyme is volatile to the energy, and due to the effects it leaves the host unable to regulate it as well," Naruto said. "Exactly. He must have dabbled with but never in any significant way. If I had to guess, whatever he managed to include in the seals wasn't perfectly balanced, which would only make things worse." "What does that mean? Can you not remove it after all?" Anko said in a slight panic. "If I can find a way to neutralize or even momentarily stabilize the enzyme, I can remove the seal," Naruto answered with a pair of wide eyes. "What? Aki, you know a way to remove it?" "But the stipulation I put forward, I believe I do, yes. But I can't give a timetable. I don't want to give you false hope, Anko-chan." "You haven't. I think we should get out of here and get to work, don't want to leave a pretty lady in distress," Jiraiya said. "I will get to work, but I'd be just as committed if you weren't beautiful, Anko-chan." "I find that very reassuring, Blondie," Anko said with a laugh and watched as the pair departed. She understands the boy tried not to give her false hope, but it was hard not to imagine a future free of her seal, free of her past, free of Orochimaru. Naruto's mind was busy making plans as he exited the building with Jiraiya. He was going to have to shelve some of his projects until he figured this out. He summoned 20 clones to go to the hospital's labs to get to work on finding a counter to the enzyme. It also occurred to him that Jiraiya knew about the energy being utilized and may have a solution. He asked and Jiraiya grimaced. "I may, but I can't promise anything. Your best bet would be to continue down the path you're on. If you really can't come up with anything, I'll see what I can do." "Why wait? If your way doesn't work, that's one thing, but why leave it as a last resort? I don't understand." "It's complicated, Naruto. Just work on your end of things, get Tsunade and Shizune to help if you can. You're being elusive for no reason and delaying helping someone that needs it. If your reasons are as good as you say, you just tell me." "Naruto, I know this isn't easy, but just have faith," Jiraiya requested before leaving via Shunshin. Naruto had a small frown on his face, not believing this was entirely about Anko-chan's seal. Whatever it was, the Uzumaki didn't think it was worth a delay to free a fellow comrade. He put it out of his mind for now, he wanted to get some sleep before his plans for the night. Several hours later, Naruto and Haku were making their way to the Hyuga compound. Naruto was wearing a blue V-neck shirt, black pants and blue sandals. Haku was in an aquamarine floral print kimono with black low-heel sandals. The two were chatting, Naruto telling her a little more about Hinata and the Hyuga when they saw Ino just ahead of them, looking quite pained. The two increased their pace to catch up to the Yamanaka heiress. "Ino-chan, what's wrong?" Naruto asked. "Asuma-sensei has increased the intensity of our training," she replied, though straining a little. "Oh, I thought you said he was lazy, how did you convince him to train you more?" The Yamanaka blushed, to Naruto's confusion. She really didn't want to share that particular story as it wasn't an exact highlight of her career. "Asuma-sensei, you need to train us better. We're the weakest team of our graduating class." Ino nearly shouted, frustrated at Asuma's intransigence. She'd requested an increase in their training before, but he'd always just waved her off. "Ino, you're just a genin. I want to ease you guys into this lifestyle, not have you burn out. What's the rush?" "The rush? The rush is I will not lose my virginity to Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki because I was too weak to stand up to that little psycho." Ino panted out and then blushed. She went on to inform her team about what transpired and why she wanted to be stronger. Asuma, seeing this as a way to deny the Uzumaki a threesome, agreed. "Naruto, aren't you going to introduce me to your guest?" Ino said as a diversion. "Oh, Yamanaka Ino-chan, this is Yuki Haku. It's nice to meet you, Ino-san. I understand I have you to thank for my wardrobe." "Nice to meet you as well, and I'm glad you like it. It's not every day a toad with a wad of cash asks you to go shopping." "Well, you have excellent taste, so I appreciate it. We're going to be great friends, Haku-san, I just know it." The now trio walked the rest of the way and was granted immediate entrance into the compound. As they followed their escort they ran into the clan head and Hinata's father, Hiashi. Ino and Haku bowed and offered polite greetings. Naruto did not. "Good evening, Hyuga Hiashi-san." Hiashi wanted to roll his eyes at the boy, how he managed to be formal like Minato and yet still give less than a shit about titles like Kushina was impressive. Some part of him wondered if he did it on purpose, but his face was as unreadable as any Hyuga. He felt he owed a debt to the Uzumaki for helping Hinata shed herself of her debilitating shyness, though the effects he's had on Hanabi have been less desirable. "I will defeat you today, Uzumaki." Speaking of. Hiashi just sighed, his little girl used to be so dignified. "Hanabi, that is not how we greet guests in this house." She rolled her eyes. His little girl rolled her eyes. "Greetings to you all, even you Uzumaki team." "Hanabi." Hinata exclaimed from behind her father and sister both. "She won't always be here to protect you." Hanabi said and left in a huff. "Naruto, what did you do to her?" Ino asked. "I beat her in a staring contest." Seeing the look of disbelief on their faces Naruto just shrugged, he didn't exactly understand it either. "Come this way, dinner will be served soon," Hinata said and Hiashi watched as the young ninja went into a small dining room. He left them alone, instead choosing to talk to Hanabi about her crass behavior. The foursome settled in and shared dinner while exchanging stories. Ino and Hinata were both curious about Naruto's C rank, neither having been assigned one yet. Naruto relayed the details, but made sure to include impressions and other things to make it more interesting, as several books on communication had suggested. He ended his story by focusing on the daughter and grandson of the client. "So, she put together a picnic basket for Haku and I. And she hugged me a lot. She was really weird." Naruto concluded, to snickering from all the girls in the room. "What?" "Naruto-kun, she was being motherly and from what you said about Inari following you, she likely did so because her son found you so interesting." "That was motherly?" He got a trio of head nods. I guess it wasn't too bad." "So, Haku, what are your plans?" Ino asked. "I honestly don't know. I haven't been able to be safe in one place for so long I never imagined what I'd do if I did. I want to keep my skills sharp but I don't know if I want to be a ninja. Without clan affiliation that might be difficult." "What about a reservist?" "You get the status, but you won't have to actively go on missions unless you want to." Ino suggested and Haku smiled. "That might work. I'll just need to find a job and then I'll be set." "You can work with me, Haku." Naruto offered. He did need employees, after all. "If I did, would you teach me?" Naruto held out his hand. "I believe we have an accord." "No, fair, Naruto-kun. You never offered to teach me." Ino whined, only semi-joking. She'd come to know how good Naruto was at the art of sealing and wouldn't mind a few tips. The cold glare from Hinata warned her she may have pushed it too far. "You never asked, Ino-chan." Naruto observed, wondering if Ino had a problem with voicing her desires as she seemed to expect him to know she wanted things without ever saying it. "She's just joking, Naruto-kun. Besides, with her extra training to protect your maidenhood she wouldn't have the time." Ino gaped, how did the little psycho know that? The smile Hinata gave her, akin to the cat that eyed the canary, made her uneasy. She did, eventually, relax and the rest of the evening went by without incident. Haku and Naruto departed first, thanking Hinata for hosting and bidding Ino and she goodnight. It was only Ino and Hinata left and both girls felt the need to clear the air. "Ino-chan, I'm not some crazed lunatic. I don't enjoy intimidating you, but Naruto-kun is my best friend and has helped me in ways I can never repay. When you complain about things he hasn't given you it makes him think he missed something a normal person would have noticed. I won't let you make me think poorly of him." Ino sighed, she really hadn't considered how her teasing would be interpreted by Naruto. She had come to genuinely like him and had gotten used to how he was to the point she'd sometimes forget he could be hurt by her being insensitive. "You're right. I do consider Naruto a friend and I think we can be as well if you stop scaring the hell out of me." "I can try, Ino, but it won't work if you think poorly of me." "You mean the psych? Like, why do you think I'd share your first time?" Hinata giggled as she walked back into the compound, Ino staring in horror at the gates before cracking a smile. It appeared while she may not be able to tease Naruto just yet, the Hyuga was down to play. She smiled all the way home at the prospect of having another female friend, not really having one since Sakura and she fell out. Denzo overlooked his charges as they were engaged in a fearsome battle. It made the longtime Anbu agent smile, recalling his early days of hard training with his peers, pushing each other to be better. The boys' sessions had become increasingly intense, but there was an undercurrent of trust, they never injured each other in any significant way, so pushing their limits together was fine. It was difficult to accurately judge Sai's full skill set as he was trained by Danzo-sama, but he could tell Naruto was growing by leaps and bounds, even with his resistant seals still active. The boys exchanged fists with fluid movement. One would strike, the other would parry and counter-strike, only for that to be dodged. Time and time again, it was a ballet of violence. However, Sai managed to sneak in a right hook that sent Naruto tumbling back. The root wasted no time in pursuing his target, but Naruto was not as open as Sai had expected. Sai leapt in with a kick, which Naruto avoided. Sai landed and pivoted, unleashing a roundhouse. Naruto narrowly dodged the attack and the follow-up roundhouse, retaliating with a spin kick of his own. Sai was hit on the chin and sent flying. Naruto came in with a flying stomp, but Sai rolled out of the way, retrieving a kunai as he did. He rushed back in and the exchange of hands continued. Sai came in with an overhead stab. Naruto used his opposite hand to perform a slap block on Sai's wrist, causing Sai's grip to loosen. Naruto slid his hand up and swatted the kunai into the air, continuing his offense by punching Sai 3 times. The 2 palm strikes landed, the third was interrupted when Sai kicked Naruto away and smoothly caught his kunai. Not stopping his motion, Sai performed a leg sweep, taking Naruto off his feet. The Uzumaki didn't rest, predicting another attack, he performed a handstand and spun away from Sai's offensive, coming to his feet and having taken out his own kunai from his leg holster. The boys were engaging again, sparks from where their kunai met visibly to any that watched. In a moment of improvisation, Naruto jumped at Sai, placing both hands on his shoulders while performing a handstand and continuing to flip over the root ninja. He landed behind Sai and the mule kicked him. Sai tumbled forward but was able to meet Naruto's charge and tossed the blonde on the ground. Naruto responded with a kick to Sai's midsection and it backed him off, giving Naruto a chance to attack some more. Sai, mimicking Naruto, performed a side flip over the charging blonde and hit Naruto in the face when he turned to face Sai. Naruto returned with a jumping front kick, clipping Sai in the chin, and then performed a series of hand signs, unleashing a wind style. Great breakthrough jutsu. Sai dodged the attack and closed the distance between Naruto and he, hitting Naruto in the solar plexus, following with a kick to the midsection, and ending with his kunai pointed at his downed opponent. Naruto looked up and nodded at Sai, acknowledgement of his defeat, and the root ninja helped up his friend. The two made the seal of reconciliation and then flopped on the ground. Do they normally go that hard? Kakashi asked as he sat beside Tenzo, eye on his book, but Tenzo knew his senpai had seen every second of the spar. It's been escalating as Naruto has improved. Are you concerned? About Naruto's safety? No, you wouldn't be here unless Sandaime-sama ordered it, so I trust he isn't in any danger. But he is much better at direct combat than I thought. Kakashi mused. He knew Naruto was physically superior to his teammates, but he still assumed Sasuke had the technical advantage. It appeared that was no longer the case. Just more evidence his team was unbalanced. So, what will they do now? It depends. Sometimes it is ninjutsu training, sometimes it devolves into a book club, and other times they work on their respective art. As Tenzo was answering, he sensed a presence approaching. Well, quite, said person was not quiet enough to avoid Anbu detection. He saw it was a long-haired young woman, mid-teens at the oldest, holding a snow rabbit. She had on a dark blue shirt and skirt to match. Good morning, Naruto. And Sai, I presume. Good morning, Haku. Hello, Haku-san. Naruto spoke of you briefly, but you are not what I expected. Sai said. Oh, I hope I haven't been disappointed. No, not disappointed. It's just, with Hinata-san, Shizune-san and Tsunade-sama I assumed Naruto preferred his women bustier. Haku showed no hesitation in throwing several at Sai, most hitting his legs and making the root ninja collapse. Haku wore a frown, but it was undercut by her light blush. I guess that was something I shouldn't have said. Sai concluded and saw Naruto nod in agreement. Besides, I like Haku's breasts. Haku's blush increased and Naruto would swear he heard stifled laughs coming from the trees. He just ignored it, carefully moving the senbon from Sai and hoping this wouldn't become a repeat occurrence. Hiruzen looked at Naruto intently, as if some hidden secret lay just beneath the boy's emotionless gaze. Truly, he was just happy that his grandson didn't ask him another sex question, he could do without that for a while, though him having sex questions and going to Jiraiya or Kakashi scared him. However, those concerns could wait for another time. Naruto had requested Hiruzen's advice on something the professor was quite experienced in, teaching. As Naruto explained it, this Haku girl wanted to be his assistant as well as a reservist in the Ninja Corporation. One condition was that Naruto would teach her. A reasonable request and a skill that would take years to master, unless that is, Naruto was also a genius at teaching. Hiruzen didn't know if he should hope he was or pray that he wasn't. As Hiruzen gathered his thoughts he reminisced about his time teaching his team. It was truly one of the best times of his life, even if it ultimately ended in one of his greatest regrets. He shook off the morose thoughts and finally answered Naruto. Well, Naruto-kun, teaching is truly one of the most difficult tasks to undertake, and it is often the case that the easier you find a subject the harder it is for you to teach it. Your intuitive grasp on the subject blinds you to the areas other people struggle with. It can take time to find your teaching style, but also learn to be adaptive enough to the learning styles of your students. It shames me to say this, but I initially was not a very good sensei to Jiraiya-kun because of that very dynamic. What do I do? Communicate. Explain things as you understand them, but listen to what Haku has absorbed. It is often the case that what we are teaching and what our chargers learn are not the same, but if you are patient with each other and diligent, I believe you can be an excellent instructor. Just be patient with your student and yourself and know if you run into difficulties you can come to me or seek advice from Tsunade or Jiraiya, as they both have years of teaching complex, highly technical disciplines. Or Haddock-sensei. Yes, even him, Hiruzen replied with a chuckle. Naruto nodded. Now, how is your other project going? Not well, Naruto said evenly, but Hiruzen could read a level of frustration in his words. It had only been 2 weeks, but even with Tsunade's help, they hadn't been able to find a counteragent to the compound. Keep at it, Naruto-kun. I know you want to help Anko, but don't burn yourself out in the attempt, okay? I'll try, Oji-san. Good, my boy. Now, as you know, you'll be touring the facility that makes your bracelets at the end of the week. The rest of your team will be taking a C rank during that time, but I have a special jounin assigned to escort you. Naruto had requested to see the facility, and Hiruzen figured the boy could update the security while there. He would send Jiraiya, but the man was out collecting intelligence. Besides, Hiruzen had seen the tension between his student and grandson and figured Jiraiya was giving Naruto space. Naruto nodded again and then departed, saying goodbye to his Oji-san as he made his way to Ichiraku Ramen. Haddock-sensei had given him a few days off as he focused on Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto didn't mind, he had plenty of people to train with. One such person was actually sitting at the ramen stand as he arrived. Hello Haku. Sorry if I'm late. Hi, Naruto-kun, you aren't, I'm just early. As Naruto sat he saw Am approach with a smile on her face. Welcome, Naruto-kun. What will you have today? Hello, Am-san. Naruto never got to finish as the girl leapt halfway across the stand and grabbed his cheeks, pulling them in opposite directions. Am-nichan, she said slowly. Hi, Am-nichan. Good, now, what will you have? The usual, Naruto said as he rubbed his cheeks. Haku giggled as it was the most childlike she'd ever seen her friend. It didn't surprise her as Naruto frequented the ramen stand regularly and the young woman before her was also warm and inviting, especially with Naruto. Haku knew there was a story there but would ask later. She just enjoyed seeing Naruto be treated like a normal 12-year-old from time to time. Tsunade entered her office, her mind abuzz. It had been one of several therapy sessions and she always needed time to decompress afterward. It was difficult to fight the regret of not having done this sooner, as it didn't take long to uncover it was more than just the deaths of Dan and Nawaki that weighed on the last Senju. While she did still mourn them and feel like a failure, there were layers to her grief. She often felt like a hypocrite, not being able to move on from their deaths when she was one of the most prolific killers in modern shinobi history. How many lovers and siblings did she take from people? How many grieving family members did she send to the bottom of an endless bottle because drunken stupors hurt less than sobriety? How could she be lauded as a medic with so much blood on her hands? She'd existed in a duality, one most medics after her could avoid. She felt alone in many respects, as the fractured parts of herself were in constant conflict. At least, they were before. It was not fast, healing the mind didn't happen instantly, but slowly, Tsunade was finding a way to become whole again, to accept all of her, good and bad. She'd already almost overcome her hemophobia, projecting a return to surgeries soon. She'd even been seriously training with Shizune again, allowing herself to feel genuine joy and not have it torn asunder by overwhelming guilt. Senju started on her paperwork, thankful her burden wasn't anywhere near her sensei's. She worked methodically, paying attention to the budgeting reports, preliminary plans for the medic training program and the new security clearances. Those had been slow, medics taking a backseat to the frontline Jounin and Anbu, but progress was being made and most of the senior staff had been cleared. Tsunade heard a knock at the door and gave permission to enter. She smiled to see it was Shizune on the other side, with Taunton strutting in at her feet. I figured you might want some tea before you started your day, Tsunade-sama, Shizune said before placing the mug down on the desk of her longtime teacher. Thank you Shizune. Boink. And you, too, Taunton, Tsunade said with a laugh. How was your session? Shizune inquired. Hard but good. I only wish I'd done this sooner, things could have been different, Tsunade lamented. Things can be different now, I like to focus on that. That's very wise, Shizune, how'd that happen? I had a good teacher. She showed me what not to do. Har har har. Keep it up and I might start telling people how you cried when you couldn't revive the fish. Tsunade-sama, that's not remotely true, Shizune protested and Tsunade simply shrugged. It doesn't have to be true to be believed. Tsunade expected Shizune to back down, but the dangerous glint in her student's eyes warned that wouldn't be the case. Do that and I'll tell you I've started reading Icha. You wouldn't. I would, Tsunade-sama. Fine, but one day I will get legitimate blackmail material on you. Tsunade threatened, frustrated that throughout their years she'd never caught Shizune doing anything legitimately embarrassing. Shizune laughed it off as she departed from the office, having the goods on a Sanin was fun. They don't look like much, Tenten observed dryly. Ma, Tenten-chan, they're still fresh. You remember when you were just a few months out from the academy, yes? Kakashi asked but didn't expect an answer. He was glad he'd forced Sakura to train with Naruto in the mornings, or this may have truly been a sad sight. Kakashi requested a replacement genin for the upcoming mission, and Guy was kind enough to volunteer his soul kunoichi to the cause. Kakashi appreciated it as she was well trained, disciplined and normal, unlike his other two students. Who the hell are you? Sakura yelled. Tenten, member of Team 9 and future weapons mistress. I'm a little offended you don't know, your other teammate offers to bed me but doesn't talk about me. I feel unappreciated. Kakashi, why is she here? Sasuke asked in his usual blunt manner. We'll be taking another C rank at the end of the week, only without Naruto. Tenten-chan will be replacing him. She'll train with us for a few days so we can all get to know each other. HN. What does that mean? Look, I've already got one pretty boy prodigy to adapt to, I'm not learning a new language for you. Use whole words. Tenten said and meant it. She may like Niji, but he could also be trying, and she didn't care enough about the Uchiha to go through that. Sasuke was simply surprised a girl around his age told him off, slightly or otherwise. He decided he didn't like it. I don't take orders from second-rate kunoichi. Sasuke immediately felt something cool move swiftly across his cheek and then the sting associated with a cut while hearing a thud. He turned to see a kunai lodged into the tree behind him. He turned back around to face Tenten, a scowl forming on his face, and saw she had several more kunai in each hand. I don't take shit from rookies, Tenten started before a smirk formed on her lips, especially not from those who aren't even the strongest on their team. She suspected the Uchiha was a lot like Niji, too much pride to be controlled, but just enough to be manipulated. Sasuke accepted the unspoken challenge and charged at the older kunoichi. Kakashi allowed them to hash out their differences but would prevent serious injury to either party, should the need arise. Until then, he had a book to read. A minute into the impromptu spar and Sasuke was frustrated. Tenten negated his speed and jutsu by keeping him at a distance. Every strategy he used to get closer was negated and he was littered with small nicks and cuts. It was as if she'd seen it all before and just knew where to throw those damn kunai. He was losing his patience and considering unleashing some fire jutsu to teach her a lesson. Instead, he conceded. He had, initially, insulted her and she'd proven herself. He hated losing, but there was no point in escalating this further, not when he was wrong. I give, you win. And I'm sorry for insulting you. Sasuke said and the kunoichi nodded in recognition, neither taunting nor gloating. That was quite the display. It appears we'll have to start training you on how to deal with long-range opponents, Sasuke-kun. Kakashi said, having just joined them. Now, patch yourself up and take a short break. We'll start our team training in 10 minutes. Haku was impressed at the quantities Naruto managed to consume at the small raiment stand, though none of the other parties in attendance found it remarkable in the least, treating it as normal. The duo left the stand after settling the tab and Naruto, making sure to address AM appropriately, lest he wanted his cheeks pinched again. Haku followed Naruto as he opted to take her to his preferred training ground for her first lesson. The two moved in companionable silence, but something was tempting Haku to tense. She couldn't put her finger on it, but she felt she was being watched, something at the edge of her perception. It didn't have the feel of seasoned shinobi, but years with Zabuza-sama had taught her to trust her feelings. She didn't have to wait long as three slow-moving blurs made their way directly toward them. Naruto made two clones in response and snatched all three out the air, maneuvering them into piggyback rides. Nai-chan. A small boy said excitedly. Boss. The other two cheered. Haku, this is Kono-chan, and these are his friends Mogi and Yuden. You three, say hello to Haku. Hi, Haku-san, the three greeted in unison. Oh, so you're the notorious prankster trio. Naruto-kun has told me about your exploits. All three gained a slight blush at her words. You talk about us? Yes, Naruto said as his clones, and he continued on to the training ground. Why are you three not at the academy? We didn't have class today, Konohamaru answered. You know I'll check with Iruka-sensei, yes? Hi. I wouldn't lie to you. Again. Konohamaru said, recalling the one time he was less than honest with Naruto. It wasn't a pleasant experience and he swore to himself to never do it again. Besides, I never get to see you anymore. I send a clone for you regularly, Kono-chan. It's not the same. the young Sarutobi said in protest. He didn't want a clone, he wanted his big brother. I'll keep that in mind. Yay. So, what are you going to teach us today? Actually, I have plans with Haku so I can't teach you anything today. Maybe they could join us since it'd just be the basics. Haku offered after seeing the three children start to pout. Naruto said nothing as he considered her alternative. I could, but if I'm going to teach you three you have to promise me to practice your calligraphy every day and never set off a seal without allowing me to check over it first. Deal. Konohamaru said, answering for the trio. Okay, hold on, was all the warning the kids got as the three Narutos performed a shunshin with Haku following close behind. You gotta teach me how to wield those. I ain't gotta do nothing. Please. No. Eyes, back me up here. Ino shouted. Team 10 were returning from a C-rank mission. It was a simple mission. Messengers from a private delivery service had been ambushed multiple times along various roadways. Team 10 was supposed to trigger one and gain intel on if someone was selling information or organizing the bandits themselves. Somehow, word got to the party in question as they had far greater numbers for Team 10. While all members had to fight, Asuma dispatched most of the enemy with his knuckle knives. Ino was instantly enamored and proceeded to request, beg, and plead with Asuma to teach her. He'd been unwilling to do so. Troublesome, I want no part in this, Shikamaru stated. I don't see the harm, Asuma-sensei, Choji replied. See, Choji is on my side. Yay, don't care. You don't need these, besides it is highly unlikely you have a wind or lightning affinity. So what? Ino shouted. She couldn't understand why it was so difficult to get this man to teach her things. She didn't have any offensive ninjutsu yet or defensive. She was getting better with her taijutsu, but this would certainly give her a leg up. Ino, there is no need to rush. Firm up your basics before you start adding on new things, Asuma answered. He saw the Yamanaka start to retort before she stopped herself. How about a bet? A bet? Yep. If in our next training sessions I can beat both Shikamaru and Choji at the same time, you'll teach me how to use those knives. And what do I get if you lose? What do you want? You have to clean my apartment for a month, laundry included. It's a deal. I have no incentive to participate in this, Shikamaru points out. You only think I'm troublesome, Shika. You want to see what that looks like when I try? Ino asked threateningly. What a drag.